we're beginning at 5:05, and the first thing on that is the city manager to discuss the consent agenda items. There's only one of those.
Yes.
Ms. Atmore, all staff is out there right now. I'll leave the door open.
Thank you. Mayor, council, UDS, we have one consent agenda item. That item is item 4A. Section 3.05 of the Texas Code requires the May election to be ordered no later than the 71st day before the election day. On May 7, 2022 election, the deadline for ordering the election is Friday, February 18th, 2022. The mayor and council members from District 2 and mayor and council members from District 2 and 4 are elected in each even numbered year. Early voting April 25th through April 29th, April 30th, May 1st, May 2nd. Election voting day is on May 7th. City secretary has been in contact with Dallas County elections on the reduction of vote centers. The election administrator has stated that Ms. Downs, the commissioner of court, has contemplated reassembling the vote center advisory committee this summer. However, the delayed census results delayed the state legislature and the commissioner of courts from conducting their mandated restructuring duties. As a result, it is decided that we should not proceed with reconvening the vote center advisory committee until after the redistricting. And so this is our consent agenda item.
Very good.
Oh, sorry, question, and I'll just, is the pricing about the same then?
The pricing's gone down some because they're given a discount because of that. As of today, our estimated cost is $18,000 for the May 7th election.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, that was something that I mentioned to city manager about the cost being a little less than we anticipated, because we complained when it first came out about the number of locations. They said we have to wait 2 years, but getting a bit of a discount. Mr. Harvey, we have already done. I opened it up for 5:05. Okay, moving on to item 2A. We're going to go through the discuss city council rules of procedure. City manager and city attorney are going to present this item.
So as you know, we are required by our home rule charter to adopt our own rules of procedure.
Just want to, Mr. McBurnett, we began at 5:05. We'll make a record of your. Thank you. And I've also put you down to do the application, if you don't mind, please. Thank you, sir. Yes, I'll go ahead, Mr. Hager, please.
And occasionally, we periodically review these rules of procedure, and because of the many items that you've had to deal with over the in the city manager, losing our assistant city manager, polar vortex and the recovery, and then the budget. It's now time to look at this. So what we wanted to do is the city manager will go through, we invite your comments, give you an opportunity to have your rules and review them again, and then get Ms. Farrell Benavides and I your comments, and then we'll bring back to you proposed changes that you would like to consider. And we'll answer any appropriate questions when the mayor directs to recognize anyone for a question, and I'll let our city manager go through the slide.
Okay, well, each of you probably are very familiar with it. What the attorney and I talked about doing is really not to have to go through. We do have slides up here to take you through what's included in it. You've been up here a lot longer than I have, and most of you are very familiar with it, but starting out with the first part of it, the mayor and council's responsibilities. And this is basically defining who you are, how you go, and what your roles are. And it basically talks about how the mayor shall preside at the meeting. And so it also talks about how the council shall elect a mayor pro tem, and also going through the duties. Item A. It's interesting. Basically, it goes through, as we said, the presiding officer for the mayor, what the role is, what the responsibilities are, encouraging participation, and some of those areas. Can you go to the second section? Yes.
Very quickly, just a
Section.
little housekeeping. Throughout the document, we refer to the mayor as he or her, except in that first A, there's several times where we just say he. It's just in keeping with being respectful to someday, hopefully, we'd have a woman mayor. If we could clean that up, that would be, I think, keeping with the rest of the document.
That is the kind of stuff that we're also gonna try to look at too.
Yeah, we're gonna try to do all those little cleanup things. We're more interested in the substantive stuff.
And I'll rest my case.
No, keep it up just because we
No,
may not
keep it up,
see it.
'cause
No,
we
no.
may- You know, I've looked at things 10,000 times and someone else looks at it for the first time and goes, what about that comma? And then you go, yep. That's why you have proofreading. Thank you.
No, these are the types of things, and part of it, as I've done this in the past, is we will bring it back with a red line based on any other feedback. But just wanted to go through the basic, what's included and what you have included. The second section of it really talks about addressing items on the agenda and how you go about doing that. It talks about refraining from working on the motion and how the motion goes. And some of the things can be simplified, some things can be spelled out farther if that's a desire that comes forward. And I can work with the attorney on that if that's something that comes up. Also, yes, sorry. 304. Also, the second section, number 4, talks about the council shall first be recognized by the mayor and confines him or himself to the questions under the debate. And that's some of the conversations you hear often. When the mayor is presenting, he'll say that this is what we're talking about and try to keep that flow of information going. And it then goes into, secondly, the mayor may express his or her position, and then the council member may explain his or her position. The mayor will then put the ruling to a vote. A majority of council is required to overturn the ruling of the mayor. And so this is something that as you start to talk about process and procedures, this is the procedure that's established here. But this is also a procedure that you all set. So if there's some way you want to adjust it, that would be some feedback you would give to the attorney and I, and we can come back and address that. 6. Point of order. You often hear that term being used, and it's interesting when it comes up. It's one of those that folks will use in different point of order to require the council to conform to the order of business of the rules and procedures. This is council may make by motion or simply a majority vote to suspend the rules and amend the agenda. That's when you want to go back and have a different type of discussion. Many cases, our city attorney will come to you and say that if you want clarity, if you're concerned of how do you do something, that is the tool you have to change the rules. You control the rules, you set the rules, you can also suspend the rules. This happens often when you may have a rule that's established here that says you have to do something by this time. You may say motion to suspend the rules, and that may be even based on some crisis or something that's happened that you want to address. Next part, number 7, is state law. Mayor and council members shall require to attend all scheduled meetings unless you have a valid excuse. Each member is expected to be present to discuss. We've seen a lot of this change, and it may be an area here where we start to talk about our potential for the online options that have been given if necessary, but it may be an area that we will define this. Once again, some of this follows state law and some of it follows the law set by you. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 8, if the mayor fails to execute an ordinance, resolution, or council document within 72 hours of its lawful passage, the mayor pro tem shall have the authority to execute it. So for example, our mayor could be out and he's not able to do it. That's why you have a mayor pro tem, and something happens, it passes, they're gone for 2 weeks and you have 72 hours. That will be when the city secretary will go to the next in line. This actually gives the mayor pro tem the authority if in fact something does not happen to act on behalf of the mayor.
Right, and where the reason this is here is because the mayor refused to execute a resolution once upon a time. And then the question became whether or not it was valid.
I was there.
That's why we have this rule. So there's some of these things that occurred as a result of issues that have arisen before. You go, why would the mayor refuse? Because you don't have veto. So in general law city, the mayor has veto. So if he or she fails to sign an ordinance within 72 hours without a veto, it becomes law without his or her signature. We don't have that in our charter. So we put this rule in there to make it an affirmative duty. Under the law, the mayor's execution of the ordinance is a ministerial act. So
Interesting. Okay.
because he or she has no veto.
I had no knowledge of that history. I just read it, went, yeah, if I'm not around, it was over there.
So what we did is in that case, when she refused to sign the ordinance, the resolution, we had the mayor pro tem sign. But now it's an affirmative vote.
So now we know who that is. Because there's only been one sheet.
Okay, this is one, number 9, the mayor pro tem shall be elected by a majority of council members present at the first regular meeting of city council following the swearing in of the newly elected council members from the major election. This was one of those conversations that you had to deal with last year before last, during COVID, when we delayed the elections, which then resulted in a delay. And so this is one that you also control, and you have the ability, if it is not what you want, if it is what you want, but you set that rule of how this happens. The next one, same scenario here, the mayor pro tem shall be elected for a 1-year term and shall serve until replaced by mayor pro tem election. And that's the council member currently serving as mayor pro tem shall not be eligible to serve for consecutive terms. These are all, once again, rules that you set. It's up to you.
Can we review, because I kind of caught some of the conversation that took place. I was trying to decide as far as, okay, he's been mayor pro tem for over a year now. So can I be caught up to speed on how y'all work that out? And then if we need to modify this document at all, as far as.
There's only certain criteria, and I think traditionally they've used seniority on the council as being an unspoken criteria, or whether that person has served again, but the criteria, the bullet points you have under 11 considerations that have ended up in the rule. You could certainly change that if you desire.
And you also have to be on council for 1 year.
Yes, that's.
Like, I guess I was asking about.
When they
Again,
delayed it.
I wasn't on the council then, but I remember hearing some of the conversation. It seemed there was some confusion.
I think
As far
Mark
as-
had been on because he served only a short period of time, and the council, about whether to continue him for a super long time for a year plus, or only allow a 6-year term. or
It was,
6-month term.
it was extraordinary circumstances as a result of delaying the May election.
Correct. That's what
That was
pushed
the
off
whole
the-
basis for the whole problem, was we didn't have a May election. So therefore, how do we proceed from that point forward? And that's what the discussion said. Plus, as we already read, we have the authority to suspend the rules. As previously explained earlier in the rules procedure, which we did because of the extraordinary circumstances. I would not foresee that ever happening again unless something extraordinary,
happened.
like another disaster, were to occur. Otherwise, we would stick to this very, very succinctly.
Thank you.
I do, but I mean, I think, you brought that up. We talked about the unspoken rule of the seniority. It would be a thought to have that also written in the rules as well about the seniority. It gives everybody an opportunity who's been there a while to circle, to have an opportunity to be mayor pro tem. So I'd like us to consider that seniority rule to be in writing versus unspoken rule.
That's fine.
But, I mean, it states only council members served a minimum 1 year on the subject city council.
But what it doesn't state is the seniority.
Because you could essentially be in your 3rd term and having served maybe 2 years prior, and then be eligible if something were to happen, to be ranking by seniority on council, but only in consecutive terms.
So we're saying that seniority is something that should be considered in the selection.
Yes.
If
Should
what-
be,
if-
should be
if-
considered,
it's
not
an if, though.
mandatory.
Right.
It's an if. It's just if.
If, for example, if you added the mayor pro tem should have demonstrable leadership abilities, good working relationship with fellow council members, then you could just add longevity or seniority on the council, and they're all considerations.
So
With no weight to any one greater than the other.
I guess as I'm thinking about this, I'm thinking about, Don, myself, and then Patrick. Then it doesn't go back to, I'm just using Don as an example, but maybe if I can say 1, 2, 3. But then should it, if Joe or Jeremy or Greg has a seniority, should it shift into someone who has not been mayor pro tem before versus circling back to the 3 that's already has had that opportunity to be mayor pro tem?
So you're talking about equitable distribution or equitable allowance to serve in that position,
Yes, so that,
I
yes.
think is what I'm hearing.
So I'll give you the, all right, I'll do better than that. I'll give you the example of our Duncanville ISD. Duncanville ISD, we're not sure how they have their routes written, but they serve it. Joe, you probably could attest to this more. Can you, would you share, if you don't mind, how you guys select presidents and vice presidents, secretaries? And
Yeah, well, there's no written rule, but they'll give everybody an equal opportunity. If you've been on the board, generally they'll try to move you to secretary first, then vice, and then chair or president. And so you can stay more than one term. You can stay multiple terms, but they try, and it depends on who's on the board. This is how they maneuver that. So it could be one person for 10 years, or they could circle it around.
But for the most part, have you seen it circle around?
Yeah.
I've seen it, that's why I've seen it for the last 30 years, just kind of circling around all the way through the whole board. And it gave those members an opportunity to fill in as well.
That's an equitable opportunity to serve.
And also, one thing to note is they have 3-year terms, so you get a little bit more opportunity.
Yeah.
And we do November elections.
Okay, 3 years, wow, okay.
Pretty good.
So if you think of more in the criteria, what we can do is we'll take that information and you can send it. I would ask just to manage the data, if it could all go to the city secretary, and then she will distribute it to both the attorney and I for us to sit down and meet and go through it on the sections as we go through it. Moving on to 12, basically no council member shall offer, seek, or accept any favors, gifts, or special considerations in exchange for a vote for Mayor Pro Tem. So that means you shouldn't promise to support someone, but that's just stating it, the obvious, but we just put it in here. Mayor Pro Tem may be removed by a simple majority vote of the city council. Should the Mayor Pro Tem office be vacated, an election to fill the unexpired term will be held by the second regular meeting. So that is basically giving us the rules of how you remove someone, but it also talks about the process of how you fill a vacancy if that position does become vacant. Last is the city council shall develop an annual work plan and conduct a mid-year review of the annual work plan. And we know that the last few years have been a little bit of COVID challenge and transition challenge, but it says you shall do it. But one of the things you may want to spell out in here is a time frame, because how does that flow? And so that may be something you might want to think about or discuss as far as when it happens and when that midterm, is it on a calendar year, is it on a fiscal year, things like that.
And for your edification, 12, 13, and 14 is because of behavior in the past. All three of those, where someone was actively lobbying to be elected. 2, someone did some things they probably shouldn't have and was removed as mayor pro tem. So that's why that rule is there. And 4 was one of our council members just adamant about 14. So those are not state law, they're not charter, they're just things that, because of things that had happened in the past, are now in these rules. I'm not suggesting you remove them or change them, I'm just giving you the back.
Go up to item number 14, Rita had a good point, because we've got calendar year and fiscal year. And this just talks about annual. I think we ought to clarify this. My preference would be fiscal year, because everything we do is based on the fiscal year. We do the budget on the fiscal year, we do everything, so on and so on. So my recommendation would be to consider the annual review based on the fiscal year. Y'all are okay with that?
So are we going to mention anything about when during the year would be a good time to put it on the agenda?
Mid-year of the fiscal year.
So
So we go.
circa
we go
April, May.
October, sometime in April, May timeframe, yeah.
Okay.
All right, well, As you can imagine, this next one is one of those that cities treated in different ways. I've gone through a class that talked about best practice and governance documents, and this is basically defining what is decorum. Many of them call this document the decorum ordinance, which talks about how you behave with each other, how individuals behave. In some councils, you'll see this decorum ordinance may also have a level of how they can be held accountable if that behavior becomes disruptive, and it becomes a basis for that. Sometimes in some cities, it's a base of removal of office and other things. I think our attorney will probably say, this is a result of probably past things that have happened, but I can tell you from the cities I've seen, this is very common language that you'll see. In fact, I've seen language that goes into even more details of describing what are examples of things that are unacceptable in that behavior. So this is, as our attorney can look at it to make sure we are being legally correct in it. If there's something we've missed or something we've overstated, you can let us know on that one.
Okay, point. I don't recall where it is, but we had an opportunity, we had a requirement that members of the boards and commissions are also to subscribe to this particular paragraph in terms of members of the council will not condone any unethical or illegal activity. I don't remember where I read it. I know I read it, that it says if you're on a board or commission, you're still bound by these rules.
Ordinance.
Is it?
It's not an ordinance, commission's ordinance.
Okay, so should we modify this to say that members of the council, any member of a board or commission will not condone? No, don't
No,
put that in
this
there.
is only for you.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is,
this
this
is-
is kind
Well,
of,
it says code of conduct for mayors, council members, and
I was gonna
citizens.
say, I'm almost gonna have to call pulling over there.
yeah, because that is us.
That means when you're acting in your capacity at any of those things.
Okay, so I'm just looking at the heading of
Council members shall preserve,
Because it-
council members shall.
This is at council meetings. So is this just at council meetings or is this anywhere?
Well, this is really for the council meeting itself. Your other rules of conduct, which there is sanctions for, are in the ordinance.
Okay,
Because
so
this has no sanction. This is just a way to remind you all to behave yourselves in accordance with these standards.
as
There's
well
no
as citizens.
sanctions. Yes, and it allows you to control the meeting.
Okay,
The mayor control. the meeting.
one of the privileges.
Albatross.
Or any of these, and I'll work with the attorney, look at it a little bit more, make sure that it's still clear, it's still relevant, and that it reaches the point in which was intended initially.
Just to be clear, because I've heard a couple of things there. This document is not specific to council meetings. It is relevant to other issues outside of, for instance, there's a statement in here, we may or may not have already gone over it, where you as the city manager have to share all information that you are requested by one person. It's in here. So this is not just about the council meeting.
Right.
Just this
That
This
is-
section,
Yeah.
this section. is
So this
not
section
rule.
starts about with during council meetings. So this is specifically, and we may even
Just a section.
possibly
Yes.
call that.
Yeah, there's a section on that.
And that might be titling just so, because I know that was what the mayor said, well, why does it say citizens? Because this starts out with during the council meetings, council members shall preserve the order. And so this section here, I think, is just on the actual meeting itself, but there are other sections that talk about.
And this may go later, but we already talked about it here before. Should we, now that the firearm is into, that we could bring firearms, should we say something in this about firearms for council members? Firearms, should we talk about, either we should or should not possess firearms, guns in council meetings or in that setting?
So include something about the new law that
Yeah,
was
I'm asking, I'm asking-
September
I'm
1st.
just throwing it out, should we consider that at all? That's something we need to consider. We all talked about it, but, you
The
know,
fact that everything we've done as a result of that law went into effect September 1st. In terms of going back to B, we could incorporate that law that went into effect September 1st in terms of behavior of citizens in city council meetings. Be kind of sticky language. It's not gonna be easy.
I don't
language.
know that you could circumscribe someone's right to carry a firearm, because now it's conflicted with state law. You can circumscribe y'all's conduct. You could say no council member shall bring. a
Well, that's
firearm.
what I'm talking about, the council members.
You couldn't say a citizen,
Yeah, we can't stop
No,
a
no, no,
citizen.
I'm talking about council
but
members.
you could do whatever you wanted to as it refers to
Like we do with
seven of you.
employees.
Yeah.
Well, this did come up in executive session. And now I'm hesitant to say anything about what came up in executive session as a result. So Mark, what you're recommending is that this be augmented just to no firearm will be carried by city council members.
I think, and again, I'm just throwing out the general discussion, but more so, if so, then if firearms are in possession of a council member, it should be routed through our police chief or something of that sort.
That's what they asked us to do, to let them know.
Right, because that's what I'm saying, should that be in writing? That's all I'm asking. Only make it
How would a
harder to
statement
do.
like that infringe upon any of our
Yeah.
council members having the right to do what the law allows?
Well, you have
They
the
still
right,
can do
you
it.
have the right to govern what you, the seven of you, how you want to conduct yourself. So if you don't want that, I would suggest the less said about who or what and firearms, better off you are. Because if I'm the bad guy and you have a rule that says you're not going to carry a firearm, now I know that all of you aren't packing. So now you become a target. I'm always guessing which one of you may or may not.
No, that-
I'm over there.
That's why I simply made the statement of saying something we kind of talked about in general. And that is, if we choose to do that, we route that through our chief. But it's not preventing us, but the chief just has to be aware.
Right.
That's it.
May I add this, Mayor?
Yeah.
Keep in mind that the police department enforce laws, not rules. So if you brought that to the police chief, all he's gonna say is,
Thank you.
thank you. Yeah, we enforce laws, not rules.
But I think that your point was there was a process to bring the firearm. You weren't gonna preclude anyone from bringing a firearm. You were just asked that if you do have a firearm, you have to notify the police chief. He's not gonna decide who gets to bring a gun in and who doesn't.
So
It's just a
it
notice
could be
issue.
that as a courtesy, if a member of council chooses to bring a firearm into city council, please inform, as a courtesy, please inform the.
I think that that's probably handled through security protocols that we have for the room, the active shooter stuff, the training. So to leave it out of this,
Okay,
because by putting it in here, you've now alerted someone to what our rules are.
got it. Okay, good point. Thank you.
That's the last point too.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
All right, well, the second section is really probably.
Yeah, it's kind of, this is really kind of set up for you to establish what your rules of conduct are with regard between the relation between the council, the city manager's office, and how they handle staff communications. And so that's really something that's really, your charter specifically says that the city manager is the chief administrative officer of the city and runs the day-to-day operations and makes all decisions regarding staffing and employment personnel decisions. There are occasions when you, as members of the council, have the need to have information disseminated to you all. And a lot of times the manager has, trying to keep up with the seven of you is a task that no one person can do. So there may be occasions. So this just sets the protocols. If and when you communicate or how you communicate, to your point, Mr. Contreras, when you talked about how do I get information or how am I supposed to communicate with the staff? This is where this rules reside. So the charter circumscribes some of what you can do. You have to do whatever the manager's office allows you to do. But this is a protocol because once upon a time, we We had a problem. We've resolved that problem. And as a result of that, we now have rules so that everybody knows when they step over the line. But here they are. This is something you probably need to really read and say, you know, realizing that the charter specifically says that everything must go through the manager.
Also in here, and I think that's where Councilmember Contreras talked about, it says all city councilors will receive the same pertinent verbal and written information. There will be no preferential dissemination of information. That's where the rule came about, even when councils asked things, that we're sending it out to all council members in the request. Also, it does say something on here that I think is important. This, the city manager should maintain a checklist and timetable of those requests and other directives of the council. And that's one of the things that David has taken the lead in helping us to track. We hope to have a better system versus just the documents that we're using from a database, so that we can maintain it and make sure that we're getting the information out. I know we've added them to our monthly reports, but I think part of it for you all may be how we separate it out, because the monthly reports get, but we will continue to work on that. But if there's something missing, let us know.
Just to the point you just made, I can't imagine that every pertinent verbal bit of information, when you have conversations with 7 different people, that we're all going to expect that you share all that with us. I guess we're depending on you using that word pertinent in our best
Discretion.
interest.
And I think we will continue to strive to do that. I think there are times, if it has something to do with an agenda item, our goal is to make sure we get it out to everyone, because it may be a question, the mayor may have asked a question, but Councilman McBurnett may have the same question. When it comes to a specific question of where do I go get my laptop fixed, that's not something I'm going to send out to everyone. So there are some questions that you have that are so specific toward you that would not be something. And we use discretion and really trying to, now that I've been here a year, to better gauge what does go out to everybody, because you can get to information overload. And so we'll also look at the words to make sure that it's still tweaked enough to give that consideration to it. All right, number 7. Positive relationship with council members. I believe that whether newly elected, is basically stating that my job is to make sure that I build a relationship and maintain that relationship, despite where you come from, what you represent. All those things should not come into it. This is really just establishing in writing the tone of where our working relationship should be: mutual trust with council, open lines of communication, keeping council informed, be inclusive of opportunities for educational trips, and educated council is a council's best interest. I think in this, in my view, is something that we may just want to kind of clean up and summarize. Some of it makes sense and some of it is a little awkward, because you may want to define it. Include the city council and city-sponsored employee social events. And so that's something that is important, and it's something that we have to ask, where does it start? There's some things that staff just want to be with staff. And no matter how we do it, and say where possible would probably be an answer, is just like I go to certain events, to them, I'm still the boss. And so there are things that they just want to do, and they don't want the city manager there. And the same thing may be said of some council events or events that they may not want any of us there. But where possible, we want to make sure that you're included, you're cognizant of it, if that would be a wording option. Orientation session, very important for council, and tour of city buildings to introduce to staff. I think this was my first year of transition, and I think we've even defined that a little bit better with some of the tasks. This time we had 2 new council members, but and one who had a knowledge of the organization. And I think we spent a lot of time developing our program and briefing sessions with Mr. Coombs coming in. I think it's something that I hope we will repeat. And even for council members who've been here, it's never too late for a new orientation. And so it may even include, after you've been on the council for a certain amount of time, to do that orientation from scratch, because new staff, new things and procedures to make sure everybody knows. City manager, yes. Oh, excuse me, sir.
Yeah, 2 things. First of all, the orientation, I really benefited from that, so I really appreciate for you and the staff accommodating me on that. Definitely think we need to make sure that keeps going. And the second comment I had on number 7 was, this talks about the city manager strive to maintain positive relations with the council, and then B, working to establish mutual trust with the council. But I feel like also that there should be some responsibility of the city manager to make sure that there's positive relations between council and city staff, that there's mutual trust between council and city staff. So that's just a feeling that I have there. And I know that, situations in the past that have eroded trust between the staff and the council, maybe, and eroded some of those relationships. So I just wanted to put that out there. If that's something that may be able to go into this. As far as the city manager's responsibility.
I think there's a way that and here's where I would look at that is I've been in a place where if the city manager is not positive about council and the staff feeds onto it. And so I think the way it is so that it is shared with staff. And so I think as a rule of nature, as a city manager, and it can be stated in here, is that two staff should never talk bad about your bosses anyway. But if he feels comfortable saying that, so that they will actually not giving them a bad impression of council. And I think that's something, it's not something I'm going to say to staff or do, but you never know. I might not be here forever. And so you may figure out a nice way to say that this includes carrying over those positive attributes and relationships to promoting that within the staff. I'll see if I can come up with some words to state that. But most importantly, one of the biggest challenges I think our attorney is going to say is your relationship is only supposed to be with me, not with staff. Is that what you were going to say when I saw you?
Yeah, the other thing that needs to hold that the manager responsible for in her work plan. To your point.
Creating a positive image of council.
Right. We can tweak something and put something.
Because I mean, just coming in, I won't say I've been discouraged from having communications with city staff, but certainly, I guess their impression of us is coming through you, more or less. So again,
Well, it's the rules. You're not supposed to, right?
Right.
So it's not you're encouraged. You're actually not supposed to by charter and by these. But I have a very different management philosophy and open it up, but I have to be cautious because even when I first got here, staff said, oh my God, council's calling me. Now, I don't know what happened before I got here, but you never know when they pull this rule back and say, he called me and said X. And so that's the issue.
Here's the problem with it's perception of the phone call is more damaging than the phone call. Why is council member calling? I expect the manager to call me, and I expect the manager to say, hey, council member place X, Y, and Z wants X, Y, and Z. But I don't expect, because the staff gets on point to the point where then they don't know what to say. Then you think they don't know what they're doing, or they get nervous if they tell you something, and then now I've circumvented my boss. We've had council members that were not shy about calling staff members, and they got removed from office because it's a violation of the charter. So you put yourself right, because they thought they were being directed by the council member. Something that their boss had told them either didn't know that they were supposed to be doing or countermanded what city manager was telling them. So you leave yourself open for that criticism. The staff member leaves themselves open to being a conduit outside their chain of command. And so it's a delicate dance. What's informational and what's directional? The more you communicate, then you start feeling comfortable. And you don't think you're telling them to do anything. Their perception of what you just said is, I was told to go out and pick up the garbage on blank street. They just said, no, I didn't say, I was just telling you it's out there. Well, when you say it's just out there, well, then why are you calling me? You want me to go pick it up? So that's this dance that's so difficult for council members to do.
Greg, comment first.
I'm just going to say from my vantage point, my experience that Bob just covered it, that now that I'm a council person, the ability to talk to a director to a certain level, if each one of us handle that responsibly, that we don't take that too far. It makes it life easier for you. You don't have to field all our calls. But what inevitably would happen in the past, and it's different city managers, different council people, there was always a few that would take it to the next level. They dip down deeper into talking to staff below directors. And then they would get into giving directives, absolute directives. Get out there and fix that alley right now, kind of stuff, you know. And so,
So you know what happened to the last guy?
yeah,
That's, you know,
and so it ruins it for everybody. Well, there's a good thing that can be accomplished by allowing that. Just every once in a while, somebody steps way beyond the line.
it's really to protect y'all.
My personal experience with this was I did have that policy in the city of Texas and had a very open relationship where I allowed my mayor to speak to staff, especially on projects that they were working with the mayor. After I left and the staff left, they used that very factor as a reason and a means of removing that mayor from office, even though the mayor had documents that said the city manager, it basically came back that I could not do that because the staff, even though they did it, the other staff found that to be inappropriate. And so when I say I warn is that, yes, I'm open and I'm comfortable with you having these conversations. You just never know when that staff person, something happens, they're in a disciplinary issue, that they come back and they use that conversation and say that what happened did not happen. And so it's really protecting the city too. So we will continue to work on how to build those relationships, but also be careful to make sure the city doesn't be in danger.
8, 9, and 10. 9 and 10 exist because we had a problem with people calling the city attorney's office and directing that city attorney write legal opinions about subjects that the other 6 of them didn't have any care to hear about. And we're wasting your time, my time, and your money. So we have a process now. If you want to form a legal opinion, that it go through city manager and everyone says, yeah, we want a legal opinion. And the other was number 10 exists because of the ambush rule, where everyone kind of waits and asks a complicated legal question and wants an answer that night. You can't really give one. You get pressed to give one, and then it's either inaccurate, incomplete, or wrong. Because then the facts come out that what the representation was not really all the facts. And that can lead to a different conclusion legally if you don't have all the facts. That's why we have a vetted process so that we're not wasting time, money, and have an accurate opinion.
So moving on, the next is agenda rules. This is how we structure this, and this talks about all agenda items should be submitted for the next agenda two Thursdays prior to the council meeting unless deemed an emergency or an unforeseen specific issue that clearly cannot be postponed. So that's basically saying that if council has an item they'd like to see on the agenda, we need them at least 2 Thursdays prior to the council meeting.
So in other words, if I want something to be on the next council meeting, I got to give it to you by Thursday this week.
It's the Thursday after our city council meetings is how I explain it to staff. You're correct.
I got it.
Okay. And this allows time. Now, the reality in some of this is that we'll look at the schedule and we will ask and have discussions with you to see if we can move it, if there's something that's going to require more work. The fact that it's on the agenda may not be enough time if you have research or information that a staff requires. And so the goal would be is to have a conversation with me, and I'll have a conversation with the city secretary to see if we can make it happen. If it's something that we can't get completely done and you still want it on the agenda, we may put the document on the item on the agenda, but we may not necessarily have the information completely developed. The other is that I will say that comes as, and I've seen in other places, is if it is a study or a research. A lot of organizations, best practices is we will put the item on the agenda. We bring it before council for council to vote, because if I'm going to be spending money doing a study or research, you want to make sure that this is something that council wants to do or staff's time. And so that is an area that's not clear here. But some people say, well, it takes sponsor or co-sponsor for something like that. Specifically things, if we're going to do a research study on Triangle Parks, and we're going to have to bring in a vendor, there's resources or either staff time that's going to take more than a couple of hours to write up something, and that we're going to have to go do work, then we want to make sure this comes because we're allocating our resources. So that may be something we want to talk about as far as how you go about putting items that are of a big document.
So looking at item number 4, are we there yet? Or
Keep going, yes.
So item number 4 takes 2 different positions in terms of reconsideration of an agenda item. The first sentence says it can be basically put on for reconsideration by a member of the prevailing side with no time frame. The second sentence says it can be, anybody can ask for reconsideration after 60 days. Is the interpretation then, if we have a vote and say one council member on the prevailing side didn't like the way it went or wants to reconsider, it can be actually done the next city council meeting?
Yes,
Okay,
because Robert's rules say that an item can be reconsidered, but it has, the motion to reconsider has to be done at the immediate next legislative session.
okay. So
Which
just,
means that reconsideration has to be, so anything you do tonight can be reconsidered. If it misses the 15th, then you go to the 60 days.
so
That's
I
how
want
we-
to make sure, I'm reading it, understanding it, maybe explaining it, so we all understand that there's 2 different pieces, there's 2 different timeframes involved in this item number 4. There's virtually an immediate, and then there's the other is the 60-day lag. The only change I would make to this is, since we say council member in the second sentence, I think we ought to say council member of the prevailing side in the first sentence as well, just for consistency.
Well, in the second section, in the second one is that was always interpreted to mean that if I bring, say, I want the speed limit to be changed on weekly, and it comes to a vote and I lose that vote, then I can bring it back even though I was not on the prevailing side 60 days later.
Right.
That's what that means.
Right.
You can only bring back at the next meeting if you're on the prevailing side, which means whatever side
One.
the one.
As a council, do we benefit by having to limit that second statement? Because conceivably, by that statement, you could bring it back every 60 days.
Right.
Is there a reason why we would want to limit that and say you can give one reconsideration, then it's done? Does that create problems?
That's,
It's a problem until it's not a problem until it's a problem. That's the best way to answer that, because I can't sit here and you couldn't either and figure out what kind of thing would we talk about that needs to be brought back more than once. Let me suggest to you, over the course of time, we have enacted ordinances about putting stuff in the street and repealed them within a year later. About size like 18-wheelers, what kind of problems we've had trying to deal with trucks and things in the street. It seems like we're always bringing it back. And I don't mean that in a negative standpoint.
I see what you're saying.
It's just the circumstances, because you and I can sit here and think of, and then all of a sudden someone puts the god awfulest thing in the street we could ever imagine, and then we've not done something and now we've hamstrung.
Don't you have the right? I know that I've seen where that every once a month or whatever, that item kept appearing, person didn't get what they wanted. They kept bringing it back, and then the council had the right to make a motion that this could not come back for another 6 months. That's what I think they did.
Yeah, they have, it's the rule with prejudice. You see that sometimes where zoning case can't be brought back within 6 months. It's, a motion to deny with prejudice, and that really what that means is a period of time when it can't come back.
Jeremy.
Before we move on, so I think we skipped over So back up to number 2.
Two, yes. Yes, this one was the goal to have council agendas published and posted in final format with packets delivered to city council on Thursday. If you can't do it, if any reason it doesn't happen by that Thursday, it's important the city manager / city secretary is required to inform the council immediately stating the reason for the delay in time.
So that, I know this came up at a recent meeting, but is it absolutely impossible to get the agendas out?
Absolutely.
any sooner?
And I also went and checked with every city in our region, and we actually get them out faster than they do because they're on Fridays.
Now, I responded to that, but
Yes.
did every city council member receive my response? Might be helpful.
Okay, we'll see. But the answer to your question is yes, I thought about how we could speed it up. I also thought, I went around, I had a meeting Monday with the Lancaster, DeSoto and Cedar Hill. And they said, wow, we're at a Friday date. And so the fact that we're doing it this fast is unusual. I went back to see if there was some time where it was done. Your packets require so much data and information now. It is very, very difficult. And I can tell you it changes all through that time. From a legal review to whether it's a planning or a commission review, there are a lot of steps that go into getting a document before you. I even asked the question of Lancaster because they do decision meetings one day and a lot of briefings, and she said they're still at the they're barely making the legal requirement to get these out. And so in a perfect world, I think you would want to say it's out, but the sooner you get it, the more likely it's wrong. And so what we don't want to do is publish a document and then start to do amendments and pulling it, because then they're going to question it. We can give you an idea of what's going to be on the agenda because we have an agenda master. But as far as packet and data, that information will not be fully together. If you want some advanced information that council may get on some item that you hear is coming, I can give you a memo. But as far as that official document, it's a lot to make sure it's correct for both legal and staff.
Well, it may be desirable. We are in full compliance with the law.
I'm not worried about that. Is it do we have access to that agenda master?
I'm working on how I can make sure I provide you so you'll have an update. And I think we talked about that, on an update of what's on the list and where it is on the list. And so I'm going to look to how just to send this out to council so that you can see what's in the hopper, because she does a relatively good job of making staff say what's coming here. We know certain things are standard, but it will grow. So we're going to work on ensuring you all have access so you'll know what's coming
Yeah,
up.
and the benefit by knowing if we can, and I understand what we're doing is the right way to do it. But if we have the benefit of seeing something coming down the pipe, it gives us more opportunity to check with resources and formulate our opinions based on data we can gather. And we don't always have that when you get it on a Thursday, which is appropriate. And then you're trying to scramble to find people on Friday and Monday that you might be able to get additional information.
Yeah, the
So-
topics and what we're going to talk about, I think we can get you that easily. Even in the agenda master, it has a little blurb on what it is. So it starts the ball rolling. And then that gets you something that you can start. And then if you have questions based on even seeing it, what is that? What's coming up? That's the information we can provide. It's just that packet.
Right, so how descriptive is the blurb? So
It's enough usually.
Well, all right, but here's the caveat now. Anything produced is public information. While it would be good for us as council members to have this agenda master and see what's going on, every member of the city has that same opportunity to see it and bombard the city manager with more and more and more and more questions prior to even it coming up on agenda
But they have that right now.
on a Thursday.
No, they could ask for that master.
We
Public
don't even
information.
have.
Public information, right?
It's a working document. It's not an official document, and you can,
You can withhold a working document. So there's some, I have concern over making that a public piece of information that the city manager and staff are going to be bombarded by citizens, not just us 7, but a whole host of individuals, which is going to do what? It's going to delay the publication of the agenda even further.
Well, maybe that's a discussion for the whole council to have at another time.
and we can
Yeah.
see what we can do.
Well, one of the things, think of this, you know what P and Z stuff's coming. 'Cause you get the P and Z pack. So you know that stuff's coming.
You see the EDC packet.
And you do the work sessions. So what staff does, they come in here and tell you what ordinances we're working on, or we need you to have some policy input, so you know those things are coming. And you know that we have the budget, so you know that stuff's coming. If you go back and look at the budget or the agendas for the last 5 years, you can almost tell what's coming. Because the same things happen over and over again. You do the budget, you get and after you pass the budget, what do? You buy stuff. So October, November, all the stuff that we buy for the whole year, that's what's coming.
Nice, man.
So some of this is, you know what's coming because you're experienced. And when you're inexperienced, you don't know what's coming. The other things, oh, you know what's coming because you're the one that brought all the stuff for us. So that's why you get some of the other boards and commissions, because that stuff you don't know if it's coming this week or next week, but it's coming.
Well, I'm good with your concerns and I'm good with the answers that we
So,
got. So I'm scratch
you know,
my-
maybe that's an orientation thing that we could do for you. Because if you will go back and look, you can pretty much, I've been doing this a long time and I know that I'm gonna have a ton of contracts in October, November and December, because you've appropriated the money, passed the budget, levied the taxes, and now the staff can go out and buy. So I know purchasing is gonna be a ton of busy stuff. So there's rhythm to this and there's tides to this that are consistent. And that would help all of you, the more experience you have, obviously.
In the response that I gave to this one particular citizen response in that question basically puts an extreme amount of trust in staff. It's implied in my response. We trust our staff. Before it ever gets out, it's going to be perfect. It's going to be reviewed, it's going to be vetted by the city manager, and it's going to be accurate before it gets out. And that's the implied trust that I stated in my response, and you'll see it.
And what
You'll
we
get that.
also try to do for council is if it's not something that's on P and Z or economic development, we try to do a work session before it becomes an agenda item. And so we just have to make sure at the end of the work session, we're saying, the reason we're doing this work session is because this is going to possibly be an agenda item, and that gives us the flexibility. Work sessions, I don't mind people knowing what a work session is going to be on, because most of them come from topics that we've discussed. But that's our way of kind of giving you a heads up that an action items down the pipe. Planning and zoning and economic development will give you the planning zoning ones, but we will give you those thought items like the policy type things, like the noise ordinance. Remember, we did a couple of them, the P25, we did a couple of work sessions. And so work sessions are our way of kind of bringing them to you before we bring them to you to vote. And I put down where possible, a work session will be scheduled for items that are policy related before coming for a vote.
The response is in your emails now.
So 3 and 5. 3 says things are done by majority consensus. And then 5 says, well, an individual can make changes. I was looking at that and I was thinking to myself, I would like to see, or I would throw it out there for us to consider having 5 rather than any council member, let's say majority consensus, similar to 3.
The interesting aspect of that is that when we go over these agenda items here in the briefing session, and someone around the table says, I'd like to take this one and move it to items of individual consideration, we go by that rule at number 5. And if you think about what I try to do, I kind of look at the round the table and say, you know, what do y'all think? While I understand what it says specifically, that there is that perfect right to do that without consensus, I'm always looking for, what do y'all think? And that's where the city attorney says, you know, you better be careful, because you can't take a vote in a briefing session. And I'm not trying to take a vote, I'm just trying to take an informal poll, so to speak. So Patrick, I think you have, I think what you're saying has merit, because that would give this chair, whoever's sitting in this chair, a little more opportunity to do that in a more prescribed fashion than my bordering or whoever's sitting in this chair. by
Collegial
by boarding,
directive.
Yeah, you know,
And also, Mayor, it does create that participation because.
Yeah.
you know, It's like, okay.
I'll tell you why we have that rule. Is because one person kept wanting to remove stuff from the consent agenda, prolonging the meeting. The other 6 of them didn't want to. So when they got their hands on the throttle, they changed the rule. And it's been like that ever since.
Mark, you got a comment?
Yeah, I think that's good. I think the only thing it removes, however, is the opportunity for any council member to have more deliberation. Let them take longer than the briefing and not run it through. And so that was the only objection that I would have is if it's not important to the 3 who says, leave it there. But it's important that one council member to express it a little bit longer, have more questions. That council member should have an opportunity to discuss it more.
That
And
council
it's gonna
member-
be, it also will go to, it's okay until it's your item. If it's your item that you're concerned with, then you're gonna wish you had more time to talk about it more versus saying 7 o'clock, we need to wrap this up. And so what that then would cause, if I was opposing council member who they said it was consent, I was gonna put it back on the agenda again because I wouldn't finish talking about it. Whereas we could finish it out at one time at that council meeting. It's not gonna take another 10 or 15 minutes by putting it on a non-consent item. So it's just my thought.
But that council member during that opportunity for consensus would have an opportunity to influence the decisions of the others. To say, this is why I want, and I'd appreciate your consent and consensus to allow this to be moved to item.
No, I don't think it's about being influenced, honestly, because some of us or some council members probably would say,
For what?
some council members probably would say, I would rather, the quicker I can just do consent, the quicker a meeting can wrap up and I can leave. But so it all depends on the council members, but I would beg the difference that it will take away that council member's opportunity to express how they really feel by removing it from, not leaving it that way.
Okay.
That's my thought.
Yeah, and I would agree with that, and also there may be some item where council member wants there to be public discussion so that so the public can hear the conversation that takes place, again, without it just being pushed through without any kind of conversation on it. So well, I would agree with that.
And I think the last part on that would be, so let's just say the 3 council members who would say, don't take it off consent, then when it's taken to the floor, wouldn't have any comments. And so that agenda item will go pretty fast because that one council member will then have something to say. But the other 3 who didn't really think it was that important wouldn't comment. And so it would still move pretty fast. But that council member would have an opportunity to express their feelings.
Well, we obviously have differing opinions on this one. So I guess we need to have it amended and then at some point take a vote on that particular piece being in the rules of procedure. As suggested amendment by Mayor Pro Tem Harvey is that item number 5 include majority consensus. And then when it comes to us to approve the rules of procedure, that's going to be annotated as this particular paragraph is going to need a vote by the council in order to approve or disapprove.
So doing that by consensus Attorney, how do you feel about, is that legit for us?
Sure.
Is that standard? What's the norm?
Most cities don't have a rule, it's unwritten rule. It's just collegial discretion of the mayor to run the meeting because they don't have a formal process for it. That's all I can say.
Has this been a problem in the past?
I don't think it's
Not
been-
for me.
I don't think it's been too big of a problem.
I think this
It
is
wa-
another
it
one. I'm
was,
saying that
it has a historic,
Not late, not late.
that's a good way of saying it. It,
At one time it was.
at one time,
That's why. it's
So the
there.
city manager.
that's why the word existed.
Now, here's a, brings up an interesting point. Thinking about what I just said. Any changes to the rules of procedure would have to be voted on individually rather than in bulk.
It could be done that way, or it could be done.
I'm just, because we have, just right now, we have differing opinions on this particular item. So if this particular item is going to require a vote to approve it being included in the city charter, I mean, the rules of procedure, then any changes to this would require a change, and each individual change would have to be recorded by vote. Rather than saying the new rules of procedure are being adopted in bulk.
Correct.
So as long as we understand that, that's what we're gonna have to do.
But, and again, this is big figure for me. I'm fine then with with first we have to put this on the agenda for rules that we're gonna have to follow ourselves. I'm fine with the consensus in the room and moving forward versus putting it on an agenda item when we have more things important that we can spend time on the agenda item than our own rules. And so if the consensus go with Mayor Pro Tem, this is me personally, then I'm fine. If not, I prefer the way I just talked about, but if the consensus of the room go the other way, I'm fine versus putting it on the agenda, have another agenda item that we can spend more of our quality time somewhere else.
Yeah, Don, then go ahead, and I got another question.
Thank you. I mean, just real quick, I mean, I like the idea of towards doing that. However, we don't have the problem. And the second thing is we can always change our own rules.
Anytime you want.
Yeah.
So, and I like what Mark is saying too, but here I'm going to go back to, I always got to look this guy in the eyes to say, okay, what do y'all think? Whenever I say that, I'm right on the border of being illegal, asking almost for a vote. And that's where I get uncomfortable. So I like being able to, you know, as Mark is saying, you know, what do y'all think? That's a consensus. It's essentially a consensus vote. Or to remove that word vote is consensus poll. And that makes it illegal as well to do that in the briefing
Yeah,
session.
no straw votes.
Yeah,
So
see,
what you're
that's-
doing
that's
is
where I
reading
get-
the room as if instructing us to write something. You always have the option to vote it down or make an amendment.
See, I don't want whoever's sitting in this chair to have to wonder, have I stepped over the line or am I okay?
But Bob, you've said so many times though, that the consensus has been okay, but not being above.
It's not a vote, because you don't take any real action. It's just an understanding that we're gonna proceed with something on the agenda for a future
So-
council.
Well, then
Right,
the
I'm
mayor's
looking-
reading it a different way to me.
I'm almost looking for a nonverbal. There it is, what you just, I'm looking for like, okay, what do y'all think? And if that's okay with everybody, whoever's
Yeah,
sitting
I
here can
understand
go
there's
with
a
that.
minority view and there's a majority view on this.
Yeah.
So what's appropriate is to leave it or change it. And then whoever's the majority or the minority has the right to make them. Because you have to approve this because charter says you have to adopt rules of procedure. So you have to take another vote on whatever we do. You're not gonna do it tonight. That's why it's a vote. That's why this isn't a vote. I'm just trying to figure out what the right to bring.
Well,
You opened it, Patrick, so you finish it.
well, I tell you, given what I've heard, I think if the mayor could just somehow say it a certain way, you know, this has been suggested, anybody got any heartburn with it, just kind of look around the room and then we make faces And then we, you know,
And that works because there's one key word in this one sentence, may. May. Don't say will, it says may.
If there's any skilled parliamentarians in the room, and the consent agendas thing, if someone can raise a point of order, make a motion on the order of the day, you can change it right then. No one's that deep into those rules, to want to get there.
So
That's
you
why
might-
you do this, is so that you can run your meetings and not spend all night doing like Morse code
Right, yeah.
or to try to figure out who can get the right motion to have a parliament. You know, the whole idea of parliamentary procedures to have an edge. You know, that's why the Congress and the first 2 weeks of Congress is spent on the Rules Committee. And the reason is, if you can never get your legislation to Congress, you're never gonna get anything passed. So, you know, the filibuster, all those things are, how do we control the narrative? And what gets to the floor and what doesn't get to the floor? You don't do that. You have a very democratic, open way of getting things to the vote. So we don't spend a lot of time with all this maneuvering.
Then should this be changed to say may request versus may direct?
I'll make that change. May
That
request.
would work all the way around for
And
whatever. we
get, you
need.
know, and if someone can make instead of just saying, well, it's what I want. You know, the mayor always says, well, why are we doing this? Well, I think that the public needs more explanation, or I'm not comfortable because I don't know enough about it.
That's fine.
And you all have traditionally, when each of you articulate a good, legitimate reason, you accommodate one.
Yeah, that's the mutual respect that occurs among the faculty.
And then a lot of times that didn't happen where someone says, well, I just want it on there. I just want it. And they were playing games. And that's why the rules there, keep the games from.
So may request work either way, go all the way. Okay, yeah, okay. Thank you, Patrick.
That's just our flow of order of the day. I think I have major complaints regarding that. There are times, as you just talked about, council may decide that we want to move this agenda around, and that is in your authority to do so. But this is just the standard flow. Meetings, this defines when you meet. It basically states that you will meet the first and third Tuesday of each month. And it was defined by ordinance number 1449. If there is nothing pressing, council can choose not to hold or to conduct a meeting if it conflicts with a holiday or a schedule. Council can hold regular meetings once a month, or either the council must hold a regular meeting once a month, or either the first or third Tuesday of the month. It says that you must have at least one meeting per month. Some councils and some organizations actually have a summer recess for council, and they may shut down, and that's when they do their retreats. Some specifically may say during the Christmas season, they shut down and only have one meeting. So that is completely up to you, and it's part for you to dictate how you like to do it. Sometimes you look at what has been the common practice. Is there a time for it? Also, the council as a group will decide a regular scheduled meeting or a briefing session, when and where to hold workshops and other meetings. And so that goes back to things like we're doing today, where you've made those requests. Special meetings can be called by a council member, provided that the meeting performs with our open meeting. That means we have to post it. Staff will obtain consensus, once again, that word, on the time and date, and that's when our city secretary tries to make sure that we can accommodate as many as possible. There are times when we need to have a special meeting, and unfortunately, we cannot get everybody there. Based on how pressing it is, we may have to move forward, but we will always make every effort to ensure that. Last, number D, the mayor can call an emergency meeting of the council in the event of an emergency as defined by state law. As it occurs.
We've had plenty of recent, the polar vortex and very COVID issues. They have to be things that we can't control. Just because we need to spend some money to buy a piece of equipment, it's not good enough generally. If we have the water main that runs down Wheatland breaks, that's a different issue. We may have to have an emergency meeting to make a requisition of where we might lose, when we were in Uri last year, we had some very significant issues trying to keep the water system operational. And so if that would require a requisition, it may require an emergency meeting of the council under the mayor's authority, under state law. That can be only 2 council members. So it's not lightly done. It's very infrequent that we can make the determination of what an emergency. I know some that you're all familiar with in Lancaster. When I was city attorney over there, we had a couple of tornadoes that we had handled. In DeSoto, that we've handled a tornado. So those are true emergencies and a natural disaster, obviously. Then when our annex is activated, we're there. All of the implements and ordinances and requisition orders are already done. They're in the annex. It's a very seamless thing, but not likely implemented.
And I personally received an education on this as orientation because of the state law. While the mayor is the emergency management official of the city, very defined in terms of when that emergency can be invoked. So I went through that education, and whoever sits in this chair should get that education and orientation as well.
Now, we've been through a lot in the last couple of years. So between COVID and the polar vortex, that you've all been pretty experienced now.
Yeah, Jeremy.
Before we go to this, back to the scheduled meetings, is there any reason why we don't have
Annual calendar.
a hard 7 o'clock start time for the regular session? I know we say 7 p.m. or until briefing session is concluded. Is there any reason why we don't start at 7 p.m.? The only reason I'm asking is I can remember when I first started paying attention to council meetings, I was never quite sure when regular session would start. And are we in any violation of the Open Meeting Act when we don't say exactly when the
No,
meeting
if you
will
have the
start?
hard start time, like today was 5 o'clock, then you're on notice.
And
Anytime after, the way the agenda is written, you're on notice that the meeting starts at 5, and anytime after that, the briefing session can start in the regular session.
And Jeremy, I don't feel comfortable cutting people off when, like, we have hit, I don't know when we've ever started at 7. Maybe we have in the 3.5 years I've been sitting there, maybe a half a dozen times we started at 7 o'clock. It's because I don't want to limit conversation. And I think it would be disrespectful and rude to say, hey, it's 6:58. I don't care what else you got to say. We're closing out, we're going. And
Here's
that's
what
why.
the law says. If you say 7, you start at 7:15, that's fine. You can't start early, you can always start late.
Yeah. Well, like today, I mean, we had a hard open at 5 o'clock. We had a quorum at 5 o'clock, but I didn't want to open until everybody was here. I held off until everybody got here.
Yeah, we don't have the problem getting done early. Some cities do where they start the briefing session so early, they get done at 7 and they have a 7:30 regular start time. So the staff and the council, now I've got council members that I got to keep apart to keep from having an illegal meeting.
And
That's my problem. That's Bob's problem. But, because there'll be 3 over here and another 4 over here, and I got 2 meetings going on. That's a problem for the public because they're perceiving, well, what are they talking about? The meeting started.
And my problem is I'm a punctual person. If we say we start at 5, hey, I'm ready to go. Not on here. Like Joe said, well, there's a big traffic accident at Clark. So we wait, it's okay. And it's just a matter of, here's where just common sense kind of comes into play. We do our very best to start when we say we're going to start. But if discussion or if there's other extenuating circumstances don't allow us to start when we say we're going to start. And I always go out there and apologize, and to the citizenry and say, I'm very sorry that we didn't get started right on time because And look, but by the way, they can hear everything going on in here right now.
That's one of the reasons you opened up this session now broadcasting.
Yeah.
But what evil are you trying to prevent? Maybe that's the better question. What's the problem? If you say it started at 7 or 7:30, whatever the start time for the regular session is, am I wasting everyone's time by making them watch from 5 o'clock until 7:30 until we get to the regular session?
And that's why,
That, I mean, that's a legitimate concern that council has.
that's why I'm a clock watcher. And when I see us getting close, I'll kind of put a little warning out there, hey.
And that's why we bump stuff off.
Right.
What we've done too, is this necessary? I bump stuff off executive session
Yeah.
because I don't want to make them wait on.
Right.
Something that's not critical.
Because we are servants to everybody sitting out there.
If the evil is, we're trying to make sure that everyone watches when they're supposed to watch.
Right.
So to his point, if you say 7 o'clock, you know, then I know I need to be watching at 7. I don't want to guess that I need to get there at 5.
Yeah, and
That's, I think, what you're.
yeah, but I mean, you make a good point. I mean, we rarely 7 p.m. and I guess in the rare event that we would finish early and we went out there and started at 6:45. Would there be an
You know
issue
what I
there with?
You know what I would do if it's you, and if you know that there are people that need to come and talk about the issue, ask the mayor to either move that item to later in the meeting so that we make sure we accommodate. Because the other side of this, and we have done that, Jeremy, I don't know if Mr. Kuntz was on the council or was paying attention to that, where we actually either move something around to accommodate the applicant or the citizen so they could come down and make comment. We've actually moved stuff to the back of the agenda, like a big zoning case, because it was gonna be earlier in the meeting. And I think one or two of the council members said, you know, well, I know there's a lot of citizens that are concerned about this. Can we move it to the back so they can come and say their piece before we vote? And that's one of those collegial things that you should strive to do instead of trying to make those rules. But to your point, I think, you know, if you got a concern, then voice it. It's no different than moving anything else in the meeting. I'd like to see us move that to the back. If we're done early, we can do the consent agenda and the proclamations and all those other things. But make sure that we start this agenda item after 7 so that my constituents can come down and voice their opinion. That's probably an appropriate thing for you all to consider.
Sure.
And you would,
Well,
you always have.
Let me just point this out and get some clarification. On the agenda today, it says Tuesday, February 1st, 2022, 5 o'clock PM, work session briefing, 7 o'clock PM, regular session. And then in red below that, it says, or immediately following the 5 o'clock PM work session / briefing. Now, isn't that telling someone that we could start before 7?
Yes, that's why we would have to put that in there, or to Mr. Kuntz's point, then we have to wait till 7 to start. Some cities do that. They have 5 o'clock work session, a 7 o'clock regular session. And without that language in there, if they get done at 5:30 or 6:30, then they have to wait to start the regular meeting.
And another thing to Jeremy's point, like the governor had a news conference scheduled to 11 o'clock today. So I'm sitting there watching and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, and he finally comes in at 11:20. What was I, I'm like, hey, Governor, you said you were gonna be on the air at 11 o'clock, and here I am sitting waiting for you.
Or you get frustrated and you left.
Yeah.
And then you miss the whole thing.
So it happened just today.
And it's not just when people that we might know who might want to be present at certain times, but for people that we don't know who might be paying attention.
Yeah.
Say, hey, okay, I said they're gonna be talking about the 7, so I'll be there. 7.
I think one of the main points is when we ask for a time like today, and I know we had a conversation, I'm not sure if we can even get it done in the 2 hours that we have. We're at 6:30 right now, and we haven't even got to the second item. But the other part is the first part of your agenda, called pomp and circumstances, but it's the pledge, the proclamations, and sometimes it helps because we do have a lot of business on the agenda that starting early allows us to get the proclamations done. We get to pray, and then we get to the heart of it and making sure that happens, because even tonight, we have a very heavy agenda, and so.
And even tonight, to Jeremy's point and to Bob's point, there's someone coming that I'm recognizing in Champion City, and she said, when do I be there? I said, 7 o'clock. So I'm going, yep, I want to be there at 7 o'clock, so she doesn't have to sit out there and waste her time. Absolutely. So it's just aspect of mutual respect for ourselves, for citizens, and the whole thing. I think Bob uses the word, we are a collegial group. Collegial.
This is comments from the public. This basically defines the fact that at every meeting, citizens may address council, public comment period, discussions of agenda items.
Well, okay, this is one that it's come up in years past, and this is the right time to talk about this. We have an unwritten policy that we do not broadcast citizen comments during election times. I've read it, it's nowhere, it's in black and white, and I don't really like it. I know there are other members of council that don't really like it. But I think what we can go back to is the comment right in here, right at the very beginning. Tirades of individual personalities, personal aspersions will not be tolerated. That can come into electioneering. And so the question would be, do we codify this unwritten policy that we have? Or do we allow the persons controlling the city council meeting, which is whoever's sitting in this chair, to, if electioneering is heard, then it's brought to a stop?
Here's the problem for you. If you're running the meeting and someone's running against you that's not on the council right now, and they get down there and start saying a bunch of stuff you don't like, you're gonna cut them off, and that ain't gonna look good.
This all comes about broadcasting though. The issue is we don't broadcast during election time.
That's recorded. That's the difference. And the public at home doesn't get to see it. It's the recording of the information that.
It's the recording of the
that
information.
it
that
became
is the
a
issue.
sound bite where it could be edited and changed and look like other than what it was. So that's why they didn't, and then they were, I don't know where we broadcast, but when we don't have to worry about the fairness doctrine of broadcasting. Now, if you broadcast something with social media, it's more difficult, but it used to be on the channel stations. You have to give your opponent equal chance and opportunity, and we didn't want to get in all that. That's kind of what led to this in the beginning.
But if the mayor cites the rules of procedure in stopping somebody from electioneering, and a good point, it's a citizen who's running against whoever is sitting on the council at the time. If the rules of procedure are cited, then I'm sorry, sir or madam, you're not permitted to speak like that during citizen
And then
comments.
Open Meetings Act says I can't control what the public says. The difference that the council has traditionally treated the broadcasting of it, the idea that you would come down an electioneer from the dais, it's difficult. There are cities, and this is protocol in Denton County and parts of Ellis County where I represent citizens. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry that's running for office in those counties comes to council meeting and they parade up to the dais during citizens' comments, asking for the citizens to vote for them. That kind of hijacks your meeting. It might leave a bad taste in everybody's mouth, but they don't have a rule against it. And it's kind of ugly because, it brings partisan politics into your room when you're a nonpartisan body. And
So my question is, do we codify this unwritten policy or do we leave it as it is?
Do we
That's
add
the
it
question.
into do we add it in
Yes.
as a rule in the council?
That's the question.
agree.
How it works and the management of it is not where I'm after. What I'm after is this unwritten policy that we invoke, and I mean, I'm required to say that. But this lady right here, she says, no, we're in election season and so we're gonna stop recording when we start citizen comments. You're going, oh yeah, thank you. So there's the question. Do we codify what we have as unwritten policy?
Broadcasting of it,
The
not,
broadcast,
not a First Amendment issue.
right, the broadcasting. Do we broadcast citizen comments during election season? There it is. Personally, I think we ought to, in terms of transparency. And if something goes a little haywire, then the mayor, whoever's sitting in the chair, has the opportunity and the authority to do something about it, and can actually bring law enforcement into play.
Yeah, but you don't want to do that during political free speech.
Believe me, but I mean, the authority is there.
I think to get to the attorney's point, I mean, again, I will tell you, I've been advocating that for a long time. But I think at this point, since it's, Mayor, since you're running, it probably would be good to start that after this time and just, we'll work it out for the next election versus now, where it won't seem as though we're doing it now as a
Capricious.
gracious to you, yes.
So leave the unwritten policy in effect for this election period. That's why I'm asking.
And I think, and I was waiting to bring this up, other part up as well, and that is, we're really behind in doing this, and we know why, right? But I think if any unwritten policy, any written policy we should have is that every council has to write their own rules and procedures. So if that's the case, this should be done at the first meeting after the election period, because now we're writing rules that's gonna only stay up until May. Because so we've been spending all this time here, and the next May, in June, that next council's gonna write to just redo all this. And so we are spending some exhausting time for this, which is good, but it's really kind of late for us. So
I totally and completely agree.
I agree, yeah.
This should be a discussion.
Usually says
Like
the
May or
first
June,
meeting
so.
following the general election, the council shall establish its rules.
Is that in the charter or is it in here?
It's in the charter.
Okay, so there.
And that's why I'm bringing it up, because we're on that precipice right now. And
Well, we get all cattywampers because of all the things that have happened to us in the last two election cycles. I don't mean you like that. I mean,
Either goes to Aretha and or the city attorney. We're now getting comments via email and that line. We require citizens here to fill out a card, and you're supposed to put your name and your address and provide your info. But what we get from the social media aspect is not that. So I'm either asking for a form to be created to
Required
to
to have an
have that
address.
information on there, or and I guess I'm asking you as well, Bob, is that
It would not
acceptable
be if we don't have an
to do?
address.
Right.
that's a good point.
that's a good, yeah, because it's a requirement.
And that's a good point for me, because I have on the agenda where it says you must title your email that way. And if you look at the citizen comments, they're not even titling. So that leaves me to guess, is this a citizen comment or is this a public hearing comment?
Right.
So.
We still don't have an address though.
And
Or
yeah,
even the citizens of Duncanville.
It could be anything,
exactly.
because
Right.
we're not verified. We don't have an
Yes.
address.
Yeah, well, the statute's not caught up with modern life anyhow, because a lot of people don't have a home phone and don't have an address, but they have email addresses. The whole idea is to have this, so we can recontact them to follow up on whatever they were fussing about
So
or
do you
telling
want,
us about or wanting us to do. We had an address, phone number.
so do you want adherence to that to take place tonight?
Not unless the public has been, I mean, is that somewhere where,
They're supposed to provide it.
They're
We've
I
just
mean, as
been
far
doing
as the
it.
email and
Yeah.
the social media component is what he's talking about.
It's one of those that we haven't established that. So I don't think it's really fair to cut them off until something's been established.
Or if not, if you read it tonight, our next meeting, city secretary can simply reply back and say, I need this information. It does not.
It says it
so-
on number
and that's-
1D.
Right, and that's
Number
why,
8.1, it actually states that they are supposed to have provided that in your rules that have already existed. We go to the next slide. The first one on there basically states that they're supposed to provide their name, address, telephone number, subject, and signature. So it's always said in the rules. We just stopped following it because we just gave it to you. And so even if you're emailing it, you don't really know if they're writing from West Virginia or if they're writing from Duncanville, but it says citizen comments or businesses. And so we've always stated that. We just need to be adhering to it.
Well, this, again, just because he was asking about tonight, this just talks about the card. You know, the physical card that they have the meeting, so that we need to have something in there. It says also email. Tonight, they didn't know.
Does it say that when you,
It says that it doesn't state on there that they need their address, but it states that they need to identify that as a citizen comment and the date of the meeting. And a lot of them are not even doing that.
So this needs editing to include.
We need to
Can
include
have-
the modern way of communicating
Yeah.
through emails. with
and
messages.
that's why I'm suggesting, if there's a standard form,
Mhm.
Use it.
that they can
city
fill in?
manager,
Yes.
that it's there and it can be done, and then we have everybody on the same playing field.
And if you'll
Yes.
notice, when I read citizen comments, I'll read whatever information is there. And if there's no information there, I say so. I say, that's all the information there is. There's no name. They don't provide an address. That's all we've got. Because I know that piece is in there.
Area 51.
And this was established by the state that we could do online response or do.
Yes, this was all because of COVID and we went via Zoom for the longest time, so they weren't here to fill out the cards, so we had to take them via
And
email.
this is still legal.
Yeah, it's read into the record, and we've tried to accommodate people because we didn't want anyone to fear having to come to the council meeting. We're still fighting COVID, so we kept the policy open, and I don't think the Open Meetings Act prohibits us from doing that.
Okay.
Okay.
Go to B. B, because I think we just talked about all of those, the cards. The next one is public hearings. Both components and opponents shall have a minimum of 10 minutes.
Maximum.
A maximum of 10 minutes per slide for their presentation. Some would like 10 minutes. And I believe that the mayor, if you want to make it official, the way he does is he deals with the first step, all those opposed, all those in favor, or however he does it. If you want to codify that here, that may be, I mean, it's actually a good practice. Let's get all that group here and then get to the next one. So that is up to the mayor, but it's something, if you want to put it as a policy in here, it's not a
I
bad
used-
idea. I like it.
When I explain it, I use this policy. I don't know what more I have to say or what more has to be codified in that. Because I explained these are the rules and this is how we operate.
Well, that you do it one at a time versus back and forth. So I don't know if you wanted to make it so, and it's organized how you're doing it. So that if someone's not here, they know you go with those who are in support first, and then you go with those. So you don't have to. It just, I like how it works, and I don't know if you want to make sure it's clear that that's just how it's done. It should be done after that.
I like the way it's already stated, but I also like the way the mayor is currently doing it. I like this to keep it the way it's stated, it gives flexibility. Because honestly, I would like to hear, if someone's coming up to want to speak, they should be able to speak. And even at that 10 minute, but the mayor had put his rules, and I told us to support with his rules because he's at the chair. But I would like, if someone wants to speak, they should be able to speak, but.
I mean, going back and forth between pros and cons. at the
No,
same
I
time.
like the pro speech, but I'm saying to the
You
point of.
could ask at that point that the rules be suspended
Yes.
to allow those people to speak, and then he can do that. He, the mayor, can do that by consensus, because you're all there.
Yeah.
Or you could do a formal motion if you wanted
Like
to
a
suspend rules.
good example, I don't remember the topic that we had. I think it was the SUP on the Airbnb or whatever, you know, and we had like, there's a whole group of people out there that wanted to speak, and I said, because of the rule that we have for 10 minutes, if you're going to basically affirm what somebody else has said, just say, I'm affirming what somebody else has said, and that way we take an understanding of that this many people are on the opposition side or this many people are on the in favor side. So that we don't cut anybody off and we understand that you're in favor, that's who you
Well,
want to raise your hand.
They can get a spokesperson too. It
Yeah.
kind of encourages the group to formalize a little bit and have a spokesperson, so it's
what I've
efficient
actually
use
said.
of time.
Yeah, what I call it housekeeping rules in terms of what we do with that, yeah.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, and 4 basically speak on the timeframes. 5 minutes per side will be for rebuttals. After it's closed, council may ask the question of speakers. That the mayor will then open it up for that, and then speakers may limit their response to questions asked by councils if you are asking for clarification. Might be.
Where'd that come from?
We have a few missing. So
Wait a minute.
That's that's 7.
after the public hearing, there should have been mayor's report.
Public hearings and mayor's report.
So you must have cut the whole mayor's report out.
Sorry.
Yeah, let's get that out.
No mayor's report.
So I think when we were editing, we may have left the slide out for the mayor's report, so I will speak to that. It says the mayor's
I
report
just may eliminate council members.
will be placed on the agenda. All the regular meetings, and it talks about the time. The mayor's report will be limited to 3 minutes, 30 minutes. It's in the document here, page 10.
Right here.
The 3-minute limitation may be waived by a majority vote of council. So you
But
will
if it's
have,
not,
No,
then
wait
we
a
have
minute,
a
that right there. Where is
that's
that?
at the
That's
end.
at
We
the
got a
end.
section missing.
We
So
missed some, that's at the last page.
Do we have
We
his
missed the
3 minutes
slide.
on the timer? Are you timing?
Oh, then,
Yes,
okay, there.
I'm
it is.
timing you.
Can you ring the bell if he goes over?
some of the slides,
Okay.
it had 1 and I think it just.
It's 7. That's what's throwing me. 7.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, we got like 13 minutes.
Okay, mayor's and city council reports are both the same. You still want to keep it at 3 minutes? Let us know. And it also says same thing. Anybody can, 3-minute limitation can be waived by a majority of the council.
Which, by the way, I will ask for tonight. Because I am going to go over the emergency things that Governor Abbott spoke about today because of Storm London. So I'm going to ask council to allow me to exceed the 3 minutes, strictly for that purpose.
Okay, minutes. This is the section that just describes written minutes shall be maintained for all posted meetings. And proposed corrections to the minutes that have been approved shall be submitted to the city secretary by 5 p.m. on the day before the regular scheduled meeting where minutes are scheduled for approval. So if you have corrections, we try to get them in advance. Last part of this section just talks about, where am I? 1, 2, 3, name of the group, type of meeting. Meetings council shall follow basic flow, that's information. 3, then the last, the most important one that's up there, which is actually number 7. It says parliamentary authority, Robert's Rule of Order, newly revised, latest edition, may be consulted regarding parliamentary procedures. The final parliamentary authority will rest with a simple majority vote of the council. Set your own support. F is just resolution and ordinances. All council actions of council shall require a resolution or ordinance to capture the clear intent of the policy decision of the majority of council. Anything you want to say to that, city attorney?
No, I might add that it says the official substantive action. Because you just got done saying that you could make a procedural motion without a resolution or ordinance. So it would say any official substantive action of the council has to be resolution. Can't spend money, can't approve contract. Procedurally, you can make motions to conduct your meeting.
And in some cities, they have a difference between what has to be an ordinance and what has to be a resolution and the actions, but I don't see that clearly spelled out here.
Yes, it's a mystery. Judges and lawyers. They say that an ordinance is something that's permanent, a resolution is something that's temporary. There's no magic. It's just an action. Resolution is just an action
It's
of the
an
council.
intent, resolution is an intent.
An ordinance becomes law.
Okay, we got 10 minutes before we open at 7. And we still got executive session.
And we have item B.
Can I say to you, Mayor, that item B is also on the action agenda. The reason we were presenting it here was because we wanted to give you more time to ask questions, but you've seen this before. It is something that could be presented to you with the action item on the agenda in a brief format, because we do have it in 2 places. It was just to give you more time to talk about it. If you're comfortable with it, it is on the agenda as an agenda item, and we can present a brief overview of what the item is there.
If that's the case, Mayor and Council, I'd like to just request that we can move that item up. It is the last item on the agenda, please. Well, that's the last item. So I ask that we can move that up to the top item on the agenda.
Consent.
Item G,
He is David.
G is in George. It's George. George is the one with the care. And you've had this presentation before from staff. We just want to bring this back to council.
So you want to move it up after citizens, but before consent,
Before public hearing.
after consent. So you only move it up to number 1. Individual consideration.
Before public hearing.
So in item 5, we're gonna start with 5G,
Yes, sir.
right?
Correct, sir.
And the purpose in doing so,
You have folks,
Yes.
yes, the staff presentation, but you
And we
have
have a
folks
consultant here.
who's here to
we
talk
have a
about the
consultant
program.
Yeah, we do have a consultant here.
all right,
And
there
they'll
we
just
go.
present there with the item.
Okay, there we go. Good enough.
You wanna probably do
Mr.
it.
Attorney, we got 7 minutes before we convene it. Yeah, Don?
Sorry. It might be a turning question, but I'm sitting there looking at, it's one of the things when I looked at the thing, item E is on the individual consideration. But I think we know what that is, how it's gonna happen, and I'm wondering if we should do that consent.
Comfortable with it. It's the presentation we made to you last year. I did have a fact sheet, because I know there were a couple of questions about one of the programs. And so I do have a sheet that I can give you, and if you have any questions, but
Well, F comes under the same thing. We've already been briefed on that as well.
you have.
And I assume nothing's changed.
Yes, sir.
So do we have
Yeah.
consensus to move E and F to consent? Question. Somebody's gonna have to help me. I'll make a notes, but
That's me too.
use the elbow or whatever you have to do
Throw
to help
something at me.
help me through this. Okay, so E and F are going to consent. G is going to beginning of individual consideration.
Right.
Okay,
So where you want to put your thing is at citizens' input, before she reads the consent agenda, you need to make your first comment that we remove 5 E and F to consent. So Madam Secretary, if you will read 5 E and F with the consent agenda.
Right.
And then after that's over, then move up 5G to the beginning of items for individual consideration. Have her read that, and then we'll move to that, and then you're off and running with the rest of your hearing.
okay. Now, based on a previous discussion, you said executive session is gonna take about 10 minutes. It may take longer. I'm looking at time. So I'm thinking maybe we move executive session to the end.
I'm fine.
And we're paying for him being here anyway.
I'm here
Make the
anyway.
face.
Send them on an unpaid break.
And why don't you leave and then come back later?
Are we okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so executive session, where is that now? There it is. We're gonna move it to the end. All right, so Don will do invocation. Jeremy is going to do the KDB. Patrick, I didn't have a chance to say, we have a proclamation for Black History Month. Can you read that, please? Those are at your seats out there.
Time.
Oh, one other thing. The barriers are up. when you speak, you can keep your mask on, but however you desire, when you speak, please remove your mask or take it down and speak loudly, because those barriers, I think personally, I'm gonna have trouble hearing Joe and Greg on the outside. So just keep in mind, while the mics are gonna be on, we're not transmitting that sound between us on the dais. Okay, great. Okay, thank you.
Time, 6:56.
6:56. Open session of our city council, a regular session of our city council meeting. The timestamp for convening this regular session is 7:02 and is February 1st of 2022. Just a little bit of housekeeping. You'll notice that we do have the barriers up here for council members. And so that sometimes can preclude communication between ourselves. So I have asked the council members when they speak, if you choose to wear a mask while we're up here, please do so. But when they speak, I've asked them to remove their mask and speak more loudly than normal. You'll hear them perfectly well through their microphones. But we sharing the information among ourselves might be a little more precluded based on the barriers. So that's how we're going to operate for tonight. So thank you for your understanding and consideration. Next item on the agenda is the invocation that will be given to us by Councilmember Mac Burnett. Please rise.
Thank you. Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for the blessings you bestowed upon us this day. May you have our hearts open to do your will and to guide your directions. Father, we thank you for being with us, and we ask you to still continue to be that beacon of light for us. And we ask this in your Son's holy name. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in pledges to our flags. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the republic for one nation, honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. Please be seated. The next item on our agenda are reports. And the first item there is the mayor's report. In accordance with our rules of procedure, the mayor's report and the council members' reports are limited to 3 minutes. However, that rule can be changed based on a vote by the council. My mayor's report to you tonight is going to focus strictly on the upcoming winter storm. And I'm going to try and recap for you what was given by the governor during his conference this afternoon and some information applying directly to our city. So city council members, I'm asking for a vote to allow me to exceed the 3 minutes. Is there a motion to allow that, please? We have a motion to allow me to exceed by Mr. Harvey and a second by Mr. Cooks. Thank you very much, council. I want to start out by, oh, yeah. Yep, if I'm find my button. Okay, council, please vote. Thank you. I want to start out by saying that we are facing another winter storm. And as of somewhere around 3 o'clock this afternoon, it went from a winter storm warning. Well, let me put it this way. I haven't seen how it happened yet, but at 3 o'clock this afternoon, they were talking about the National Weather Service taking this from a winter storm watch to a winter storm warning. That makes it a much more serious event. I want us to go back in our memories to what happened during Winter Storm Uri. where we as a city and you as our citizens and a community all came together to help others. What I'm asking you to do again is, as this storm approaches and we understand what's going to be hazardous and the possibility, out for your neighbors, make some phone calls, walk around your neighborhoods, be safe, but think about your community, think about your friends, think about where we live. And keep that in mind, because we want everyone to be safe. What we cannot predict are emergency situations like happened last year. We almost went into a boil water notice. We avoided that boil water notice because you cooperated and you cut down on the use of your washing machines and your dishwashers and so forth, and even your personal hygiene. We avoided a boil water notice because of your cooperation. That's what I'm asking for again. We are coming to you as a staff and as a council saying, please conserve, even electricity. While ERCOT, and I'm going to go through what ERCOT gave in a news conference today with the governor, they say there's not going to be a problem in terms of capacity, in terms of the 71,000 megawatts that are going to be required, which is supposed to hit on the peak on Friday. They are saying, ERCOT is saying that there will be not a problem with the grid. However, what cannot be controlled is the ice. And ice is predicted anywhere from 1/10 of an inch to an inch. And on top of that, there can be sleet. On top of that, they may be predicting 2 inches of snow. So we have compacted hazardous travel conditions throughout the entire region. So while their generators have been checked, the power generators have been inspected, and they are telling us that there is sufficient capacity for an emergency situation. What can't be controlled is down power lines and trees with being compacted with the ice, and those trees coming down on power lines. So know how to contact Encore. Have that emergency number available on your cell phones or your landline so you can contact Encore and let them know that there's been a situation. Understand that the situation with the grid is not within our control as a city, but we have been briefed, we've been maintained, sustained in terms of information coming to us. And so it all possible. Nobody, in listening to the governor's conference this afternoon, nobody is talking about rolling blackouts. ERCOT is saying there will not be, because there is sufficient capacity in the grid because of things that have happened. So I want to go over a couple things that the governor talked about so you understand more of what's happening. Now, each of the chairs of the Public Utility Commission, the Texas Department of Emergency Management, the president and CEO of ERCOT, the chief in charge of Department of Public Safety, all these individuals were present on this panel this afternoon. And I'd like to give you just the high points of understanding what we are facing. This is a serious issue. If there was one thing that everyone reiterated during this conference was, road conditions will be treacherous, quote unquote, treacherous, and road conditions will be hazardous for travel. What you need to consider is your need to travel. Because when there are accidents, let's face it, this Metroplex, we have, our fire department and our police department will respond, and we come together through all of our emergency services. The more accidents, the less the response time is going to be. So consider what you need to do in terms of getting out on these roads, in terms of essential mandatory activity. And that's a message that came through from the governor, from ERCOT, from PUC, Department of Public Safety. Every single one of these individuals said, please understand, we are facing treacherous road conditions. In turn, looking at what ERCOT had to say, everybody, ERCOT was in the sights of everybody last time in terms of the inability to provide the necessary power. The interim CEO and president of ERCOT is saying that there are 70,000 megawatts expected as max load, and they will be able to supply it. The chairman of the president of the Railroad Commission, I guess the chair of the Railroad Commission, they control natural gas. He said that there are, what is it, 380 billion cubic feet of natural gas in storage. Now, before natural gas can be converted, I didn't know this, before natural gas in raw storage can be converted to use in heating our homes and so forth, it has to be processed, it has to be dried. So that 380 billion cubic feet of natural gas in storage can be used and will be used if necessary, but he said that 98% of the power generators in the state have been inspected and are fully able to comply with whatever demand is placed on them for natural gas production. So that's not me, that's him saying that. So let's just hope that everything is able to come out in that particular fashion. I think in taking a look at what TxDOT says, TxDOT is already brining, maybe that's a word I just coined, I don't know. TxDOT is already brining roadways throughout North Texas right now. Now, what Mark Williams, he is the chief of TxDOT, said that brine remains consistent and viable depending on the amount of rainfall. If there's heavy rainfall, they have to go out and rebrine. But if it's light rainfall, we should be okay. But here again, what's going to be sitting on top of that brine? We're looking at ice, we're looking at sleet, we're looking at freezing rain, and we're looking at snow. So while TxDOT is going to do everything possible to maintain our roadways, we don't know how viable it's going to be. Now, he did say that salt storage throughout North Texas is totally full right now, that there should not be any shortage of salt that has to be put on the roadways. So that's another degree of confidence that things are going to be maintained. It does not mean that they're going to get everywhere at the same time. Now, looking at our city, you know that TxDOT is not going to come into our city and salt our roads and brine our roads. So the most treacherous hazard really is right here in our city, in any community. While getting on the interstates is going to be more treacherous and more hazardous, please be cautioned about that. We're going to depend on your wisdom and your common sense. My mind is going a little bit haywire here, but one of the things that ERCOT said was the peak demand is going to be Friday morning for electricity. That's when temperatures are going to hit its steepest drop, and that's when it's not going to go above freezing in the prior time. So what can we do as individuals to mitigate that peak load? Whatever you can do in your home, whatever you can do around your businesses, do whatever you can to conserve that power. The other thing that was talked about was being very, very cautious about carbon monoxide in the use of generators. The individual, can't remember exactly the person, I think it was the chief of Department of Public Safety was talking about carbon monoxide poisoning. It's colorless, it's odorless, and the use of a generator should never be used in an enclosed space, even in a garage, because ventilation in a garage can suck in through your attic, and you can end up with carbon monoxide poisoning within your residence. And his recommendation was that any generator should be 20 feet from your house, not just sitting on your back porch. Who's guilty of that? Last thing, our generator was sitting right on our back porch. So I learned something today in terms of preventing carbon monoxide poisoning. So folks, that's what I wanted to convey to you, this information, that we as a city are definitely prepared. We went through an exercise with Winter Storm Uri. We are coming up with Winter Storm Landon, but we are more prepared today than ever. And I wanted to give you some information as well. Let me find it. Here it is, here it is, here it is. Okay. We have prepared a warming station. That's always been a concern. Last time with Winter Storm Uri, the entire North Texas region was in disarray. Where can we bring up a warming station? How do we bring up a warming station? How long can it stay in existence? So City of Duncanville Management is prepared for a warming center. The recreation center will be utilized as a warming center for the public if all the following conditions do occur. First, at least 15% of the Duncanville residents have experienced a power outage for at least 12 consecutive hours. Based on what ERCOT is telling us, based on what the Railroad Commission is telling us, they do not foresee anybody being without power except in the event of a power line being damaged by ice or a tree falling on it. That's their expectation. Further, the real temperature has remained below 32 degrees or 0 degrees Celsius for a period of at least 12 consecutive hours. And the recreation center has retained power or cannot be operated through the use of a generator. And city staff are able to safely travel to the recreation center. Now, going back in history, we were prepared to open our recreation center during Winter Storm Uri with what we had available, but what we didn't have was people because they couldn't get out of their homes. That was our danger. That was the problem. But we're still hoping that we will be able to staff this warming center. It will be open for getting warm. You can charge your shouldn't say brands. You can charge your smartphones and you can charge your computing devices. You can charge your tablets in the recreation center, in the warming center. Patrons will be allowed to remain in the center for a period of up to 3 hours. Of course, depending on what things happen, depending on capacity, we're flexible. Management's always looking for the best interests of our citizens in that. The center will not remain open overnight. The earliest time it can be open will be 8 o'clock in the morning, and we intend to close at 8 o'clock at night. The number of people allowed in will not exceed the building's occupancy load as determined by the fire marshal. No pets can be allowed in the warming center, and persons up 18 years of age and under must be accompanied by an adult, and the adult must remain in the center for the duration of the minor person's stay. So we are going to have a warming center necessary if those conditions are met. So please talk to your friends, let them know that. We are going to get this out on social media as well for everyone's information. So folks, that's what I wanted to communicate to you, that what we are facing is serious. Do not underestimate its seriousness because of the temperatures not rising above freezing for a certain amount of time, and the dip and the wind chill factors are projected to go well below 0 in terms of individuals going out. When it's like 17, 19 degrees, which we intend to hit, it's going to be some very, very serious health conditions or hazardous health conditions with wind chill factors. So please keep that in mind. So City Council, thank you for indulging me and allowing me to take more than my 3 minutes for my mayor's report. That's all I wanted to pass on to you. So moving on from that, item number 1B, council members' reports. Okay. Yes, Mr. Cooks.
Mayor, I'll make this pretty quick to our citizens. I'd like to commend our police chief and officers for their diligence as keeping our streets safe as we go through. We know when it's not inclement weather, we have speeding, we have violations going on. Our officers has made a very strong effort of slowing traffic down in Duncanville, and I appreciate that. Looking at some of their posts, I just noticed is that they had just on one particular street, they have stops of 28, citations of 24, and warning of 6. So I want to commend our police chief and officers for continue to make our streets safe as people are driving along. And as one report indicated, that in some cases, some of the drivers, unfortunately, are not Duncanville citizens. So thank Duncanville for driving safely, but others that are driving through Duncanville are making our streets sometimes unsafe to their speed. We had one car just on one of our local streets was driving 83 miles per hour on a 40-mile speed limit. So thank you, officers, for keeping our streets safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Cooks. Any other council member reports? Thank you. Seeing none, moving on to city manager reports. Ms. Aretha Farrell Benavides.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to start with just a few updates, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Robert Brown if he would give us an update on our staff's response to our potential weather. Parks and Recreation. Come join Keep Duncanville Beautiful and the community on February 19th, 2022 from 8 to 11 a.m. in cleaning up the vacant city-owned land just north of Daniel Dell Road between Cedar Hill and Santa Fe, 627 West Daniel Dell Road. This is also known as the Ladd property and has a beautiful section of 10 Mile Creek running through it. 10 Mile Creek eventually flows into the Trinity River and then into the Gulf of Mexico. So removing the litter here not only beautifies the land and the creek, but also reduces the amount of litter dumped into our oceans. Our senior center. We have been informed that they will not be delivering meals from the senior center on Thursday and Friday due to the anticipated weather. They will be providing meals for those days along with Wednesday's meal tomorrow. Therefore, the seniors will receive 3 meals during tomorrow's lunch. A couple of things we want to start doing is giving some updates on projects. Today, I'm going to talk about just a few of them. The CIP construction projects, Green Tree Lane water wastewater improvements. FM Utilities has completed most of the pavement restoration and ADA ramps. They are also finishing up the final deep connection service laterals and will restore pavement in these areas once the work is completed. They anticipate performing site restoration such as sodding and sweeping during the first 2 weeks in February, and that is if weather permits. The second is East Daniel Road construction and utility improvement. Many of you have noticed we're doing a lot of work in our city. Main Street to US 67. The traffic control plan for phase 2 of the South Main Street water tie-in is established on Tuesday, 1/25, and the utility work began on Wednesday. PaveCon continues to prepare the subgrade of pavement, which is scheduled to pour next week. Highway 67, we also have a green ribbon construction project. Construction commenced on October 11th, 2021 with an expected completion date of April 2022. The contractor is working on the site improvement, irrigation, and gateway monuments. Planning is expected to occur in March of 2022. And last but certainly not least, our fire station number 1, staff and our architect BRW conducted a review of the 50% construction drawings on May 4th, 2021. Staff met with the architect on December 30th, 2021, and the 95% construction drawing review is scheduled to happen on February 17th. And these are all the steps. There are many steps that go into building our new fire station. The construction award is scheduled for spring of 2022, and construction completion is now scheduled for summer of 2023. And that concludes my report. I will then ask Mr. Brown to just give our residents an update on what staff and what actions are happening for our potential storm.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for this opportunity to share with you and our public the results of our winter weather briefing that we held this morning at 9:30. Our executive team met this morning to discuss our winter weather protocol, and our regional emergency management operations coordinator was also a part of that meeting. We're planning for the worst case scenario, but we're certainly hoping for the best. Our Fire Chief, Sam Rody, will stand up our Emergency Operations Center tomorrow at 3 o'clock. It's going to be at level 3, and level 3 is simply monitoring the weather to determine what action that we're going to take. The level progressions will depend on the developments as the storm moves in. Obviously, the severity of the weather will determine what specific actions we're going to take over the next several days. The decision to delay the opening of City Hall, close City Hall, or keep City Hall open on Thursday and the following days will obviously depend on a lot of information. We will monitor the severity of the weather. We will review the news conferences that will come from the governor's office. We will participate in Dallas County winter weather briefings, and we're going to consult with our best Southwest partner cities. We want to coordinate messaging and cross-promote with local partners, including our school district. Staff is testing all of our generators today to ensure that there are no unexpected problems should there be power outages at our city facilities. Essential workers are being identified and notified of their expectation to report to work. Staff is working to identify potential sleeping quarters should staff have to stay over. And many of our staff members live outside of Duncanville and may not be able to report to work due to the weather, severity of the weather. Our IT department is working to ensure non-essential workers can work remotely should City Hall close. All city vehicles are being fueled today as well as tomorrow before the winter storm arrive. Employees are also encouraged to gas up their personal vehicles before the storm arrive as well. Last year, we purchased some additional snow tire change. Those chains are available and will be placed on city-owned vehicles should the need arise. Our public information officer will prepare and disseminate updates to the public on a frequent basis. There will be several calls to the city regarding, last year we received several calls from our citizens regarding water shutoffs during the winter storm. We are working to identify personnel who will be available to help cut water off should a resident call. And then last but not least, Chief Rhodey is working very closely with Public Works and our building maintenance to monitor our fire sprinkler system in all city facilities to avoid water freezing and pipe busting. In the event that we have to manually drain those pipes to ensure that they don't bust, we're willing to do that. So this list is not all inclusive. Each of our city departments has specific protocol that they're going to follow, but we simply wanted to give you and the public an overview of what we're doing. We spent well over an hour this morning discussing our protocol, and we're ready in the event we have severe weather.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager Brown. Anything else, City Manager?
One thing that Mr. Brown mentioned, we are also working on identifying number in which individuals will be able to call in case they have problems. And so we're identifying staff. We know one of the challenges that we've continued to have is individuals being able to reach someone at City Hall. So we are identifying staff who will be maintaining the phones for utility billing and making sure that you have someone for non-emergency calls. Emergency calls still go to our 911. However, for water cutoff, shutoffs, we will have someone available and also have phones routed so that you can reach someone. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 2 on our agendas, proclamations and presentations. The first proclamation we have is recognizing February 2022 as Black History Month. Mayor Pro Tem Harvey will make that proclamation.
Good evening, friends and neighbors. I would like to take the next few moments to read for you a proclamation from the office of the mayor, Duncanville, City of Champions. Whereas in 1976, Black History Month was formally adopted to honor and affirm the importance of Black history throughout our American experience, and whereas the history of people of African heritage goes back thousands of years and includes some of the greatest, most advanced, and innovative societies in the history of human existence, and whereas African Americans have played a significant role in history from the early days of the pioneers to our present day leaders in such industries as aerospace, finance, international trade, and government. And whereas Black History Month is a time for all Americans to reflect on the rich history and teachings of African Americans whose contributions are vast and wide, and whereas during Black History Month, all Americans are encouraged to reflect on the rich history and teachings of African Americans and bear witness to the progress, beauty, and achievements they have made throughout our region. And whereas when Carter G. Woodson established Negro History Week in 1926, he realized the importance of providing a theme to focus the public's attention. And whereas the theme for 2022 is Black health and wellness, and acknowledges the legacy of Black scholars and medicine practitioners in Western medicine. Now therefore, Barry L. Gordon, Mayor of the City of Duncanville, do hereby proclaim February as Black History Month in the city of Duncanville and urge all citizens to join with us in celebrating the collective ingenuity, creativity, cultures, and traditions of African Americans, and to encourage everyone to participate in events honoring the contributions of Black Americans. Signed, Barry L. Gordon, Mayor, City of Duncanville.
Next item on the agenda is recognizing a champion of our city. And if you've been coming to our city council meetings or watching them online, you know that this is a regular thing that we try to do in recognizing our citizens. And tonight, it is my honor and privilege to recognize Brenda Williams as a champion of our city. Brenda, please come forward. Do you have anybody here with you?
Of course.
Why don't you introduce?
Just wave, everybody. Teresa and Gwen, Charles. My son had to leave and my grandbaby had to go. So they missed that. So we'll have to bring them back. My kiddos wasn't coming because they're playing basketball. So a lot of them, and then one of them is sick. So, you know, we got all that going on. But nevertheless, I'm here. And I'm standing next to, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. I want to read what I have written for you. Ms. Brenda Williams is the founder and CEO of Students Willing to Achieve Training, better known as SWAT. Established in 2011 as a nonprofit educational institution and located in Duncanville, SWAT provides a safe learning environment to encourage and empower our youth to succeed and discover their true potential in life. They come from diverse cultural backgrounds, possibly economically disadvantaged, and seeking necessary life skills. Graduates of the program see the best version of themselves with a hope and vision for their futures. SWAT produces youth who are encouraged, motivated, uplifted, and self-confident in their abilities to positively contribute to their community and society. Programs are offered for after-school development, competitive athletics, and summer camp. For making a substantive and sustainable positive impact in our city, Ms. Brenda Williams is hereby recognized as a champion of the city, and as mayor of the city of Duncanville, I ask our residents to join me in congratulating Ms. Williams on this memorable occasion, February 1st, 2022. Congratulations.
I just want to appreciate this. Thank you all so much. I love the city of Duncanville. I love my kiddos. I love what I do. Been an educator for 7 years. So I love the kiddos and I want them to be a champ in anything that they do in life, they need to succeed. So I'm here to represent the city of Duncanville. Of course, the honorable, those are sitting behind me. It's a pleasure. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you, Brenda. So in addition to the proclamation that we also have a medallion for the city in memory of this. And if you'd like to take a look over here. Set this down. The next item on our agenda is the presentation of the Keep Duncanville Beautiful February 2022 Business Beautification Award plaque and proclamation to La Quinta Inn and Suites by Wyndham located at 835 East Highway 67. And doing this is Councilmember Kuntz, receiving it, Mr. Timothy Hamlin.
Proclamation of City of Duncanville. Whereas the city of Duncanville is committed to improving the physical quality of community life, and whereas the Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board was established to promote this commitment, and whereas the mission of the Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board is to empower Duncanville citizens and businesses to take responsibility for enhancing their community environment, and whereas each quarter the Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board recognizes one commercial property within the city for significant improvements to the exterior portion of their property, landscape improvements, and/or long-term maintenance of the property that exemplifies high-quality standards. And whereas the La Quinta Inn and Suites by Wyndham, located at 835 East Highway 67, has been selected as the Business Beautification Award recipient for February 2022. Now, therefore, on behalf of Barry L. Gordon, Mayor of the City of Duncanville, Texas, I do hereby urge all residents to join me in congratulating the La Quinta Inn and Suites by Wyndham, located at 835 East Highway 67, and commending this business for contributing to the beautification of our city. And accepting this award on behalf of La Quinta Inn and Suites is Timothy Hamilton, Park Superintendent.
Before moving on to citizens input, which is item number 3 on the agenda, I want to make you aware that in the interest of time, we have moved the executive session that's indicated on the agenda to the very end of our meeting. So if you'll make a note of that, and if you wish to stay, you're more than welcome. That's when we will take executive session. So the next item on the agenda, citizens input. Pursuant to section 551.007 of the Texas Government Code, any member of the public has the opportunity to address the city council concerning any matter of public business or any posted agenda item. However, the act prohibits the council from deliberating issues not on the public agenda, and such non-agenda issues may be referred to city staff for research and any future action. All persons addressing are subject to council adopted rules and limitations. And at this time, our current rules and limitations limit comments to 2 minutes. So we will take any comments from the citizens with that 2-minute limit. And that 2-minute limit is also going to be imposed on some emails that I have. Some of them were quite lengthy, so I will cover as much as I can in the 2 minutes allotted. These are for public record, so if I can't get through the entire email that's been mailed to us, then it can be seen as public record at a later time. So we also have allowed individuals to come in by video conference, and do we have any individuals who wish to do that, City Secretary?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. So I have some cards in front of me, first of all, and I see that I have 3 cards for individuals who wish to speak on agenda item 5C. I have one card from an individual who wishes to speak on item 5A and a card from an individual who wishes to speak on item 5B. Now, those items A, B, and C are public hearings. So what we normally do when it's identified that someone wants to speak on an item that's a public hearing, we ask them to speak during the public hearing time, which is more relevant in terms of us understanding as a council where those comments should be more relevant. So I will call upon those individuals to speak when we actually come to those agenda items 5A, 5B, and 5C. First, I'll take the cards that we have. The first one I have is Erica Browning. And each individual is asked to please state your name, address in the city. Thank you.
Hi, Erica Browning, 442 East Cherry Street. My main comment during this portion is that I understand that some of the signs that the members of the public have paid for and purchased for the LAD preservation project have been removed by the city. And I understand that there are regulations regarding those. However, as I drive around the city, especially in my neighborhood of Forest Hills, I see all kinds of signs posted on the stop signs for health insurance and other kinds of things, and they've been there for several days. And so if you're going to enforce a rule for one group, do it for everybody. The other thing I'd like to say is there should be, we understood that our signs should have been put in storage so that we could pick them up because we paid for them and they were quite expensive, and they mysteriously disappeared. So I would like to have that addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, the next card that I have is Rita Cook. And again, please state your name and address.
Rita Cook, let's see, 100 Dallas Avenue, Lancaster, Texas. I am here on behalf of Representative State Carl Sherman. I am here to tell you hello, Happy New Year, and we're here at the office for you guys in any way that we can be. And perhaps with the weather event coming up, you might need us for something, and here I am. Here we are for you, okay? So just wanted to brighten your mood with a smile.
Thank you for brightening the mood. I'm sorry if I had to make it so somber at the outset. Thank you. Next card that I have is Grady Smithy. And once again, please state your name and address for the record.
Grady Smithy, 1806 Cedar Hill Road, Duncanville resident for 37 years, and a councilman for 22 of those years. God bless you all and what you're getting ready to experience with this weather coming in. I remember when we had so many trees broken down, it sure did affect our budget that particular year. Gentlemen, we got a little problem on Cedar Hill Road. That little problem is related to school that developed out there. You know, it's a funny thing. Today, as I was trying to get up to pick up my chicken that I always buy on Tuesdays because it's cheap and it's good. Couldn't get there. Had to get off the road and go out and go around because the traffic was stacked up so bad on people turning right to go into the school about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, that's one part of the problem. Another part of the problem is very simply this. There's a sign there that says you can't turn left to go in. We're not monitoring that sign. So guess what? The last 3 times I've been trying to go home about that time of day, I've run into people turning left from that sign. I honk at them, they give me the finger and go on. You know, I expect that. But by the same token, damn it, we need to have somebody out there and to enforce that. If we want traffic to move, we need somebody out there to enforce that. And the third thing about Cedar Hill Road, the side that was where they put the thing in several years ago is sinking. The right-hand side of the road is sinking. It's getting to be it's going to be a hazard before too long. We need to do something about that. The last thing I want to say was one time when I was on the city council, we had a situation where
your 2 minutes has expired, Mr. Smith.
Pardon me?
Your 2 minutes. Oh, what was that beep?
Yeah. Okay. We had a deal that said.
My apologies.
Pardon?
continue.
if we-
Referee,
if-
please set the game clock. Yeah.
If
Okay,
you
I'm
ran
sorry.
for, if I was on, if I was in District 4 and I wanted to run for mayor, if I was in District 1, I wanted to run for mayor. If I filed for mayor, then when I did that, I had to resign my seat. I don't know whether that's still in effect or not, but I was just wondering if it's still in effect, and I just wanted to ask you all that question. You can let me know later. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, a written comment. This is from, best I can tell, it's a Carolyn Nellisart. No address indicated, no telephone number either. Please read this at next city council meeting, and this is a direct quote from a current member of the Duncanville City Council, quote unquote. The Ladd property is a beautiful part of our city. I believe a detailed evaluation and study should be considered before any decision is presented to citizens, close quote. My response to this as a resident of Duncanville is that we do not need a detailed evaluation to make a decision about choosing beauty over financial advantage. Preserving the Ladd property should not come down to follow the money. We need our wild natural spaces. While I appreciate the many studies on conservancy topics organized around property values, I prefer to try and build consensus on beauty and preservation of nature rather than financial values. Developing the Ladd property for commercial residential purposes robs future generations of a natural inheritance that is millions of years old. Natural settings like the Ladd property change us, refresh us, teach us, and instruct us and inspire us. To surrender such a patrimony for financial gain is a loss from which there is no recovering. Save the Ladd property by making it a nature preserve, thus preserving these precious acres of wilderness for future generations. The next item I have is from a Sumaya Lloyd, no telephone, no address. Good morning. I've lived in my house for just over 7 years and from day one have endured my neighbor's noise. I've called police on many occasions for rooster/dog/loud noise over the years. The rooster was moved after leaving a note on their door about my dying mother. There are still sounds of dogs barking nightly. If the dogs are not indoor dogs, at least house them in the garage until morning. Recent experience, last night I dig out my table fan and turned it on to drown out the dog's bark. I ordered a better one today from Amazon. I shouldn't have to do this. Music and partying also goes on. Warmer months, often winter months, you can still hear the music inside my house. My doors being closed and still audible is not acceptable. Warnings should be done and second offense should be accompanied by a fine. I've seriously thought about putting my house on the market and moving away from Duncanville. This isn't an expense I want to take on, but living with almost daily/nightly noise isn't something I want to continue to endure. Thank you for your time. Please have this read at the meeting tomorrow. Next written comment I have is from Stephen Mulberg, 1038 Dove Creek Road. I support the Ladd property preservation in Duncanville. 30-year resident and rest of city has turned into a trash dump. Next item I have is from Patricia Ebert, 115 South Greenstone, 75116. Please have the mayor or his designate read my comments. What happens to the 2,795 trash survey responses from the trash survey that closed 12/31/2021, but has now been extended to May 31? Thank you for reading my comments. I am attending the 6:30 Chinese New Year celebration at the Cedar Hill Library. I am so grateful to our sister city libraries for continuous cultural programs since our city library closes at 6 p.m., which limits programming. There is one written comment that I have that's been submitted that pertains to item 5A. I will call that person forward when we get to item 5A. Five D is also a public hearing And this item that I have before me relates to that particular item, so I will withhold reading this item until we get to item 5D. That concludes our input from our citizens. Moving on to item number 4, the consent agenda. Just to note for our citizens, in our briefing session, City Council came to an understanding that we are moving items 5E and 5F from the items for individual consideration to the items on the consent agenda. So City Secretary will read item 4A and then read item 5E and 5F on the agenda as well. City Secretary.
Item 4A, consider a resolution of the City Council of the City of Duncanville, Texas, ordering a joint election to be held in the City of Duncanville on Saturday, May 7th, 2022, for the purpose of electing a mayor for a 2-year term, 1 council member from District 2 for a 2-year term, and 1 council member from District 4 for a 2-year term. Item 5E, consider an ordinance amending the operating budget for fiscal year 2021-2022 by allocating $3,715,000 of the American Rescue Plan Act funds to fund approved recommendations. 5F, consider a resolution approving the usage of American Rescue Plan Act funding to purchase body-worn camera equipment from Axon Enterprise for calendar year 2022.
Thank you, City Secretary. Chair will entertain a motion to approve consent agenda items.
Mayor, I'd like a motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Councilmember McNabb, do we have a second? Second by Mr. Cooks. Please vote. Thank you. Consent agenda items approved unanimously. Moving on to items for individual consideration. We are taking item 5G, items for individual consideration, and taking it at the very beginning. The reason for that is we have a consultant with us tonight, and so in deference to that person's attendance, we're going to take item 5G at the very start of our items for individual consideration. Police Chief Lavigny, item 5G, please. Our apologies to our IT folks for having to jockey around and getting up to where we need to be.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm just going to introduce, since we've kind of condensed 2 presentations. One was initially scheduled for the briefing and then one for out here for a resolution. So I'm going to introduce the project manager for the care team that DeSoto has received funding for, and also Lieutenant Melissa Franks, project manager, is Raven Thousand. I'm going to turn it over to them for a few minutes to run through their presentation, and then I'll follow up with some of the context as it applies to Duncanville.
Do you want to bring that up on full screen, Mr. Hamby?
Good evening. See how close I need to get for you to hear me. There we go. So as you said, my name is Raven Thousand. I am a licensed professional counselor and also a doctoral student in public health. And I am our regional manager that's been hired for the concept to extend to the best Southwest cities for the care team.
Hi, I'm Lieutenant Melissa Franks, a 17-year veteran of the DeSoto Police Department. Mental health has always been really a passion of mine, and so I went after a grant last year to see a project realized in DeSoto, which we're also hoping to expand out into the best Southwest cities.
So this is Dallas County New Directions Public Safety Grant. It was created and distributed to address like crisis, criminalization of mental health, poverty, homelessness by utilizing alternatives. So we're trying to get in front of the emergency response and 911 response and have an alternative to that. Our care team, we have many objectives. One of them is to try to reach with preventative and follow-up services outside of the 911
or emergency service activation. There are many programs out there that are going alongside with social workers going out with police officers. So we know that that's proven. A proven service out there. We're trying something a little different, and we're wanting to try to prevent those services from ever being needed. So if we're able to reach our citizens and preventative services, reaching them before the storm actually becomes inclement weather, while it's brewing, while we're reaching it there, we might be able to avoid that emergency services and the toll and the that it has on your communities, but also on the citizens. And on the back end, follow-up services and making sure those individuals who did have to use 911 and emergency services are returning to their communities effectively with the right amount of support that they have and reaching the community resources that they need in order to not continue to need those emergency services. So just a little bit of history for as far as Duncanville and what we've been doing so far. So though we are not partnered with you currently, we are still servicing any calls that come through for your community. You will have a report at the end of this that you can look at your leisure, but just a snapshot of the last quarter. So September through November, we were able to service 40 individual contacts for community members. It was only 4 community members that we were able to do that for. What that demonstrates is for those 4 individuals, we were able to reroute from them using your 911 services and your emergency services for them calling us primarily. One of them was 35 calls. So one individual in your community with behavioral health concerns was reaching out to your law enforcement and 911 service so frequently that they were tying up your services there. We were able to divert 34 calls from them. In order to find them appropriate resources, we found them new housing outside of your community where they were able to be better served for their needs that they had and making sure they were connected to what services were best suited for them. Additionally, as Chief will kind of mention, we also participated in brainstorming, and that's another service we offer. So those cases that may not reach the culmination of needing to activate into the community, but we feel like there's a storm brewing, the services that we provide for our team for brainstorming and consultation are available, and we were able to provide that on another community member that had some issues going as well. And we're also trying to recognize the impact that y'all have very close to Dallas County and your shelterless or homeless population that touches a lot of your community. We recognize the importance that is and how that affects you a little bit more than some of our neighboring cities. And so we've made some initiatives and some other concerns that I'd like Lieutenant to talk about a little more. So considerations of what we can bring to you from this team.
Just as a summary, so one of the key things that I noticed as a first responder for 17 years in this community was that it's frustrating for law enforcement, for firefighters when they go out because there's nothing for them to do other than act in the moment. There's also, when you're talking about behavioral health, there's really very little that officers can do other than take a person to jail, take a person to the hospital, which is just for an assessment, or leave them there. So there's just the need for responding is certainly there, but the need for follow-up is so much more important because otherwise we're just spinning our wheels, continuing to go out there over and over again. Just as a note on your homeless population, in case that is a concern of yours, I know you touch on Dallas, so you do have some homeless population that come down here. From a police perspective, when we handle those calls, they tend to be either criminalizing their behavior because they're out there asking for money, or they're out there in a location where they've been previously warned that they should not be. So again, our only answer at that point is arrest them, so criminalize them for their behaviors. What some of the things that the care team can do is provide some constant contact that would be overtaxing on your emergency services right now to go out there and continually deal with them. And it would also cause them to be able to access services should they want to. There's kind of 2 different populations in the homeless population, just generally speaking. There are those who are choosing that lifestyle, and then there are those who do not choose that lifestyle. They're really sick, or they have other things going on that are prohibiting them from doing that. So the care team is able to engage on both of those levels. One of the things that's been kind of shown is that if a person is choosing to be homeless, for instance, that they tend to want to fly under the radar. So they don't want people coming to talk to them. They don't tend to want people trying to engage them or trying to get them to do something. So the care team can step in, be that gentle persistence to continue going back out there, contacting them. If they're choosing that lifestyle, they'll likely move on to somewhere else where they're not being bothered by the care team per se. And if they are not there by choice because they have something else going on, the care team can also address that, help use the time to get them over to services that 911 doesn't always have.
Additionally, with our partnership with Parkland, as we are contracted with them as one of the providers within this team, we have access to a multitude of services, including medical, psychosocial, and behavioral health, as well as their homeless resources that they have. We are directly connected with them through their social worker, who has access to their homes vans, which is able to come into the community, assess medically, make sure that the individuals are stable enough, and if not, we're going to get treatment. They're able to get services at the Redbird Clinic is their newest and closest location out here, as well as connecting them with same day or next day appointments right in the moment of meeting with individuals. So our connection and will soon to be, if you choose to move forward, your connection with Parkland would be exponential in just the amount of available services, not only to your homeless population, but to your population in general, of easy, quick day, same day services for behavioral health, medical, and homeless services. Sometimes we have the question of why not that, why a non-emergent service program that we have. So just really quickly to gloss over that, because I know that we're trying to make sure we stay on your time, is in order to have one social worker to deploy alongside an officer. So this is just one to have a 24-hour schedule. If you had one sitting in your police department, it would cost you $1.9 million a year to have one on every schedule 24/7. And that means that individual would still have to go out with an officer would still have to deploy with that social worker. So it's a big budget. We're doing what we're doing as a regional team to be able to hit all 5 cities, having social workers, having medical professionals, our police, and our victims assistants all for that $1.9 million. So with this grant, we're hitting what we would only be able to serve for one community, one social worker, to have a whole regional program. This does not include, when you think about your social worker, the liability insurance, the cost of a social worker being assigned to dispatch, all the other costs that might come in addition to their salaries. The other piece of 911 response or having a social worker in the field that a lot of individuals don't understand is the limitations of a social worker by their liability. A social worker in the field cannot put their hands on another individual to interrupt any stages of life threatening. So if an individual decided to take their life or take steps towards taking their life, an individual of a social worker background could not put their hands on them unless their own moral conscience asked them to. Legally, they could be sued and be prosecuted otherwise. So it's very difficult to have a program in which an individual would have to go out and respond to scenes in which they could not service that individual. We also have a minimal access to social workers in this area. And so our pool is unlike the center of Dallas or even the center of Austin, where the pool and the schooling system is a lot and you're turning out a lot of social workers. So we don't have access to some of those in this area as well. So those are just some of the limitations. The other thing to keep in mind, which this is happening in some communities, some and not, is having a social worker tap to a 911 system or 911 response in some communities and with some high utilizers can actually reinforce the need to call 911. If they know a social worker is going to come into their home, serve them in their home to where they don't have to leave or go to a hospital, they're going to get the services they need and that warm handoff in the comfort of their home, they can be more likely to call 911 again to get that service in the future. That is not all cases, but usually our high utilizers and those high taxers on your 911 services are the individuals who take advantage of this service. So we're trying to do an alternative to that and instead have a multidisciplinary team, again, to do follow-up and prevention services, as well as an enhanced training. And I'll give you a little bit of information about training.
So of course, across the country, even across the world, perhaps, people are very concerned about police training and that police are providing the most appropriate response to individuals suffering from mental health issues. So one of the things that we're able to do is I myself am a crisis intervention instructor, which is the instruction that police officers receive and how to interact safely with those with mental illness. So part of what you would be getting in this proposal is access to that training for any of your first responder staff that would want to participate. So your dispatchers, your firefighters, your police officers, anybody that would want to come. It is a dual taught class, which is not something that can be said across the state, certainly where we have mental health professionals also teaching alongside law enforcement. And then also we have been able to acquire through this grant virtual reality equipment, which means that we can actually put the participants into a scenario and have them respond to an individual, have them utilize their communication skills and practice those things in real time with a virtual person that is being managed by the trainer. So if the trainer feels like the participant is not getting what they need to get out of it, wants the individual to behave in a different way, they actually control that. So it's some really cutting edge equipment. Again, that would also be part of what you would get in exchange for your participation.
So I'll get to our development structure, just kind of what we're asking for the team and what specifically we're asking for from your city. So composed of our team is law enforcement. They are your city's team lead if you participate. They're the individuals that are receiving all the main cases and distributing them amongst the team. This position is a salary is reimbursable through this first year. So this year starts in May of 22 and it goes through April of 23, but we do have the opportunity to renew that again through the city, through Dallas County, and we will be going for that renewal. What that renewal looks like at this time it can be many things. We might decide that we need a different type of team structure. We might need more. We might need after hours. There's all that stuff can be up during this trial year. But this person is a full-time reimbursable position through the city. Licensed social service providers. So these are contracted through Parkland. Again, this is what I touched on earlier. These are the individuals who have access to real-time appointments through all of Parkland's charts. So again, if we have an individual who we're coming in contact with and we want to know their medical history, if they've touched the Parkland system, we have all of their medical and psychiatric history through them in order to privately make sure that we can handle that individual through our care team. Medical support personnel. So we have a minimum at least one medical credentialed personnel. We are meeting with the fire chiefs tomorrow in order to see if we have individuals that want to be considered for that role. Right now it is vacant. If we would love to have a firefighter paramedic as part of that team. We also have options to have a agency nurse and or other medical personnel that might be able to be part of our team as we grow. And the last component of that is our victims assistance coordinator. Some cities participating have those. I know that y'all previously had one. I believe that y'all still have a position for a victims assistance coordinator. That position is also reimbursable if they are on site with the care team. So if you choose to provide them services with us and they come into our centralized location in DeSoto, that is also a reimbursable position. And I'll give her a little room to talk a little bit more about that.
So part of why we want our victims assistance coordinators on site with us is that part of the service of the care team is also a diversion program at the municipal level. So the current diversion programs are usually only available at the county level, which means that a person's behavior has to escalate and get worse before they actually have the opportunity to go into diversion. Diversion at its heart is just based off of, let's see if we can get you to go into services in exchange for your charge being dismissed. See if we can get you to successfully complete some kind of recovery plan. So to my knowledge, I think we're the only municipality that's currently doing it at this level. But we also, amongst all of these charges, we also want to make sure that if there's a victim in this crime, in other words, it's not like a public intoxication or something, there is a person who's a victim. We want to make sure that they're represented at the table. So as we're working through the diversion recovery plan, we're not just focused on the defendant, but we're also being focused on the victim and what's in the victim's best interest. That definitely comes into play when you start talking about like domestic violence, for instance. We want to make sure that everybody is being heard and everybody is receiving the things that they need to receive in order to stay safe.
And just to give you some insight of what DeSoto is doing so far with our victims. So just for the quarter, this past quarter, we had 232 DeSoto individuals that were identified as victims of crime. That's any crime that they could have been a victim of. We were able to reach out to 53% of them, and they actively engaged in services and are provided a service. 143 of them actually answered, but 53% of that 232 contacts received services, which I think is a great number to push. And we want to be able to know that we are assisting your city that way as well. If you do have a victims coordinator, they come to the team and they get more than just sitting in an office. They get a licensed professional counselor, they get other social workers, they get other police officers, and we team meet every single morning to be able to staff cases. So they have a full well perspective of multidisciplinary to be able to talk about their cases and how to best serve the citizens that could be potentially victims of crime. Right now, our centralized location is in an elementary school that has been gifted to us at 525 Ray. This gives us a lot of opportunity for expansion. This is an again, an old elementary school. It gives us the opportunity for this to expand to a client walk-in center, social service provision for educational classes eventually. So our social workers will be able to give parenting classes, counseling groups, additional spaces provided already for that. It also promotes team collaboration. So DeSoto is centralized to our cities that are kind of surrounding us. So everyone will be there in that location. It's able for us to do treatment team recovery, planning, and able to dispatch in different pairs. So we may have a case that needs the firefighter, paramedic, and a police officer. One day it might need the social worker and a police officer. One day it might need 2 police officers. And so you have your teams with us to be able to create whatever is the most important dispatch for them. We are proposing a task force agreement. You will be able to see that this evening, and it has a subsipient reimbursement agreement. This one specifically talks about the law enforcement officer, but in the event that you do also participate in the Victims Assistance Coordinator, it would also have a subsipient agreement for specifically for the victims. So this, I guess what I would like to sum up is what we're asking for you is to, at free cost, to no cost to you, is to offer us 1 police officer for at least a trial of 1 year. And in response, we give you social workers, medical, other police officers, counselors, consultation services, provisions to support your community, educational opportunities for your community, many services in response to that 1 officer.
Thank you. Chief Lavigny, one thing, in jockeying these things around on the agenda, I was remiss in not reading the resolution, and I need to read that now to get it into the record. Item 5G, consider a resolution approving the interlocal agreements between the City of DeSoto, Texas and the City of Duncanville, Texas to partner in the Crisis Assessment and Resource Engagement Friends Care Team to provide prevention and follow-up activities in response to individuals and their families' support systems experiencing behavioral health needs in order to lessen the frequency of crisis interventions that require police patrol or fire rescue response, emergency hospitalization, or arrest/incarceration. The term of the agreement shall begin on May 1st, 2022, and end on April 30th, 2023, unless terminated earlier under any provisions in the interlocal agreement. The parties may mutually agree on an extension to this agreement by written amendment and mutual approval of the parties. So I've read that now into the record, and I'm sorry for getting out of order. So Chief Lavigny, the floor is yours, sir.
Okay, just real briefly, again, we're trying to be considerate of everyone's time, and as our PIO attempts to pull the slide presentation, some of it was repetitive, but what I can tell you to try to give you an idea of the benefits that I think this team brings to the City of Duncanville, and here's this presentation, again, that's a little bit redundant. There's a little bit of a difference, I think, in the amount, because DeSoto actually has already been working on this care team project. This is the amount that's available to the cities in year 2, correct? So it utilizes police officers, medical personnel, licensed social service providers, and victim assistants. Again, trying to not to be redundant, I'll move on. So the invitation, the agreement includes the following for reimbursement during this first year for salary and overtime of the officer that we dedicate to this program. Their uniforms. A lot of times when we show up as police officers, and we will still show up as police officers when that call comes in to deal with what is ever going on in the present. Right now, this program is more of a follow-up. But they're going to have a less intimidating, sometimes to some folks, uniform. So those uniforms are reimbursable. The use of needed technology will be provided by the program. The use of vehicles will be provided by the program for our officers. The use of office space will be provided by the program. Again, they touched on the objectives. That's repetitive. But what are the realities when we go out and we deal currently with individuals that are suffering from a mental health crisis? So the realities, first of all, are that the Duncanville Police Department responds to an average of 50 to 55,000 calls per year, all the calls. Nearly 200 calls for service involve emergency detentions. Now, what that means is that we've encountered someone on a particular call that is either demonstrated by their behavior that they're a danger to themselves or others. And at that point, we have the authority to take them into a protective custody and take them for an evaluation. And so understand that's almost 4 calls per week. Just over the last 2 months, I have personally watched video of our officers responding to those types of situations. On one particular call here recently, 4 of our officers were in an apartment complex for about an hour negotiating with an individual who was in crisis. And we were negotiating because he was adjacent to a kitchen where there was a knife right behind it. These situations turn volatile very quickly. Now, would this team have been available to respond to that call? Possibly, but where the team, I think, at this point comes into play is if we can follow up, if we can get word out that, hey, this program is available, that may have never happened. But if it does, they can follow up. A lot of times, folks that are suffering from these mental health crises are doing so because they're off of medication, they're off of protocol. And the team can look to make sure that they're staying on the path that has been given to them, maybe in one of these evaluations. Some of these calls, we go out to repeat locations and repeat folks that are dealing with these issues. And if we can start to kind of turn that in another direction, then that's what we're looking for. There's some national statistics from the National Alliance of Mental Illness that I've included there. Life is getting more difficult. We've had COVID. Folks are dealing with issues. They may not be in the throes of it day in and day out, but occasionally they get into these types of issues they have to deal with. And this is a very important issue in policing today. If you look across the country over the last several years, a lot of the things that have turned tragic have included those folks that are undoubtedly suffering from some mental health crisis. So advantages of the regional care team. It's a promising initiative to address those issues. They have individuals in a behavioral health crisis can be unpredictable, be incredibly irrational, volatile. Sometimes the mental health crisis is brought on by substance abuse and addiction, and sometimes it's hereditary, and sometimes it's just temporary. But this is just another way of trying to help and trying to minimize some of the things that could be very problematic. Police may seem, again, intimidating as we respond today because people are not thinking with their right mind at that time. So the consistent follow-up will be helpful. Again, we kind of morphed 2 presentations, so we'll be happy collectively to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I have several questions. I think some other council members do as well. Let me see if I can get through mine pretty quickly. Historically, our police department is rarely at full staff. Taking one individual from our staff and dedicating them to this care team, do we actually have that ability to do that? And secondarily, if they are dedicated to this care team but not called upon, do they have other police officer duties that they can do unless called upon?
So I think it's a 2-part question. I'm going to defer the second part to Ms. Thousand and Lieutenant Franks. The first part is, I think at this point we have an opportunity. And sometimes when opportunity knocks, it may not be in the context of perfection. But we have that opportunity, and we need to, in my opinion, take that opportunity. And I believe that we can provide that resource and not be a hindrance to where we are right now. We're making strides. Yes, it would be a little difficult, but I see a path to get there by May.
sitting down and looking at each one of those situations and running them through our multidisciplinary plan to see what can be done to assist that individual. So that's can be very time consuming. Just one case can involve 35 contacts sometimes. So it is a full-time position. I know it's kind of hard sometimes to imagine that, but it truly is. And that's not counting the direct referrals that will be coming into this office as well. So as DeSoto has been in operation now for almost over a year, we've encountered that we started out just investigating or looking after our emergency detentions. And then we have continued to receive direct referrals from every other department in the city, from citizens themselves just calling in directly and saying, hey, I'm worried about my neighbor, I'm worried about my son, I'm worried about, whoever. So by the end of the day, yes, it's a full-time job.
Like she said, additionally, so every morning when the APALs come in or the emergency detentions come in, again, every one of those becomes a client. So if those individuals are in a facility, we're calling their next of kin, we're trying to make connection. So it's not just individual, we're also serving support systems. Something that we didn't touch on earlier is unlike the system of providers that take insurance. So your MetroCares and all of those, they're bound by serving the individual and the individual only. So if the individual never comes in and goes to services, they can't talk to their mother, brother, cousin, or any other family member because they are the provider of insurance or the provider of service. They have to go to the individual. For us, it's very unique because if we have a mom, a brother, or cousin who wants to talk about the individual, while we cannot serve that individual, we can give them tips of how to interact with their family member. How can they better assist them? How can they better interact with them? What services do they know in the community they can offer them? So we're also providing services to anyone associated with that individual. To again, it takes a village. So we're working with the whole system of care because we know that a crisis doesn't happen in a bubble. It's not just one individual. It's not only the system of care, but it's also your community. So there's more than just getting the APAL. Again, like she said, referrals that come in. But thinking about if you track your APALs just because you reached out to them all day, they become cases. So every day you get a new APAL, but you also have the 2 cases from the day before. Then you get another APAL the next day and you've got those 2 cases and the 2 cases before that. So they compound. So it's not just how many you get every day, it's how many you're serving and how long you're serving them in addition to the direct referrals.
And let me revisit a stat just real quickly. Those nearly 200 emergency detention, that's the tip of the iceberg. Those are actually contacts where the behavior of the individual has risen to the point they're threatening to harm themselves or others. I still remember many calls that I personally have gone out on where I felt like I don't have enough to do that. This person needs help. And those are countless. You could talk to our officers today and they'll tell you that happens every night. And these are the kind of calls that they'll be following up with as well.
So while the police department has taken the lead on this particular item, I did note during the presentation, it also talked about medical support, which requires staff from our fire department. City manager, would you mind calling up a representative from the fire department to address the issue of dedicated individuals, just as we have spoken about dedicated individuals from the police department?
Yes, Chief Ryan?
We're not asking for one dedicated firefighter, paramedic from every associated city. We're asking for one to be a regional concept that might be gifted from the city if they have that personnel and reimbursed directly to that city, but they would serve as a regional concept on our team.
Okay, Chief Ryan, do I need to repeat it's basically availability of dedicating one person as a medical support to this care team?
Yes, sir. I think this program's very much needed. It's a great program. Unfortunately, that person probably couldn't come from Duncanville Fire Department. We don't have the staffing for that. But regionally, they could. But they could also use their resources to hire somebody from outside our system, but they would have to work under medical direction. I don't know if you could use LVNs. Yeah. Yeah, they would have to work under a medical direction.
So then
we do this on the fire department side for medical.
Okay.
We deal with a lot of mental as well. And I have to go out with the social worker. We don't have anybody to cut loose to
So from a regional perspective, as you mentioned, Chief, then is it acceptable to those representatives of the CARE team administering the program that the city of Duncanville would not have a dedicated individual from our fire department?
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, and you could do it on, people could do it part-time, I guess. Yeah, their days off.
Right.
Or if one of the other cities has somebody, they might could, but it won't come from us.
Okay.
Unless it's on a part-time basis.
So
That answer your question?
yes, sir. Thank you. Back to representatives what other cities are being offered this?
So this is Glen Heights, Cedar Hill, Duncanville, and Lancaster. Sorry, just kind of brained out of there.
Okay.
And to touch back on what he said, so we're exploring many options for our fire department, even from individuals if they're able to give us someone for a quarter. So for 3 months rotation from different departments, could be 6 months, it could be a monthly rotation. As long as we have some form of consistency that's at least able to get the individuals trained and feel comfortable in their role, we're exploring any option because we really do want that input. We know that our firefighter and paramedic departments are very important, and they also know a lot of our issues that we're experiencing in the communities.
So presuming council approval of this, is there a deadline or a time frame after approval in which the police department would have to identify that individual?
As long as they were able to start by May 1st. What we do need for our regional budget, we do have to submit a budget to Dallas County by March 1st. So we do have to have a general idea of who you have in mind because we will be submitting individual salaries based on your community salary base for that individual. And we know that can be a very big range depending on if that's a new officer or someone who's a veteran. That could be a difference. So we do need to have that in our budget because we have to submit that to Dallas County by March 1st.
Okay. That concludes my questions. I'm going to take them in the order that they appeared here. Mr. Harvey, Mayor Pro Tem, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. The question that I have for the staff affiliated with the CARES team, how do you all measure success in terms of the efforts that you all are putting into it? What does success look like?
Well, that's actually a very complicated question. So every day is a success for us when we're able to reach someone and make a difference. Whether that difference is measurable is subjective at this point. But our goal is to continue to work with our police departments. And this, even though the results are not going to show in a year, we're going to probably start showing results in year 2 and year 3 of this grant because you have to see the numbers of your APALs that you're submitting, the recidivism calls, the individuals that you'll have that track through your own systems. All of that will have to be taken into account, and that's not going to happen in a few months. So if we're looking for information that we can share directly with you that's got numbers, that's not going to be possible right away. What we do have is we present a quarterly report, which you'll have access to at the end of this session that we've already given those over that show exactly how many individuals we've touched from your community and how many contacts that ended up in. So for example, ours, I believe, was 83 individuals we accepted over the quarter, but we had 500 contacts. So those were 500 contacts that could have ended up in our 911 system. And so right now we're reflecting on that. We're also looking at our victims. Again, how many individuals are receiving services and appropriate services. So right now it's just service and service provisions that we're able to track for your community. Eventually, we hope to see if that has an impact on your 911 and emergency systems.
Is this particular model similar to the initiative that's being done over in the southeast corner of the Metroplex? I think it's Seagoville, and I know it's Seagoville, Balk Springs, and some of those cities over there.
So I've been kind of tracking some of those programs just to see, what models are going to work. And I'm not really aware of anybody that's trying this particular model. There is a lot of teams that are operating kind of like Dallas Right Care, where they're sending out police officers to 911 alongside social workers. We've already explained why we're not doing that particular thing. So, but yeah, I think that model is probably very similar to what the other teams that are going on in the Metroplex.
So let's say, for example, council decides to engage in this initiative. what are some examples that you all have in terms of getting the word out to this community that this is available for their loved ones?
So a couple of examples. First thing, we're also looking into getting a website that's just for care team that we can get out and you can spread them across your social media platforms, your websites. They can link up to your city website and things like that. So that's in the works. But I've been amazed almost every day at the directions that we're getting referrals from. I had a potential client call yesterday whose attorney referred her over to the care team. I don't know where that attorney heard about it. I don't know. So, but we get out with town hall meetings. We get out with just community mental health events. I think there was going to be a mental health event put on by Cedar Hill with Judge Mike Jones, JP. I think that's being postponed due to the weather, but just events like that, we're present and a part of those as well.
Will you all be interfacing with any of the established entities in this field? I'm thinking of NAMI, I'm thinking of Bridge the Gap. Will you all be partnering with agencies like that to do what it is that you do?
Yes, we've been all over meeting with many agencies, even simple down to Metro Care, Southern Area Behavioral Health, all of those, and they have our flyers. But as we become a regional concept, we'll be able to come into the community and referrals that are in your area specifically, so that when they do have someone that comes in and maybe they are able to provide services, or maybe it's not the service for them, they will have all of our information to also provide and link them to us. We've also met with both of our behavioral health hospitals that are in this area. So DBH and Hickory Trails, they have a direct referral line to us to any individual every time during their discussion for discharge. We are part of their discussion. We are in their discharge package. They talk about what we can provide for them regardless of where they're at right now. So we are accepting referrals even though we haven't partnered fully. Those individuals get a blurb about what we do. They get our contact information, and also if they sign a release, we get their information without them ever contacting us, so we're able to contact them first. So we're making sure that we are wrapping around every agency we possibly can, so they also have a foothold to be able to contact us. I think you wanted to comment on some.
Mr. Harvey, your initial question, I think, was how do you measure success?
Yes.
And I think what Ms. Thousand mentioned was it's going to take a little bit, but I did have a conversation with Chief Costa a couple of months ago from DeSoto. And I asked him, hey, how's this impacting your department and what they are seeing? And he said, well, I can't totally quantify this. It's only anecdotally, anecdotal, but they seem to be getting less use of force incidents and less complaints of use of force by their officers. So, we're looking to try to measure it from a lot of different ways, but you got to step out and get a baseline and go from there. So it may take just a little bit of time.
And I understand that it is, I agree, an extremely complicated issue, and I appreciate the fact that you all are approaching this from the standpoint of several disciplines coming to bear in order to try to help people. So thank you.
Just want to add one additional thing. We are working with, Dallas County is working with a college in order to eventually quantify all of our information from all of the grantees that they gave information to. They are trying to work on an electronic medical record system specifically for the teams that they granted. That is far behind, unfortunately, so our data is all manual. Everything we collect and everything we report to y'all is manual. Eventually, when that system gets running, we will be able to pull statistics to where exact neighborhoods of populations are receiving services. Is there a bundle here? Do we need to reach out to that community harder? We'll be able to see everything from race, gender, demographics of age, everything to see what your community is specifically showing and what demographic area. Where do we need to hit harder? Do we, if we're seeing a lot of teens, do we need to hit social media? Do we need to impact them there? So all of that, once it's electronic, will be a lot easier to give you that kind of information outside of the impact of whether people are getting better. So we hope to do that as well.
Thank you. Next to have questions is Mr. Vera Cruz, and then Mr. Mac Burnett, and then Mr. Cooks. Mr. Vera Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you for all that information. It's wonderful. But I had a question. When you're requested, is it by the police after a 911 call, or how are you dispatched or requested?
So we're Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. We do not go to any 911 calls or emergency services, but multiple ways. Like she said, there's no wrong door. So we may look at the APAL the next morning, and that's our way in. We may have an officer that says, I just left a case. They're not, they don't meet criteria for APAL, but that storm is brewing. Like I said before, there's just something a little off. This family is really needing services. That's a referral. Even if that person doesn't want to accept services, but the officer leaves our card behind and they contact us. We have email addresses. Again, we'll have a website. We've done town halls for our city in which we talked about our program. We're more than willing to do that for your city. If you have town halls of just certain subjects or social media posts, we'll be available to that. But there's no wrong door. So post intervention, pre-intervention, school systems. We talked about earlier about going into our schools and making sure that they have our contact information as well. There's no wrong door.
Just one comment, Mayor. So in Dallas, we started with 1 team, went to 3, now at 7, and trying to get to about 10 teams by the end of the year. So it's something that's happening. It's desperately needed out there for sure. And thank you for all you're doing.
Thank you, Mr. McBurnett.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is for Chief Lavigny and Chief Ryan, and it's a simple question. So it's like, you feel this will improve your efficiencies as well?
I do. We'll still have personnel that are responding to the call. But this is going, I believe, to give us an advantage to where we can impact the repeat calls, where we can get on the front end of some of those calls before they even begin. So when we're not really taking a resource from the ranks of our department, we're adding resources to the ranks of our department. So yes, I think it'll benefit.
And Chief Ryan, I'm assuming you're going to say the same thing, just thumbs up, you're good? Yes, sir. Okay. So.
Another referral resource too as well.
Right. And so I agree with Councilmember Veracruz. This is something that's definitely needed. Looks like to me we just have a no cost with a potential good reward out of it. So I will vote for this. And I'll, after Mark, Mayor, I'd like to make the motion to approve.
Well, Mr. Contreras has indicated he wants to speak after Mr. Cook. So just for the record, since Chief Ryan was not at the microphone to give his affirmation to Mr. McBurnett's question, let the record show that Chief Ryan affirmed Mr. McBurnett's question. Okay, Mr. Cooks, please.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for your presentation. Really, I think I know it's needed and overdue, and so thank you for all your care team is currently doing. I do have a question about, when you talk about mental health, is that only home visits, but you also thought you mentioned homeless as well, like on the streets? Did you mention that as well? Tell me how that works.
So we're a fully mobile team. So we'll go into your home. We'll meet you on the side of McDonald's on the corner. We're going to meet you if you're identified as homeless. We can meet you in your school, in your place of employment, if that's where you want us. And then, of course, our centralized location, we take visits there as well. So there's also, where there's no wrong door to come in, we go everywhere.
And this may be to the chief as well. So Chief, I guess I'm particularly thinking about, and I'll describe as homeless that's on our streets in Duncanville, whether they're on the corner asking for something, whether they're under a bridge looking for support. Does that fit into this?
Yes, I've spoken to Ms. Thousand about that particular issue, and certainly it does. Mental health weaves in and out of our lives, across our population. And certainly if someone is, for whatever reason, on a corner and asking for help. Now, the key is sometimes it's almost like the concept of an addicted person to asking for help. They've got to want to be helped too. It's not something that we're going, unless they put themselves in a situation where we can have an emergency detention and have them evaluated. This program, we're not going to be, it's not compelling. It's a voluntary program. but there's a lot of different branches, and we may be able to hit that branch that we need to hit at the right time.
So you're saying those for individuals that's on the medium and under the bridge, you're able to talk with them. You can't force them to join the program, but you're just trying to ask if they needed additional support.
Sure.
Go ahead.
While we do serve individuals' mental health, we like to use the term behavioral health because it is that umbrella that's going to show also psychosocial needs. So that is your substance use, that's your homelessness, as individuals who are just having psychosocial stressors, and those with mental health. So yeah, they're under the umbrella of behavioral health services, and we're going where they're at.
So this is a very wide area that you have to cover. It's in Duncanville, Cedar Hill. So remind me of the numbers again of how many you will need to officially take care of this
We need one
major
officer
area.
from you,
No, I mean overall.
one officer from each city.
One officer from each city.
And then social workers, we have the budget up to have 5 social workers, but we do that as we grow, depending on how many we need for the service. We need at least 1 medical professional, but we have the budget to grow as we need more medical professionals. And then if a city has a victims assistance coordinator in their budget, we have the budget to afford them as well. So it could potentially be up to 5 members per team, depending on the needs of that community.
And that's sufficient to handle
That is for this year 1 of the grant. And when we come up to year 2, or technically year 3, because our year 1 was just DeSoto, that's where we ask for the extensions. That's where we ask for more funds if we need them to expand our program, maybe expand our scope of practice. That's where we go and ask for what we need from discovery from this first year.
I definitely support the program, and I think, but I'll have to disagree with the no cost piece of it, because the cost of it is when we're deploying a officer to the program, and so it's just a crossover. But still, I think it is a cost to the program, in my opinion, period. I'll go back, and we're currently down 6 officers, I believe, or 6 or 7 officers, and we just added 2 officers to our police department, so we're not quite where we want to be. And as I said in my opening, congratulations on working the streets of Duncanville, but we still know we have plenty to go on this. But Chief, if I recall, during the budget period, you identified this position in the budget. And do you recall that, or did you not present this to us in the budget before when we added 2 officers for the street patrol?
So last April is a meeting that I think you're recalling. And if I remember correctly, I didn't ask for an additional personnel. I just brought the program up as an opportunity that was coming.
Okay.
And again, and I understand what you're saying as far as there is a cost. But our officers primarily going to be working here in Duncanville and on Duncanville cases. And it's not, this issue of behavioral health or mental health crisis that runs rampant through our society is in Duncanville, and it goes throughout so many different calls. We'll still respond on those, but if we can kind of catch it on the back end, I think we'll eventually, I don't know when it'll happen. It's going to take more than a year, but we're eventually going to see the benefit of what we're doing.
And I don't disagree with that for sure. I totally agree with it. But my thoughts to the council would be, instead of us deploying the 1 officer that we just added to, now we're going to deduct and have 1 that we would added to reassign them. I think we modify a budget item, city manager, and add this additional officer for that particular program, keeping our 2 officers that we just approved on the streets of Duncanville, keeping us safe as well. And I think both work hand in hand, but we're going to really, to my thoughts, if we're going to really put some teeth into this, we don't just pull from 1 to supply another. We add to our budget dollars 1 other officer to make this work.
Well, Mr. Cookson, I'm certainly never going to turn away additional staffing. But what I will tell you is in reality, even when recently we got to fully staffed, we weren't fully staffed effectively. So, and what that means is we had people in various stages of training So they weren't working as independently working officers. So when we take this position, we've got folks coming. We've got one graduating Friday. We've just hired from a lateral transfer, and he didn't have to go to the academy. He's in our field training program as we speak. And we got two that are going to start an academy come Monday. So I'm not sure we've actually realized that full staffing point. But what we can do is, so we really aren't losing that person per se. I understand what you're saying, but we haven't realized that yet. But we'll certainly take whatever the council's willing to do.
It took us 2 years, if not longer, to add additional 2 officers back to our police department. 2 years, if not longer. Meaning that FTE number was 63, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes,
So 63. And so we're not adding 63. So now we're going to be back at 62. And I know many people might say, well, that's not bad. But we just added the 2 more to make 63. And I'm simply saying that in order for us to kind of keep helping with this, additional add for our behavior health, because it is an important item for us to take care of, to add additional officers to make this work for us. That's my comment. Thank you.
Well, I have no input in your budget. I would like to say that DeSoto took the same initiative. With the grant, no DeSoto employees are funded through the grant. So we didn't take any funds from the Dallas County grant. So the 2 officers we have are DeSoto employees and fully employed in the budget for now until the continuum. Same thing as our victims assistance coordinator and our social worker position through Parkland. They understood the importance, and we hope that you will understand the importance over this next year of how valuable that this team, regardless of the regional impact, which we hope it continues on, DeSoto will always have a care team because they've already recognized the importance that it's already given to the community. So putting it in the budget, again, I have no influence, but I think that that is something DeSoto took into account.
And do we have an officer right now that's dedicated to behavior health?
No, sir. All of our officers are trained to go out and deal with those calls. We provide continuous training, but no one is dedicated to just doing that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Contreras.
Well, I had one direction I was going in, but I'm going to shift gears a little bit in response to Councilman Cook's concerns. It would appear to me that when the data comes out, when we're talking about measuring success, that there'll be data at some point down the road where the relief that we're giving our current officers by having this resource available will somewhat compensate for the loss of that officer that Councilman Cooks is talking about.
Yes, sir. That's what we're hoping, and that's what we anticipate. We just have to, we're not sure how quickly that'll reveal itself.
Sure.
From the line perspective. So obviously a lot of doubt when we first started this project. My chief had to create another lieutenant's position so that I could do this, as well as hire another officer at a time in which I think we were down 10 officers at that time. And he dedicated over there. So again, a lot of resources over. There was the belief that there would be a trade-off, and I think that there has been, because I obviously keep in touch with the officers back at the department. I ask them on a regular basis, I'm like, do you feel like, you've been cheated? Do you feel like we got sent over here to do this specialized assignment and it's just made more work for you, or has it made any difference in your workload? And the line is saying, no, we feel like it's making a difference. We have somewhere to send people. We don't feel like, oh, we're just going to go out here another 10 times before something happens. And they also feel as though that trade-off is happening. So, it's just kind of a shifting of the work as opposed to, the work itself changing at this point.
Okay, the other issue, and I'll try to be quick with this, is behavioral health issues, right? The need, we've heard it said over and over again, so I don't have to say it, but the need is there. We see this across the country, that there's movements to go in this direction to help police deal with this issue, because they are the front line that have to deal with these when they come up, and they are very dangerous situations. As a city employee, I was involved in a few issues where I dealt with hoarders in conjunction with the police, and I dealt with some homeless people, and former Chief Brown and I worked with a homeless lady And it was heartbreaking. She had a family here in town, but they gave up on her because she refused to take her meds. And she lived out in her car in the parking lot here for over a year until it finally broke down with the windows down in the middle of winter. And when it was finally have to be removed from the property, impounded, she became truly homeless, and she spent many nights laying in front of the library. And all because she wouldn't take her meds. We even had a relative flying from Georgia to do kind of an intervention, and everything failed. And I really saw the depth of behavioral health issues. So I got a firsthand look at that. And I was just seeing the tip of the iceberg. These guys see the whole picture. And so I think it's invaluable that we take advantage of the opportunity while it's here, it's knocking. And I hope that we could all agree. Thank you.
And to keep in mind, we don't know where we're at in the current state of COVID. And that's one of the biggest things that has taken a toll on behavioral health. You have to think about isolation for some individuals, but you also have to think about the people who have now had to cohabitate, who may not have before, and the pressures that that could put on taking care of someone who may have mental illness that they're not addressing at this time. The domestic violence that can occur when families are having to compound that they wouldn't normally stay with each other. All of those things are building because of COVID, and we don't know where that end is in sight. And so having a team who's willing to go into homes where a lot of providers aren't even seeing individuals in their clinic, I think is a very big value statement for what we can do for your citizens.
Mayor, if I could just give one last example of some of the things that we potentially could avert. Back in December, we had officers called to a business. And it was because of a customer presenting a disturbance, a verbal disturbance. It was very loud. Our officers showed up and they tried to work with this individual. And they did everything that was textbook. And instantaneously, this person had them on the ground, both of them. Sometimes, whether it's due to addiction, whether it's due to mental illness, some of these individuals will have what we have described as in law enforcement as superhuman strength. And this is where our officers were on the ground at a point of disadvantage. But they got back into the fight. But then he bent one of our officers over and he had his hand on his gun. And he was saying, "I'm going to pop you." I don't know if we can avert that instantaneous call, but we can try, and we should. Because for our citizens and for our personnel.
Thank you to all of you, and I believe that our guests can see that we are a conversant council. If I might sum up before we move to the motion that Mr. McNamara wants to make. I'm sorry?
I have a question before you go to the motion. I'll turn my light back on.
I thought that was an old light. I'm sorry. Okay, Mr. Cooks, please.
You want to finish it?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Before, as the mayor completes, I have a question for the city attorney. So to the attorney, as we prepare for this motion, would you help me with the thought of making a motion or making an add to the motion that we increase the number of officers, our FTE police officers, to include a behavior health officer? Just when this motion is made, can you help me tell me how I can add this to that motion as well?
If I understand your motion correctly.
I'm not making a motion yet. I'm just asking for a recommendation after the motion is made.
You can make a recommendation that the city manager look into bringing that back. It cannot be a rider on this agenda item because it's not been identified in the agenda item to add personnel to the police department.
So I'll make a recommendation after the motion or before the motion?
You can make your recommendation and request to the manager right now.
Okay. So city manager, I would like to make a recommendation to you that we come back and add a full FTE to our behavior health as a behavior health officer, retaining our 63 officers that we currently have now, 64, thank you. 64 officers we currently have now, and making sure that this behavior health officer is fully taken care of to make this work. So that's my recommendation to the city manager.
City manager, you have a comment, a response, please?
I would ask that we have the opportunity to bring it back. I know we have a number of vacancies right now, and as we start to get into the budget season, I don't want to, I believe that it's something that we need to look at outlaying funding in the future as this grant may expire, but I would like to bring it back as a discussion just on a funding strategy, because I would hate to fund a vacancy or a position that's not going to be completely filled right away. And there are some concepts that I think we need to talk about internally of where this would also provide training for all of our officers if they rotated out, because even though there's one officer who might be serving this year, there may be another in the next year, because as we take our officers through this process, we've then created a whole organization who understands these concepts. So give us a little time to get into the program, but if you would allow us to wait and bring this as a recommendation as we prepare for our next budget and how we can do that, I think that would be a better time to do this.
All right,
I think
thank you.
that's a yes.
All right. Thank you.
So before Mr. McBurnett, I wanted to address the folks in Chief and Chief Ryan and Chief Rhodey. If I can sum up the sense of the council, there's no question that we see the need. And one of the words that Chief Livigny said, we see the opportunity. At the same time, you've heard our comments about our concerns for the staff itself. In addition, right here, in terms of how do we do this? How do we take law enforcement into the realm of mental health, non-emergent service? The answer to that is we don't know. We're depending on you experts to help us navigate that particular issue as we go. So my personal feeling is, I'm not echoing anything of what council said, but I'm thinking that we have concerns that we're able to do this as part of our staffing. No question of the need, but we need as well to recognize the opportunity as something of very definite need of what's going on in our community and our environs among all the cities. So if I just wanted to voice that, and I think I'm sensing that from council, you know, that we're a deliberate group, and at the same time, we do understand there's opportunities and what are the fiscal effects of those opportunities, which we have each articulated in one way or another. And so with that, I will conclude my summation as it is and turn to Mr. McBurnett.
I'll make a motion, we approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Mr. McBurnett. We have a second by Mayor Pro Tem Harvey. City Council, please vote. Thank you. It is unanimously approved. Okay. I'll make a comment, just some housekeeping, looking at the time and looking at our agenda, and where we still have to go. There may be a need for me to call for a recess around 10 o'clock, because I don't know that we'll actually be complete by 10 o'clock. So if y'all could be prepared for that, we'll just kind of watch the body language and everything else going on, and see if we could just need a quick break somewhere around 10. Because we council members have been here since 5. All right, we are moving on to item 5A. Conduct a public hearing, parens 2021-23, for consideration and action regarding the request of Yvette Kent of Fona Group Investments Incorporated, representing applicant Odai Abdelgadar, owner, to include a plan development, quotes, PD for a plan development / downtown Duncanville district on Odai, Block 1, Lot 2, more commonly known as 2 North Duncanville Road, Duncanville, Dallas County, Texas, turn it over to Mr. Thibodeau, city planner. Mr. Thibodeau, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The first image you see is an aerial of the property. There's actually development. This is an older aerial in our GIS system, it looks like, but there is a active existing McDonald's on the hard corner there, just to the northwest of the blue line that you see looking at the subject property. To the south of the property is commercial development in existence within the same zoning classification. Across the railroad and across Maine is more existing commercial development, a hotel, namely here right across the railroad and Main Street. And to the west is more inline shopping center, commercial development. Here's a shot of the current zoning. There's an SUP associated with the McDonald's on the hard corner. To the east of the property is general office retail. To the north is I-20. Across from I-20 to the north is industrial zone property. To the south of the property is more downtown zoning. And to the west is general office retail. Again, this is a request for a planned development downtown district to allow for mixed use car wash and fuel pumps with modified standards. The subject property is currently undeveloped and located within the general Main Street section of the downtown Duncanville district. Reminder, there are 3 subsections within the downtown district as well. This is in the general Main Street section. Proposed development is also to feature EV vehicle charging stations, a multi-level parking structure, a dog park, and a pond amenity. In relation to the comprehensive plan, the future land use plan designates this area as downtown district. Uses are envisioned as regional destinations and a hub of activity within the city. The plan states vision would be achieved with vertical mixed use and boutique retail development. And the plan also envisions the area as being pedestrian oriented. This proposed development, sans the auto-oriented uses of car wash and fuel pumps, is compatible with the comprehensive plan. Turn this over to site performance. The general Main Street section allows for a reduction of 50% of required parking. When we did the counts, the project is being proposed well in excess of what the required amount would be. Landscaping screening, proposed landscaping and screening are shown with the attached exhibits. Associated items are planned to be in conformance with the standard. Note that the applicant is proposing to utilize olive trees as amenity to the site. They will be bringing them in. And signage must comply with the General Code of Ordinances, section chapter 16A. Here's an image of the site plan exhibit.
Hold on.
Yes, sir.
Hold that one. Hold that, please.
Yeah, oriented in the northeast corner of the subject property, you see the car wash and the fuel pumps development associated with a store, a corner store. It's not necessarily planned to be a convenience store, but the applicant will talk about the intent of that structure a little bit more. To the southwest, in that corner, you see the mixed-use structure. That's planned to go vertical with the car wash and fuel station as well. And then building B is a projected future structure to come in at a later phase.
Thank you.
And here's the landscape plan exhibit showing conformance. And these are elevation exhibits. Please note that these are intended buildings to come up with the commencement of the project should it be approved. Here's some interior parking to the mixed-use structure, just so you can see what the interior parking would look like. And here is a image of the multi-level structured parking, kind of a circular flow, as you can see. And here's some concept renderings. I'll roll through these relatively quick. Just let me know if you want to stop on one of these. This is a view looking generally east on the top view. Same thing generally with the bottom view as well. Again, looking east into the site. On the top left, on the top right, you're looking south. Here, renderings of the car wash structure and the proposed fuel station and store restaurant that would be associated with it. Here, renderings of the multi-level parking structure. Regarding notifications that were sent out, 8 notices were sent, and as of today, staff has not received any response for or against the item. And we wanted to talk about some concerns that were noted at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. Parking and maneuverability in certain areas of the site, namely this was with the multi-level structure. When you look at it, we just talked about, have you ever actually experienced a structure like this? Commonly, no, but the thought process is if an engineer can put their stamp on this, then it's deemed to be safe. We'll review it in-house, should this be approved and we move forward with those plans. The initial concern was really if you look at the elevator where it comes up in the center and the maneuvering of the spiraling cars coming up, we're not sure exactly where queuing for the elevator would occur, but this is still in concept. And again, if in the future a structured plan with an engineering stamp would come in, so at that point we would understand that in more detail. Lack of a drying detailing area associated with the proposed car wash. These plans are in concept, so that might be an area that they're looking at. That's just not identified. We've asked that question a few times through review. It just hasn't shown up on the plans. Here we are today without it. Phasing of construction, and there's a general note in the development standards as well that addresses this. So if approved, staff recommended adding a condition that will assure the mixed-use retail commercial structures are built first, or at least concurrently with the proposed car wash and convenience store with fuel pumps. And then future potential parceling of the property. We've asked this question several times to the applicant. There is no intention to subdivide the property. However, real life happens. Properties are sold. We were working with the standards to try to get in front of a situation where a section's parceled off and maybe it's missing a dumpster. That would have to be addressed via zoning. We'd have to come back and conform that with zoning. So every site, every lot has to have its own dumpster. Right now, as shown, it shows 2 areas for dumpsters. That's fine. But in the future, if it parcels off, we would have to, things like that might come up. And at the January 10th, 2022 Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, the commission recommended approval of the PD request by unanimous vote via the following standards. I'll read these because it's very important to go through a plan development set of standards for this kind of a project. So I'll skip through the 1.0, the purpose, and sorry, let me backtrack. This is in page 128 and 129 of the packet for those who might have that in front of them. So skipping to 2.0, the general regulations, number 1, that would be all not redefined by this amendment shall default to the Duncanville Code of Ordinances as set forth at the time of adoption and as amended. Number 2, a property owners association, a POA, shall be established and shall be responsible for the maintenance of all commercial and residential shared access elements, such as parking stalls, fire lane, maneuvering aisles, security gates, dumpsters, open space, amenity areas, etc. Number 3, the car wash and fuel pump development shall not begin vertical construction until after the mixed-use structure, which is building A on the concept plans, begins vertical construction. Number 4, installation of electrical infrastructure for electric vehicle charging stations is required and shall follow the spirit and intent of the associated development plan exhibits. Number 5, future architectural elevation plans are subject to review and approval by the city planner. 3.0, moving more into the zoning, uses, and performance of the site. So starting with uses, the following uses shall be permitted and shall be developed according to the adopted conceptual plans that will be related to the fuel pumps and car wash. Those are not uses that are permitted in the downtown district, not even by SUP. Site design, the following amended site design regulations shall apply. The build-to zone, and this is talking about at least 40% of the main facade being within a 15-foot distance of the right-of-way, basically your front building line. And I'll show you the area where this is actually being affected. It would be along the I-20 frontage right there, really in front of the fuel area. You might notice on the western side, kind of to the south, the fact that they put the double row of parking, there's extra language that allows for that scenario. Even if the mixed use, it can be pushed back basically beyond the build-to zone. So that's actually conforming. This would be for the car wash and the fuel station. The multi-level parking structure, it must be designed to maintain a safe condition for the maneuverability of pedestrians and motorists. Again, we would get an engineering stamped plan in the future if this were to be approved. Building design, primary entrances. Primary entrances are waived from the requirement that they be oriented along the major roadway facade. Now, this isn't necessarily true. It really has to do with the curvature of the building. Is the main entrance kind of 45-degree angle? When you bring in a curve, it kind of makes it awkward. So I just want to make sure that's compliant with this language. Doors and windows, areas that may not conform to the standard of having 25 to 40% of the ground floor being composed of windows and or doors are subject to review by the city planner. There's a denotation there. I'll read that denotation after we get through these. And really that just has to do with the back of buildings that we see, if you notice that in the concept. The primary entrances and the sides, they conform, they actually exceed the requirement. C, permitted finishes for commercial or mixed-use buildings. Proposed structures within this PD district shall generally be developed according to the spirit and intent of the districts represented in the associated development plans. Potential modifications to the future plan shall be subject to review by the city planner with the denotation. Permitted sign types. Unique alternative signage that maintains a safe condition for the public is encouraged. Proposed signs that do not comply with Chapter 16A sign guidelines of the Code of Ordinances or the downtown Duncanville district will be subject to review and approval of the city planner with the denotation. Landscaping and screening. Proposed landscaping shall generally follow the associated development plans. Species of olive trees suited for this region shall be utilized as part of the required tree plantings. Future plans shall be subject to review by the city planner with the denotation. And screening shall conform to section 4.07 of the zoning ordinance. Shall it come up? The denotation to finish this reads that if the city planner determines that a proposed modification or alternative design does not follow the spirit and intent of the plan development district and associated development plans, consideration and approval of the proposed modification or alternative design shall be required by city council. So this would default to you if there was a severe or determined to be a modification enough that it does not follow the spirit of event of what we saw tonight. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Thibodeau. For the process that we will now undergo for the public hearing, I will open the public hearing for discussion by citizens that are present in any issues that we have. In fact, I have some cards and we have individuals present wish to speak on this issue. And after the closing of the public hearing, the question, is the applicant here tonight?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so after the closing of the public hearing, we will invite the applicant up to make some comments. And then at that point, we'll open it up to council for questions. Okay? And in the process of what we normally do is in our rules of procedure, we will open the public hearing at a particular timestamp, and there will be 10 minutes allotted for those to speak in opposition and those to speak in favor. Actually, it's the other way around. So I will ask for those to speak in favor first, and then 10 minutes will be allotted for those to speak in opposition. Now, that is not individual. That is a time group in terms of 10 minutes total for those individuals who wish to speak in favor and or opposition. After that, we will then take a motion to close the public hearing, which we're required to do by the Open Meetings Act. And then we will ask for the applicant to come up and make some comments and then open up for questions. Okay, that's the process that we will use for all of the public hearings that we have here tonight. So the timestamp on opening the public hearings is.
I got a legal question before we proceed.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I have a legal question before we proceed.
Legal for the city attorney.
Yes.
Okay, please.
Since the public comments have been taken out of the public comments section of our meeting and put into this public hearing, are those comments subject to responses from us?
Yes.
Thank you.
Subject to response, but not during the public hearing.
Wherever you see fit.
What we normally do in order to keep within that time, make notes of what questions you would like to ask, and then we can call the individuals back up.
Thank you.
Okay, that way we lock the 10 minutes in terms of getting those full responses in. It also gives an opportunity for council to not be subscribed to that 10-minute block. More flexibility in that aspect. Okay, good question. Thank you. So, okay, timestamp on opening the public hearing is 9:15. I will now open the public hearing for those who wish to speak in favor of this particular item to please come forward. You're the applicant. We will ask you up subsequent to. Okay. Seeing no individuals coming forward to speak. Yes, sir. Come forward, please. And please give us your name and address.
My name is DeMarcus Ballard.
Mr. Thibodeau, there you go. Thank you, sir.
My name is DeMarcus Ballard. My address is 610 Town Creek Drive, Dallas, Texas, 75232. Well, I feel like I'm a resident of Duncanville. I spend a lot of time here. I have a nonprofit organization. It's MVP Community Development Corporation. We work pretty heavily in the area, dealing with a lot of the kids through Redbird Skateland. That was my first job when I was in middle school. So I've been here since forever. Frequent skater. So I'm always at the rink. Miss Yvette, as I know her as, I've worked with her for quite a while now, and on projects in Fort Worth. This is a project that she was doing over here on this side, and she asked for me to be a part of it. We have a lot of plans for this particular development. From a community standpoint, we are going to work through my organization, nonprofit organization, partnering with the Arlington Black Chamber, which I sit on the board for, to help develop small businesses and also nonprofit organizations. I have a program, it's a capacity building program that we plan on utilizing this space in order to help strengthen grassroots organizations and also small businesses that might need assistance in growing and flourishing within this neighborhood. As long as I've been here, it's just been a piece of land, and that's no disrespect to anyone who feels differently about it, but in my opinion, if we are able to take that piece of land and provide opportunity for individuals who live in this community and also bring money from those who pass through it back into this community, I'm all for it. I have a vested interest, not only because I'm a part of the project, but because I'm frequent here in the community. And I plan on having a major part in this if it is approved by the board. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank
If you
you.
have any questions, oh, sorry.
Maybe later.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other individuals who wish to come forward and speak in favor of this project? Okay, now going to close the 10 minutes on that particular portion. Timestamp on that is 9:19. Going to open the portion of the public hearing, the host who wish to speak in opposition. And I'm going to call upon an individual first, because that individual has sent in a written response and also has a card here. So the first one to speak in opposition is Mr. Monty Anderson. Mr. Anderson, please state your name and address for the record. And note that the time allotted for this is 10 minutes in total.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Monty Anderson, 100 South Main Street here in Duncanville. I didn't see this before. I would have said something to you a long time ago, but you know, there's nothing about this that meets the Main Street vision. First of all, we said no car washes and no gas stations on the corner. That's clear, not even with an SUP. So that's number one. Secondly, nothing about this is urban as the Main Street vision is. I mean, even the 2 rows of parking up against Duncanville Road are not close to the road. And if you want to know the difference between a successful retail and one that's unsuccessful, is you go look at DeSoto Town Center with 2 rows of parking up against Pleasant Run, which none of that area has ever been very successful, is gone in and out, versus Main Station, where it's really urban, where the parking is up against the road, has always stayed leased and been successful. This is the oddest thing I've ever seen. I mean, the parking's odd. The olive trees are not native to this area. You know, there's nothing urban about it. You've got no, some of the pictures kind of look pretty, but you got no, assurance that they'll look like that by the time it gets built. And we've worked, a long time. The Main Street vision is now 20 years old. People like me have invested in Main Street based on something different being at that corner, like a nicer restaurant or steakhouse or a brewery or something that would fit into the Main Street, that would transform the Main Street, that would actually be a hook off of 20 into Main Street, that would say Duncanville's different. it's not just Grand Prairie or East Wheatland. Where if you look in Arlington, you look in Grand Prairie, you look over and over, the retail is continuing to deteriorate and move from one center to the other. You know, that's what this is. This is a hybrid suburban something. I don't know what you want to call it, but it's just odd. And I mean, it should look different. It should look like it's in blocks in urban form and buildings parking up against the, cars parking up against the building. But it's not. It's just a big parking lot with a weird mixed-use building in it, a gas station, and a car wash. Now, is that the best we can do? And if it's the best we can do, and that's your vision, if that's what you guys decide that you want, here, I just want you to tell me that tonight. I want you to tell me that that's our vision, so I know what to do, as I live and work here and do other developments. I want to know what you want. I want to know that's your vision tonight. So in my opinion, we can do better. Time has come for Duncanville, I'm telling you. And I've been telling you this for a long time. People from like North Oak Cliff are moving here. There's a movement here right now. Now is the time that you can be selective. Now's not the time you need to just fold over and let anything come in. I'm telling you, the time is here. The time has come for Duncanville. Our tightness, our urbanism, the way our gridded streets are and our parks are mixed in and our industrial park is mixed in with the city, our time is coming. We're laid out perfect. We don't have 30 square miles of sprawl and things. We have a very tight opportunity to redo Camp Wisdom in a beautiful way, to put stores on the back of the old Kroger, that face the service road, or to reimagine the parking lots of these shopping centers. To reimagine the way we would do things. That we need you to help us with the vision. Put the picture in your mind. Picture this in your mind. Picture that car wash in 10 years. Picture that. Okay, picture that gas station in 10 years. And tell me that's what you want. That's all I want. All I want from you tonight is to tell me what your vision is. Thank you.
How much time is left in this 10 minutes?
5 minutes and 49 seconds.
Any other individuals who wish to speak in opposition, please come forward. And please state your name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Kevin Young. My address is 919 Eisenhower Drive. Thank you very much for all you guys are doing. I really appreciate everything. There are 3 things I think Duncanville doesn't need any more of: dollar stores, gas stations, and car washes. That's all my time.
Okay. Please state your name and address.
Erica Browning, 442 East Cherry Street. I just have a series of questions, really. That dog park, how big is it? Is it really for just people who are going to the gas station so they can, give their dog someplace to pee? Or is it really going to be a nice dog park? The city wants a dog park, and that doesn't look like that's going to fit the bill. This mixed use area, is it office space or residential? Because residential, I don't know if it really belongs there. The proposed development, it doesn't sound like they have committed people to use that space. So it seems like it's not going to be any different than the other empty developments on Camp Wisdom and Main Street and Cedar Ridge and Big Stone Gap and Center Street and Cockrell Hill. We've got a lot of empty buildings, a lot of strip malls, and a lot of things that are just empty. And if these people don't have committed people to rent those spaces, it's going to end up just like the rest. And I am vehemently opposed to a gas station and a car wash. Why are we even considering something that isn't even available for an SUP? We had a lot of people come out to speak against the proposed fuel station at Daniel-Dale and Main Street. And here we are considering it again. I just think that's wrong.
Thank you. Thank you. I saw one more individual wanted to come speak in opposition. Please state your name and address.
Leslie Thomas, 559 Power Drive. I just want to remind you that there is a Main Street vision. It's a vision that we entrust this council to carry into fruition. So please have our backs.
Any other individuals who wish to speak in opposition, please come forward. Seeing none, I'm closing this portion of the public hearing. The timestamp is 9:27, but I need a motion to close.
Mayor,
Is there
I'd
a
like to
motion
make
to
a
close?
motion to close.
Motion to close the public hearing by Mr. McBurnett, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Harvey. Council, please vote on closing the public hearing. Thank you. The public hearing is closed. The timestamp is 9:27. At this point, we'll allow the applicant to come forward with Mr. Thibodeau and make any comments that may be in response to what has been presented by our citizens. Please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Yvette Kent with Dual Management. I am representing Fona Investment, Inc., the owner, O'Day Abdu Quater, and his father, and the family. Two of them sons are here. The father is still out of town. Let's first say thank you very much for allowing us to come here. We have been working on this project with first it started with Athena and someone else, but now Mr. Thibodeau took the position, so I got switched over to a couple of different people. So it's been a year that we've been going back and forth and meeting and having meeting and talking about the Duncanville vision and what to put there. The owner wants to build something there. They want to be in Duncanville. They want to finally do something with that property. When they hired me to get on the property to figure out what we could do here, we came to the city of Duncanville's development office first to find out what is allowed, what cannot be allowed, what can be allowed. I got all the notes from the last time when they first did the McDonald's and read everything about that, including speaking with some of the council for why they were upset about a hotel and a gas station, and it was just a hotel and a gas station at the time, and it never went anywhere. No one didn't do a development. After speaking with the city of Duncanville longer, it was make the city of Duncanville proud with this. Give us something that's gonna bring in income, bring in people, bring in businesses, and they weren't asking us to just bring in businesses. They wanted us to bring in some livable, some homes. They wanted a mixed-use center that we could add housing in and bring our tenants in, bring some tenants in so they can then shop. They wanted to bring people that had businesses in so we could grow the economy in Duncanville. So we went back and we started designing those kind of things, knowing that we knew we wanted to do the car wash convenience store, but it was suggested, why does it have to be a convenience store? Can you overdo that and make it into, and what this is the intent, we're making it into more of a Walmart neighborhood store or a Costco type store with gas pumps on the outside. It has a 2,000 square foot full service restaurant. It's not a fast food type situation. You're going to go in there, order food. You're going to eat inside of the restaurant as if, I don't know if any of you recognize the name Cracker Barrel, kind of like a situation of that where you have a mercantile store and you can purchase just about anything in that store. And because the mixed use 5-story building itself is going to have so many different avenues there, then that allows for folks to come across the way and have different choices. There's an upstairs restaurant in the mixed use building. So it's not just car wash and a convenience store. It just so happens to have a car wash and a convenience store in a budgeted $60 million project. Now, because of the back end of that, Duncanville they were real concerned about the Main Street your Main Street, and we have the back end of Main Street right by the railroad, that whole back and behind the church. Once I got on the land and went back there, I thought those tall trees were just tall trees. It turns out to be tall trees in front of a 10-foot gully that goes all the way down, and it's just a drainage ditch type thing, which once we got in it, we had, maybe 10 homeless huts that we had to tear apart. They had built, and now they're coming back. We've cut the trees and everything down. We can't take the trees out until we do landscaping and ever if we get approved. But now that we were able to get back there and take out all the stuff where people could actually see it, inside of the city's drainage system itself, there are bedrooms. I called them bedrooms because they had mattresses and clothes hanging up inside of the big 8-foot holes. And it was a whole community of homeless living in the ditch. I had pictures, again, went to the city, talked about it, and said, this is why we want to do something. And that whole area, because of the fact that the railroad is there and it's along Duncanville, Maine, that is when the landscape came into play. And we ordered the beautiful olive trees simply because we are naming the center Olive Grove of Duncanville. And each building is named in contact going after the Olive Grove of Duncanville. So we decided that if we're going to do that, then our shrubbery and our landscape will also complement the center itself. So when you're pulling into the center, you're not going to be fronting and pulling straight into the gas station as if that's the first thing you see. No, we designed it to where your first thing, if I don't know how you, okay, yeah. Olive Grove, downtown. On your building A, building A is your mixed-use 5-story building, and it's retail, residential, and restaurant. The bottom floor of that, the basement, it'll be a basement parking, and it will have, the basement parking is designated parking for the tenants and the apartment people and the restaurant. Therefore, you don't have folks just parking everywhere. You have a second floor that is designated strictly for the 5-story mixed use, and if overflow on the restaurant if necessary. Right across from that, that's where you will see the parking garage and the CV charging stations. We did a complete study, and we checked with the city, and that in itself draws so much, and Duncanville would benefit from the draw of a charging station because of the way that they are growing in the communities and the money that they offer when they bring them into the communities. So when it was suggested that we might be interested in trying to think about that, not only did we think about that, but when we called and talked to the CV Tesla organizations and 2 others, Volkswagen is starting a new one, and we talked to another one, they are the ones that suggested parking garages, and then that way they could set it up as a CV charging station that would be marketed worldwide to where it would be noted to come to Duncanville. This is where one of your mainframe places are in Duncanville, which means those are kind of expensive. So that's the type of clientele we're trying to draw into there and bring in so they can come into there. We have the mercantile. So when you get to the mixed use residential restaurant, the residential, we were asked to bring in people so that you guys can get, Duncanville can get folks to move into the city. And I don't know Duncanville. I've been in Fort Worth. So coming into Duncanville the last year and driving it and learning a lot about it, studying the demographics of Duncanville, this city's growing rapidly, and it's growing rapidly with more small businesses than anything I noticed. So I thought, well, if we go with mixed use and smaller apartments in the building instead of 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom, and creating family type apartments, we're creating luxury condo apartments to where you have more of a corporate business setting atmosphere to where people like me, single non-married don't have to worry about all that because we don't have kids anymore and we just want a real nice place to live. That's kind of like that's what we're going for. In and out, safety, nice, in and out, in and out. Everything is right there for me. For me, living there and on-site management is there. And I've been in real estate development for 30 years. And I've built these for 30 years. So I have a real estate license. So yes, there will be on-site management, living on-site, and then management inside of the store. So taking care of it is not the problem. Now, because we couldn't really fit any more residential in the place, so we just used 3 floors of the residential. And that's, again, mostly luxury corporate apartments. And then on the mixed-use professional service retail building, now that's the exciting building because the first floor is professional retail. And fingers crossed, we are lucky enough to have a letter of intent if we get approved from a minority, one of the very first minority-owned, Black women-owned banks. So I'm like this hoping for approval because those are the types of clients that we are drawing out for. I'm the lady that was concerned about it being empty or not being leased. We are making it to the point where we have a leasing team that is on site, and that problem is not going to be because it has to be done on site. We're going after high-grade tenants, not necessarily new startup tenants, but we're not making the startup tenants feel that they're not necessarily welcome there because in the building B, the professional service retail office, the second floor is called G Code Resources. And that's where what we're going to do is what Mr. Ballard is saying. He has his nonprofit, and we are going to be teaching things within that floor, all of the things that folks don't know that don't normally do it. You don't see very many minority real estate developers. You don't see very many bailiffs. You don't see, most of us, we don't even know where to go study these things at. So we're putting in the mixed-use professional service retail office building, those types of services. And on the 3rd floor, you get your nonprofit organizations that fund and keep the people floating through them and going through them. We have a staffing agency and a trucking company that is ready to sign and do their letter of intents, and they're all educational. They're doing for educational. The staffing, she's a staffing company, and she staffs for the state to put people that are coming out of educational resource centers such as these into jobs. So we've already started leasing up the premise. We just can't sign off on anything until we have an actual project to sign off on. So it's not that we're not pre-leasing, we just can't commit until we have that. Then we get to the automatic car wash, and Sky keeps saying, we don't have the drying units. They're there, they're just so small you can't see them because we really don't want a bunch of people outside washing and shining up their cars. So what we've done is put the drying units right in the front of it to where if they come in and they want to go in and dry their cars, they can. But typically it's just a drive-through. You go in, you get the little thing, it blows, and you go out. So there's no stop and be pretty and hang out. You don't get to do that unless you're going to walk around the center. And at that point, it's right next to the mercantile store. The mercantile store itself is 4,000 square feet. So there's not a convenience store, 4,000 square feet. Imagine that we're going to have large coolers. We're going to have food to be able to put freezers in there. We're going to have jackets and things of that things, clothes, some small clothing. It's not a dollar store. It's not like that. On-site management maintains a project like that. The gas stations are more off to the side, and with them being off to the side, you don't necessarily see them as much. We've down-keyed them as much as we could in the drawing. Then with your botanical garden with the water ornament, there is a retention pond on site, this ugly big hole in the middle of the property. Can't close the hole up, can't do anything with. So after many, many meetings, several times with Sky and previous, why don't we make it into some type of eco-friendly landscape prettiness, give people reason to walk around, give them, and that's when the dog park came up. So in front of that entire retention pond is where the dog park will be. And that dog park will be available to those that are there, but we're also putting a sidewalk in because we had to talk to the Railroad Commission and we had to talk to the Department of Transportation for the frontage. We're putting a sidewalk in. We did think we wanted to put a bridge over to walk across there so they could have walkability from all that back area where the hotels were. That was taken out. It was suggested it's just a little too much. And so just a little too much. So they said, take that out and just put a sidewalk in front and let folks come from around. They could walk around and go into the dog park. They can do their shopping. It's not just a convenience store. You're not going to just run in there, grab a bag of chips, put gas in your car and go. You're going to walk in there and shop. And so it's not just for the people with the dogs. The folks in their apartments may want to walk their dog outside or like that. I know I'm going to be staying there. My dog is going to be wanting to go outside. So, that's what that is about. I don't know what I do with the little thing. Then we've got the total square feet leasable is 177,000 square feet of leasable mixed-use facility, be it retail, be it office, be it residential. The service, the CV charging station, that is income. So that is just not a parking garage. And the reason we went with the circular parking garage is I have one of those brains that imagines. The O in Olive Garden is so cool. So why not make a parking garage that kind of symbolizes the same that we're going to make look like on our marquee design. So it all just kind of blows in. Now, one thing about the mixed use retail 5-story building, it's one of our favorite things to talk about is going to be the upstairs rooftop. It will be a rooftop restaurant and lounge. Now, there will be 3 kiosks up there that are allowed for sales of some sort. We're looking at high-grade wine sales or high-grade cigar sales or high-grade, those type where people can come up there, sit upstairs. The food itself is going to be 4 or 5-star food. We're not doing cheeseburgers because we already have McDonald's. So we're not trying to mix up like that. We're trying to make it somewhere where folks will want to say, oh man, that's where we need to go on Friday and Saturday night. We're anticipating based on the ways that when we went to a couple of the other ones that I visited, they're packed. RH Designs, if you go to RH Designs on a Friday night, they're packed. That's exactly, and their furniture and all of that, that's the kind of design we're going for. We're not going for little chairs putting out and like that. No, we're going into a design of that sort, and it's going to be massive, and you're going to have 5-star food reservations. You have VIP parking and that. So that is what you get in your mixed use. So it's not just a car wash, and it's definitely not a convenience store. It's a mercantile store is what I call it, because that's what it follows by definition. And then anything else, I think 3-story, I talked about that. Yeah, we've named everything. Olive Grove, Maine is the 5-story building, and everything stays along the same. Main Place is the 3-story building. And then you've got Express Car Wash Center, Grove Heights Mercantile Store with gas, Grove Heights Herb Garden Restaurant. Now, when I say Herb Garden Restaurant, we do have a letter of intent from, cannot say the name yet, but it's a very, well-known vegan restaurant. But they also do grow their own herbs on site. So they're going to have a small greenhouse in the back of that where they will be having their own herbs, and you would never know the food is is vegan food. You would never know. I didn't believe them, but it is. So that is going to be what the restaurant is inside. So that's the letter of intent we have. And he's blown up because he's also going to be part of the educational part because he does meal preps and teaches for health, for eating and all of that. So that'll be something he's contributing back. Everybody that's moving into this center is contributing back, going through the nonprofit so we can all bring in and help each other survive and keep it going. That is what we were already planning a community neighborhood association, a business association, but you guys are requiring those things now. So that's what we were planning on doing in the first place, so we can get it all there. That's it, I think, unless,
I think that's pretty sufficient.
yeah, that's a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, I guess.
To Mr. Thibodeau, I'll start with some questions, please. This is more of a technical issue that since the McDonald's is within 200 feet, I believe, of this particular project, in the packet, I did not see that a letter went out to the McDonald's franchise owner or McDonald's Corp. In terms of response. Can you explain that?
Yeah, we verified that and I double checked. You saw in the graphic that showed the labels that were sent out, you saw 2 FONA groups. Those were the 2 those were the ownerships for the 2 parcels. So we did send that out. We did send that out to that property owner who came up on the Dallas County tax rolls.
So it went to the property owner, not the franchise owner of McDonald's?
That's right, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That answered that question. This is an extremely important project for our city. And I'm going to express an opinion. And probably going to get it from all 7 of us. I'm not real sure. To start out, the planned development of our downtown district is very important to us. This is a gateway project. It could be the greatest piece of gateway project the city has seen. What concerns me is the inclusion of a gas station and a convenience store. The mixed-use retail and residential that you described, and you answered one question that was rocking through the back of my mind when I read those packages. What is the grade of that housing? And you said it's going to be luxury grade condos, which eases some of my concern that it was not going to be Section 8 in terms of sitting on our gateway. The advantages that you have described to us, number one, yes, we have been looking for a dog park for a long time. And I think there was a comment made, and I think it has some validity, that just having a dog park with bike stands isn't going to hack it. We're going to have a lot of people there. So there may be some issues there to contend with. In my mind, the mixed use that you've described, the amenities you've described, the freestanding, very nice casual dining that you've described, in this gateway location are incompatible with the car wash. And in that respect, I just can't buy this. And Mr. Thibodeau said that this is concept. And you've said you've worked on it for a year in concept. You said you budgeted, what, $60 million for this particular project, which is heartening to know that the city of Duncanville can attract that kind of development and that kind of investment. And I am simply voicing my own personal opinion. I'm not speaking on behalf of anybody else on this council. If there's any possible way to redevelop this tract with the exclusion of the car wash, I think we would have ourselves an emerald. We would have a diamond project in this particular tract of land.
Let me just take a peek like this real quick. There we go. Okay.
Looks like you've been abandoned. I'm not real sure.
Please
gentlemen.
Oh, there they are. They're right
Yes,
there.
they were back there.
They've moved. So
Owners.
now, one thing that I have to be very upfront about is that we as a council are not permitted to discuss or engage you in why you put a car wash there in terms of financial viability. We cannot do that. It's not our job, and we are precluded from asking any questions about how is each piece of this project that you put together, the mixed-use retail and the restaurant and so on and so on and so on, how do those contribute to the financial payback, I guess, in terms of the $60 million? We are not permitted to go there, and I am not going to go there.
Okay.
Intentionally, just letting you know that. We cannot do that. So the question would be, coming from me personally, if the gas station and the convenience store, the mercantile store, as you put, could be taken out, and that parcel of and that portion of land reconfigured to be more and more compatible with a gateway location, to be a diamond in the gem in the rough forest, and to be very, very compatible with our comprehensive plan and for the development of our downtown district, I'd be much more in favorable of it. As it stands, I can't be. And that's just me. And so I know I've taken the opportunity to make my comments first, and now I'm going to, I think, covered all the points that I wanted to make. Now,
Mr. Mayor, just before you switch over to any of the other council members,
understand,
this is just in response to what you were saying.
I don't have any questions for you.
Okay.
Okay. So I see in terms of Mr. Kuntz and then Mr. Contreras. Mr. Kuntz, please.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions. You can go back to slide 51. Thibodeau, please. Yes, sir. And then
That's the
landscape. Building C, that's the rectangular one right in the middle, right? Or maybe it was building B. One of the buildings, you had said that, well, this is something that hasn't really been planned, or that something was going to come later that would be worked into the plan later. It was.
Yeah, that was building B, but once we were in the process of developing, we developed it.
Okay.
We weren't, it was just going to be a piece of land, and then we were going to develop it later. But as we were working with the city on trying to bring forward more so we could try to get it passed, and then our use, we were like, well, you don't have enough room you just don't have enough for income coming in. So that's when we put the 3-story office retail
Okay.
in.
And as far as those office retail spaces, I mean, you can't say exactly what's going to be in there.
On this,
At this point,
we cannot
you
sign a
can't-
letter of intent with
Right.
anybody because we don't actually have anything to sign yet.
Right, so we can't
on.
be exactly sure what might go in there, or if anything goes in there.
We know we have 60% occupancy at this time. If we are able to get this approved, we have folks ready to go. I mean, actually, if it got approved, we're ready to start the civil work tomorrow. Well, after the storm.
Thank you. And then the retention pond, so that was already there.
That's been there.
And it's been there.
It's a big hole.
Okay, and so you're just kind of repurposing it.
Well, we wanted to fill it up and kind of get rid of it, but you can't fill up a retention pond and blah, blah, blah.
Because it
so-
serves some kind of purpose, right? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so it looks like you're saying you were going to put water in there and make it
No,
a water feature.
we have to leave it like that. So inside of that retention pond, we are using eco-green vinery, olive vinery. It's not going to grow olive vines, but it will be placed along the edges of the retention pond to where when you look down in it, you just don't see a bunch of dirt. You see greenery, and then we'll put some shrubs to where it at least looks pretty. And then we'll outline that with a fence around it so we can keep people from walking around there. And then in front of that, through the whole frontage is where the water ornament is. And at night, it jumps up and down and changes colors and does all that stuff. So it'll flow through and go around, and then you have the dog park in front of that.
And it's a wrought iron fence, so people wouldn't actually.
They won't be able to get into the
Okay,
retention pond, no, sir.
All right, and then a question for Mr. Thibodeau. So you talk about walkability. So, this is one of the strategies, make walkability and connectivity both to and through the district a top priority. That's one of our strategies for this opportunity area. So you talk about, walkability, and if this meets that standard.
Sidewalks, yeah, they're being brought in along the rights of ways. As you see, there's really no trail connection plan here, so there's nothing beyond what's normally required with a commercial development. We did explore getting out to the east once we saw things, pop up on plans. Unfortunately, the easement that's associated with the railroad really limits any availability to the east. So really, you can only really come into it from the south. There's a sidewalk along North Duncanville Road, and then I-20 working with TxDOT in the future for more connection further on to the east, kind of tying into what's in front of McDonald's.
Yeah, and so right now, we really don't have you're talking about the properties and areas around it, there's really no plan as
You're
far
very
as what it's
limited.
going to connect to, or.
It's kind of encumbered by easements to the east, the railroad, and to the south is existing development.
And then, with the dog park there, you've got the bike racks, but we're not sure exactly where they would be biking to or.
Right.
or from it.
Bike racks, I think, are just part of the code. You have to have a bike rack on a site now. It's just, that's one of the things that they make us do in Fort Worth. I always put them on the sites now.
Okay, so, all right. And then, so what I've heard, when you were doing the presentation, I did hear, and the mayor brought this up, the word concept a lot. And I kept over and over again, I kept hearing, okay, this is a concept, this is a concept. And then Ms. Kent, is that correct? But when you came in, you were offering some more details and explanation. And I guess I was trying to reconcile, a lot of this does look conceptual to me. And here's my thing is that, and this actually kind of like the mayor said, if some of these features were modified or even removed, I think this is a great idea. But since so much of it is conceptual, my concern is, we really haven't had a discussion about what our real vision for this whole downtown district is. And I'm speaking to the council right now. And, we've already looked at some SUPs for some other areas where we really hadn't had a concrete vision of what we wanted for those areas. And this is another situation where I just feel real uncomfortable about approving something where we really don't know where we're going. And so, and it was already expressed with some of our the comments. Some of this, if we take away the dog park and the retention pond is there, some of the other features, coming down I-20, this being a gateway, I see McDonald's, gas station, and car wash, and retail space. And again, the citizens of Duncanville, from what I've heard, this is something we already have enough of. But as the mayor said, I would love to see maybe some reworkings of this to really fit whatever vision this council comes up with for the whole downtown area. Thank you.
Mr. Contreras.
I'm going to scattershoot here. I got a lot of notes, but in some of these things, you've kind of laid out your background. Sounds like you've been a professional in this area for quite a long time, and you seem like a very nice person. Some of the observations I'm going to make, I don't want you
take them personal because they're not about you as an individual. They're about this development, okay? So I want to start out by echoing some of the feelings about this being this entryway. I've viewed it since it's been an empty lot. And it wasn't always an empty lot, by the way. One time there was a big manufacturing building there, which wasn't anything to brag about, but there was a large building there. But the idea that I have when we develop service roads, and as far as I'm concerned, we're done with our service roads because the only remaining areas are residential, and those folks don't want service roads, and they've been quite clear about that. So we've invested a lot of time and effort with our different departments working with TxDOT to develop these with the hopes that in the next 10, 15, 20 years that we'd see some of these, and Mr. Anderson talked about one, about these concepts of turning some of the existing buildings where they had storefronts along these service roads, more conducive with what we see down the hill in Grand Prairie, and then up to the east of us in Dallas. When they brought in service roads, those areas boomed. We have a unique situation. We're not that in terms of service roads, but so what we do have available, we need to get the best use out of it. So my first question would be to our economic development director. What efforts, if any, have we made to reach out to some of the regional or national folks in terms of a building there, restaurants, hotels, whatever? What efforts have been made to reach out?
I need to intervene here. That question is off agenda item. We're here to examine this particular item for approval or not, and to bring that question in terms of, it's way outside of what can be addressed right now.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I made you get up. Okay, so here we go. That property right there is probably one of our most important properties. We'll see some development on 67 eventually that may bring interesting concepts like this, but that one right there, I just see something different. It's in my district, and I've lived there a long time, and I didn't expect something like this, especially. And I can ask this question: why are we talking about a car wash and a gas station when your opening statements included a statement that they're not allowed even by special use? So why are we talking about them?
The plan development mechanism would be your zoning mechanism to make that request. So when we have that conversation with folks on a piece of property, they ask, well, if it's not even approvable via SUP, what can I do? There's a PD mechanism that's available for you.
Thank you for that clarification. And going back in time, and I think this was referenced, we had a case last year where there's a lot of opposition to another gas station. There's 7 gas stations within 3/4 of a mile there along Camp Wisdom all the way up to Redbird Lane. So we're saturated with gas stations. And then secondly, the idea of a car wash, when we're trying to, as Mr. Anderson used the term, we're trying to get a hook to get people off of I-20. Well, all of us that have kids at one time know that our kids all know what a McDonald's sign looks like. So while that may not have been the use I was looking for originally there, it's going to draw people from the highway because their kids are going to demand that they stop there. I don't think anybody's going to drive down I-20 going to Georgia and, well, I need to pull in and get a car wash. So it's not going to be a draw. It's only going to be for local people. And we already have a car wash, a pretty good car wash down south. So I just don't see the need to even discuss a car wash in a gas station. We're using terms like 5-star, 4-star food, luxury, executive apartments, upscale stores, mercantile instead of convenience stores. These are a lot of catchphrases that I've seen over the years that try to make something a little brighter than its probably eventuality if it gets built. And I'm going to ask Mr. Anderson a question, if I can, at some point at the end of my comments. Is that all right? All right.
Permissible, yes.
Okay, so So right now, as it stands, we got as a focal point to our entryway, when people pull up there, they're gonna see a car wash and a gas station. So I'd like to see something where that some of the development in the back is pushed forward, and that be the focal point when you come in, if we're ever gonna entertain this particular project. Okay, I think I'm going to cut this short because my comments, I think other people have touched on that. With that, I'd like to ask Mr. Anderson if I could to step forward, if you would. You know, I'm familiar, as many are up here, with some of your developments, not only here in Duncanville, but over in the Dallas area, in particular Oak Cliff area. Many of the things have been very successful. So I'm asking you, as a developer who has voiced a concern about this project, what other comments would you have for us as a council who we don't specifically have experience and knowledge in development and the future of development? And once we buy into a project like this, it's done for life. So we got to be really careful, but we don't have all the tools. What's the best way for us to understand, not only on this project, but, and maybe I'm stepping out of bounds, but.
Well, I need to be very careful here,
Okay.
because the question you're asking him is also almost on a consultancy basis. His professional expertise is well recognized. Asking his opinion, other than what he has already stated, he is in opposition to this project for the reasons he stated. Now to ask his opinion on what he would do differently with this tract, I don't believe is appropriate.
Okay, can I ask him to expand on his original statements he made to us earlier?
Well, he took 5 minutes to expand on why he opposed it. I don't know what more Mr. Anderson can add to that.
Can I just say this? What I would do with the, okay.
Well, I don't know what I can ask you, so we'll move on. I think I know where I'm going.
All right, thank
Thank
you. Mr. McBurnett, then Mr. Cooks.
Mayor, I'd like to defer to Mr. Cooks.
Okay, Mr. Cooks, please.
Thank you. I would like to ask the owner a question. Young man, please. First of all, thank you for being here tonight and to eventually when talking with our city planner. You know, you have $61 million for this project that you talked about. Is that correct?
The funding is available, yes.
The funding is available. So can you share, I mean, you showed us a picture of how you think it should look, right? And you want to spend $61 million and with us. Any particular reason why you think this is the right project of $61 million that you want to spend here based upon what our citizens has already said here? And you painted that really well. I mean, you hit some spots in here to make it look good. But I guess I really want to just sort of ask, your $61 million, would it be better utilized if you stuck by the plan versus adding some other portion that you're hearing feedback from our citizens
Well,
saying no?
council member, this development, it hasn't just been in plans for the past year. It's been in talks for over more than 5 years, since we started with McDonald's. It's gone through multiple iterations. We've looked at the benefits of it from pulling in new people into Duncanville, which is why we have the residential development. And that is what I wanted to add on to Mayor Gordon's remarks earlier. We built it in a way that was designed to pull in new people and give them everything that they needed within that one central hub. If you look at areas like Uptown Dallas, you look at areas like Shops at Legacy out in Plano, it's developments just like this. You have mixed use developments with multiple types of businesses, everything all in one spot that pulls in people there and keeps them there. There's really no need to go outside. So that's what we were weighing in terms of pulling in new people to Duncanville and kind of bringing them into that community. And then also providing for the current residents of Duncanville, things like the dog park and things like the beautification of the area out there.
So you talked again, I think you heard us, you heard our citizens rather,
Right.
when we talked about dog park, great.
Mhm.
You heard our citizens when we talked about walkability, but I'm missing the walkability piece with a piece of sidewalk. I don't call that walkability. But at the same time, I think why is this car wash and a gas station so important to you when we're saying one thing and you're saying another? Why is this car wash and this gas station so important to you?
This was, like I said, this was all part of the concept of the development, creating one central hub for the people that we wanted to bring in to the area.
And can I
As
pause
part
you?
of the development,
Okay, so I hear you saying
Go ahead.
people you want to bring into the area. I'm just trying to direct you saying, here's how we feel that we can bring people into the area. So if your plan is not matching our plan, that's the disconnect.
the concept that is currently here and the design that we have built and we cannot act forward on until we get approval from the council was, like we said, discussed between Ms. Yvette, ourselves, and the members such as Mr. Sky over here. I don't know, Yvette, if you have anything to add to it?
Okay, well, I think we're still have a disconnect, and until we're able to connect, and the disconnect, really this disconnect is gonna be that car wash and the gas station. And so that's the disconnect that we're not all able to connect to. And if you have the funds if you have the funds to look at what we're looking at, you have the ability to make this what we need, if you can just follow the plan. Thank you. No other questions for you.
Mr. McBurnett is I think, you've got a pretty good sense that we think what you got is a great concept. I used it. Yeah, Mr. McBurnett, go ahead. I'm gonna conclude this.
Yeah,
Just
well,
pretty simple.
Mayor, I mean, Ms. Kent, gentlemen, I want to thank you for being here and as well. But Mayor, I think we just need to go ahead. I'm going to vote against this, but I'm going to make a motion to approve, but I'm going to vote against it.
Well, what I was going to ask a question of Mr. Thibodeau. I've got that, but is it possible? I know there's a motion.
Mayor, point of order, sir. I made a motion.
In order for a point of order to be passed, there needs to be a vote taken by council in order to pass a point of order. So Mr. McBurnett has called for a point of order, a question. I would like to continue my comments prior to this particular motion, but in order to do so, I need council's approval to do so. And it needs to be a majority vote by the council to accept this point of order by Mr. McBurnett. So if you accept this point of order by Mr. McBurnett, please vote yes. If you do not accept this point of order by Mr. McBurnett, please vote no. Point of order is accepted as it is. So we have a motion to approve this.
There's a motion and a second to approve.
We have a motion. I didn't hear a second. Okay, we have a motion to approve by Mr. McBurnett. We have a second by Mr. Kuntz. Please vote.
Mayor, would you remind everyone how?
We did it. It's fine. It's all there. Regrettably, this is disapproved. Toss me another point of order. I want to make a comment. If there's any possibility of continuing discussions, you can sit down. If there's any possibility of continuing discussions with the owners and the developers of accepting what we have said tonight and coming back with something else, I think the council may be amenable to that. had a citizen comment card from an illegible signature on item 5B. The address was 100 South Main. That may be Mr. Anderson's illegible handwriting. I'm not real sure. But the address is 100 South Main. So we are on item 5B. I can't. Yeah, I know, but I had a card, for, as I said, it had an illegible signature on it, and it was a 5B.
That's Anderson right now, right? Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't know what happened to it, but it's here somewhere. So. Okay, all right, so you're later anyhow. So we are on item 5B, conduct a public hearing.
But you want the breakdown? Would you like the breakdown, Mayor?
Would you like the break, Nancy? Are we okay? I'm just asking for others.
Is there any need for a break? Is that a yes? That's a need for a break. 10 minutes, please, or 8 minutes, according to that clock. We can come back at 10:30. I'd appreciate it. 106, tract 15, more commonly known as 400 East Center Street. Mr. Thibodeau, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is a shot of the aerial of the property situated at the southeast corner of Center Street, East Center Street to be specific, and Goldman. This is actually a unique little pocket of neighborhood office retail that's been in current zoning for some time now. Here's a look at the zoning map. You can see it's surrounded by single-family 7 zoning. Again, this is a little pocket of neighborhood office retail that has been in existence for some time. This request is for a planned development neighborhood office retail district with modified standards. The subject property is composed of an abandoned place of worship and parking in the front along Center Street. The word abandoned came up at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, so let me insert what that means. And that's what it sounds like. So the abandoned means the use, whatever use has been active has not been at a location for 6 months or more. So therefore the use is technically abandoned. So that's what I mean by that. The site was initially developed, as you can see here, in 1982, and the proposed PD will allow for the site to be redeveloped and reused as a neighborhood serving multi-tenant with 4 potential lease spaces with commercial, office, and retail. In regard to the comprehensive plan, the future land use plan has a designation of low density retail. You can read through this. Basically, it's not compatible with the language of the comprehensive plan, but we would like to note this unique situation. Again, I don't know if the plan, really accounted for pockets of individually zoned lots when it talked about the future land use plan in this regard. So we would like to note the unique situation regarding the non-residential zoning, an existing site that has been in place for some time. In addition, a true neighborhood serving non-residential redevelopment may be an asset to the area. In regard to site performance, regarding parking and maneuvering, 21 spaces are required, utilizing the most intense ratio available in the neighborhood office retail district, which is neighborhood retail, basically. So 21 spaces would be required if the entire building was parked for retail.
It's okay, keep going. IT's working on it.
Okay.
It's okay.
So the applicant is proposing 7 to 8 spaces with the proposed redevelopment. And parking spaces as shown in the concept exhibits will require approval of a right-of-way license agreement by City Council in the future should this be approved. Landscaping and screening. The proposed modifications require variance from certain landscaping screening standards. And signage must comply with Chapter 16A of the Code of Ordinances. This plan exhibit that you're seeing is conceptual in nature, very conceptual. It's showing 8 head-in spaces along the frontage. It would drop to 7 if we did angled parking as well. Staff is recommending, if this were to be approved, that we do head-in. It allows for motorists traveling east and west to have a nice 90-degree maneuver. We understand most people would probably access this from the west, and therefore angled parking to be oriented in that way would be a good situation for those motorists, but we also want to maximize the available parking given the condition of the site. Here is a floor plan exhibit. You found in your seats, there's another exhibit associated with this building. What that is, and this came up at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, is the actual floor plan or the floor, the floor plan that was being utilized when this was open for business at one time. So it has been subdivided into 4 different units, as you can see in the past. Here's a concept elevation refacing the property and adding more windows, making it more of a neighborhood retail type feel on the facade. 25 notices were sent out for this public hearing, and as of today, we haven't received any responses for or against this item. And at the January 10, 2022 Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, the commission recommended approval of the plan development request by unanimous vote per the following standards, and I'll run through this again just like the last item. We'll start at B, passing the purpose, and this is page 156, 157 in your packet. The development plan, item B. The development plan attached here too is Exhibit B. Its conceptual and design is intended as an illustrative reference to the conditions associated with this plan development. Item C, base zoning districts and site development standards. Basically, it should be redeveloped in accordance to the NOR district, neighborhood office retail district, with the following exceptions: a minimum number of parking spaces. It was 8 at P&Z. They like the head-in kind of model, so that was a recommendation. The right-of-way license agreement shall be presented to City Council for consideration and approval at a future date. We know we'd have to go through that anyway, but just to assert that in this language. Permitted uses, in addition to those uses permitted by right under the neighborhood office retail zoning, the following additional uses are permitted as follows. Office uses with the condition ancillary interior display or showrooms are permitted. Accessory uses, the following accessory uses are permitted subject to the review and approval of the city planner. Outdoor display permanent, outdoor display temporary. Retail convenience stores capped at a 1,250 square foot maximum. Restaurant uses, again, capped at a 1,250 square foot maximum. Seasonal sales capped at the same square footage. Retail convenience store with restaurant. Alcohol production and tasting, tap room, micro with food sales, so microbrewery type. And landscaping and screening. No additional landscaping plantings or screening shall be required. Future landscape plans shall be reviewed at the discretion of the city planner. And that concludes staff's presentation. The applicant is here to field questions and make a presentation as well once you're ready.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thibodeau. We will now proceed to open the public hearing. The public hearing is opening at 10:37. And following the prior procedures that I articulated, each side in for and in opposition will have 10 minutes in total. And after that, we will take a motion to close the public hearing, and then we'll take comments from the applicant. And at that point, after the applicant, then we will open it up to questions from the city council. So the timestamp on opening public hearing on item 5B is 10:37. All individuals that wish to speak in favor of this item, please come forward. Thank you. Please state your name and address.
My name is James J. Cartwright. I reside at 224 Armstrong.
We can barely hear you.
Sorry.
Can you up it out there?
All right. My name is James A. Cartwright. I reside at 224 Armstrong Drive in Cedar Hill, Texas. I am the oldest child of Arthur and Alma Cartwright, and I moved to Duncanville in 1984. Went to Byrd, graduated from Duncanville High School in 1989. My parents purchased the property at 400 East in 2007. At the time they purchased the property, with the information that was given to you, it had 9 separate units. 3 of them were currently being rented out. Had 2 ACs, 2 heaters, front doors, back doors. Everything was set up, and there was not a parking issue. And the properties created in 1982, there was not a parking issue. My father, before he passed in August 2021, there were no parking issues. So as my mother moved to California, me and my brother and sister decided that we wanted to sell the property that they owned in DeSoto, in addition to selling the property that they own in Duncanville. We did not know that there would be a problem until Options Real Estate Company came to us and said that Duncanville is mandating or wanting 1 parking spot per 200 square feet, which would equate to 21 parking spots in that lot. All I'm asking that the city council do is look at prior history and look at how that mandate was not instated when the property was built or when my parents owned it for the last 15 years, so that they can move forward with the sale, so we can sell the property so that my mother can close this chapter and we can move on. That's all I have to say.
Any other individuals who wish to speak in favor of this item? Seeing none, we'll close this portion of the public hearing. Those wishing to speak in favor. Now open the public hearing for those wishing to speak in opposition. Thank you. Please state your name and address.
Erica Browning, 442 East Cherry Street. I know it sounds like I'm against all development in the city, and I'm really not, but this is my neighborhood. I drive up and down Center Street every single day at all times of the day because I live right there. Parking would be an issue. If you have that kind of retail and office space, you've already got people parking on Center Street when they're not supposed to. And it causes a problem, especially when school's getting out. But even more than that, I just want those of you who live in other districts to think about, how would you like this kind of retail and office space in your neighborhood? It's surrounded by single-family homes. It is an anomaly, but it doesn't have to stay an anomaly. And
you would not want this in your neighborhood, and it's going to affect property values. It changes the whole dynamic of the neighborhood.
Thank you. Any other individuals wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, Chair will entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion to close the public hearing by Mr. Harvey, and who was the second? Mr. Cooks. Please vote for closing the public hearing. Thank you. Public hearing is closed at 10:41. What I have before me is the illegible card I have figured out and understand that it is Mr. Monty Anderson who is here representing the applicant. Mr. Anderson, please state your name and address, please.
Monty Anderson, 100 South Main. Do you have the? I thought you had, okay. The strong. I thought we had the same slides as we had last time. So I will just say this. I mean, all we're asking for with this property here is to be able to use it, what it was been able to use for the last 40 years. That's basically the bottom line. And we want this, we're asking for the same considerations that Main Street has with basically no parking. You know, Main Street has no parking. And if you look, if I had my slide here with me today, I would have a slide of the United States from strong towns of all the cities in the United States. They're now doing away with their parking requirements, including Dallas. The biggest thing on Dallas is, the biggest thing they have right now is doing away with the parking. DeSoto has also done away with parking in certain properties because they realized they couldn't use the properties anymore. And so this is really this. We're not asking for anything here that it didn't already have for years. We wouldn't have even been here except we came with a new buyer for the property that wanted to put 3 different businesses in there, or 4 different businesses. They went in to get their certificate of occupancy, and we found out that we couldn't use the parking on the side street or the parking in the front. And so really, we're really not asking for anything except what's there. I mean, if you deny it, I mean, I don't know what, I mean, I guess we tear it down. I mean, is that better, have it torn down, than what do we do with it then? But I think it's a viable property. It's good. It can be useful again for small entrepreneurs, and that's who's going to end up owning it. You know, it'll be a small entrepreneur that buys this building and it'll lease 2 or 3 spaces out. It's like the perfect type of business we want in Duncanville. It's like our locals who own a little piece of the action, a piece of real estate, and have a couple of businesses, you know, to lease out spaces to. We would rather not have to put all that parking in off the street. So we'd rather just use it like it is and then dress up the building. But we're willing to go along with staff's recommendation on the parking coming in off the street. But there is also parking on the side street. It doesn't show it on the diagram in there. People have been parking there for years. It is city right away, on the edge, but we've been parking there for years. And so with that, I mean, it'll be back divided. The way it's being put back together is 4 small spaces, which is the way it always was. And so, I think the building shouldn't be torn down. And I think it's worse to have a vacant. I mean, we'll have some of those homeless people moving into these buildings. And it's not abandoned, by the way. I kind of take a little bit of offense at abandonment. Abandonment means like, it's vacant. It's vacant. Okay, but it's not abandoned. Because abandoned's like, I got up, I abandoned it, I left, I quit paying insurance on it, I quit mowing it, I quit having utilities on. That's not the case here. It's not abandoned. It's vacant because we can't get a CO because of the parking. So with that, answer any questions or?
Looking at the.
And Miss James's mother is on, I think she's on Alma, is on Zoom listening in. I don't know if she's got anything to say, but her son's here, but she's in California, but she is on Zoom tonight also with us.
Well, she's part of the application then.
Yes.
So, Ms. Cartwright, you're here on Zoom. This is your opportunity to speak before us if you wish.
We're checking to see if she wants to speak. She had told me she was gonna let Monty and her.
Okay, while that's working, looking at the schematic that was left with us, Suite A, Suite B, Suite A being 2,125 square feet, Suite B 2,075 square feet.
No, the whole building is 4,000, a little over 4,000 feet, the whole building.
Right, and it's all on one floor.
Yes.
Okay, just because as this is drawn,
Well, the old drawing that you have there, and if I'd have had, the old drawing was a drawing the way that was leased out, once before.
what do we have?
That's an old drawing, the way James Cartwright brought that drawing to us, and we would had it on the slide to talk about it, but it was a drawing the way it was leased out at one time with many different small businesses.
So
What you're seeing there is just like eight different small businesses that were in there at one time.
So the one slide that we had that showed 4,
That's the way we're going to go back.
can you go back to that slide, please?
Yeah.
Right there.
We're gonna basically, what we're gonna do is it was leased in kind of choppy pieces. We're gonna go back to putting the straight lines, the demising walls straight. There's 4 storefronts on the building. Is what we're gonna do is take the wood doors off, the residential doors off, and put, glass storefronts in. That's what that demonstration, that shows you there. Make it look a little bit more relevant, more modern with glass storefronts.
Is there a better, Mr. Thibodeau, is there a better depiction of the parking issue?
This
I mean, that one right there, I guess.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, this aerial, along Goldman, there were angled spaces at one time. There are now poles there. So at one time that was addressed for some reason. What's going on in the front along Center is the angle parking that was there for the previous activity. Yeah, it's there in existence, but when you do the measurements and you take the new zoning ordinance language, you have to perform it correctly. So to have a certain angle parking, you have to have a certain width of maneuvering aisle, which we just don't have that situation. So that's why we have to utilize the right-of-way along Center for potential parking in the future, unlimited.
And our current requirements are that this building must have 21 parking spaces.
That was really just park at the most intense ratio. So if so feasibly it could be occupied by 4 retail tenants, right? So that would be a 21 space requirement for those 4 tenants. And so if we're going to paint a picture, we got to say, hey, what would the maximum be in any given situation? And let's work from there.
All right.
Mayor Gordon, Miss Alma is on if you would like her to talk.
Okay, let me finish my question then to Mr. Thibodeau. I'm not clear in terms of enforcing our zoning. You're telling me that our zoning at peak was requiring 21 spaces.
If you were to park the entire structure under the use of neighborhood retail, it would require 21 spaces.
Okay.
It could be chopped up into uses that require less, but
Okay.
it cannot go any more than 21.
But what's being requested of us as a council is to disregard that.
To
and
allow for
the number
7
of
or
spaces
8.
that currently exist to continue to exist and not to enforce our current zoning.
Basically, the property is stymied at its, go ahead.
This is a PD, so you're writing the regulations for this property, whatever the other regulations are. That's why they're here for a PD. You're going to write the regulations that fit the property for the uses that are proposed.
I still have a question with that because we have something in code that says that this building should have 21 spaces. So now we're looking at obviating
order
that
for
or
that
just
to happen-
disregarding that in favor of whatever we see on this building.
Yes, because it's otherwise undevelopable is what the owner is telling you.
It's unusable.
It's
It
unusable.
will be unusable if wasn't on there for whatever.
Can't hear anything now.
So the plan development that's before us is for a decision as a council is to allow this building to be used as it was shown with 4 tenants, so to speak, and using the existing parking in an angled space.
No, it
No.
would be,
Straight space is what was shown on that diagram,
that's right.
right there. And 1 space dedicated to disabled parking,
You'd have to provide ADA.
right?
Mhm.
And then there is spaces to park on the street on the side.
in the right of way, which is permissible.
It's got some posts there. So the building is inhabitable if, we don't do stuff. Because there's nowhere to get extra parking. Nowhere.
If the 4 tenants are extremely successful, we're going to end up having parking along the street.
Same thing on Main Street. You don't have parking requirements.
But there's available parking that's been converted, it's been created in the back space.
There's lots of places that don't have that parking. They park in my parking lot. People park in my parking lots, and we don't enforce those. I have people all the time that come over and park in my parking lots off of Main Street. We don't enforce, the city doesn't enforce those. So I mean, the whole idea is in a neighborhood like this, in a revitalized urban neighborhood. I mean, this is very common, where there's not enough parking, and there's buildings that can't be used, if you stick to that. And so what happens is everybody just allows parking to be, kind of going to other people's properties and on the street, different places. And there's a little, time to time, there's a little pressure. You want some pressure. It's better than having one of these gigantic parking lots that we have right now with half, they're half full. I mean, our parking requirements require these parking, I mean, even Costco is never full. These parking lots are gigantic, that we're over parked. That was the whole idea I had in my presentation from Strongtown, that cities all over the country today are adopting these new policies.
I understand. What I want to make sure is that we as a council understand what we may be approving is the permissible parking of what's here and what's on the street if this particular activity hits peak activity,
Same thing
which
you
is
did.
21 cars.
Same thing you did on Main Street. That's all we're asking. That's all we're asking. And this is, in fact, I think this should be part of Main Street. It's close enough. It should be part of the Main Street. I mean, Center Street should be part of it. And all we're asking is the same thing.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Mr. Harvey.
Thank you, Monty, for your presentation. I move for approval.
Okay. There were other lights lit up that wanted discussion. However, there is a motion on the table to move for approval. Is there a second? Nope. Once a motion is made and once a motion is seconded, we're going to vote on it, and then it's going to be over. So we have a motion to approve. Do you second? We have a motion to.
I have a question for the attorney.
Once you make a motion and it's seconded, the motion can be debated.
Yes, that's what I thought.
But I don't know what your comments are, so what the mayor's saying, I don't know what your comments are. The comments are, should it be approved or not approved? So your comments would be, I'm in favor of it, or I'm against it because it doesn't X, Y, and Z. I understand.
So.
Well, have you seconded the motion?
If
No.
there is no second, then the motion doesn't succeed and we move forward.
Mayor, I'll second the motion.
We have a motion on the floor to approve item 5B. And no.
No.
Nope.
There's a motion
No.
to approve in a second. So it's a motion to approve the zoning case or deny the zoning case. Someone could make a motion to open debate. But that would be someone that would know what Robert's Rule of Order said.
I couldn't hear you, Mr.
You
Hager.
can make a motion to reopen debate. The making of the motion and the second, you can state the merits of the order, I approve it, I'm gonna vote for it, I'm gonna vote against it, I'm gonna vote against it because X, Y, and Z. I'm gonna vote in favor of it for Y, Z, and F. You can have that debate on the motion.
Without a
But
vote on the,
I
without a
don't-
vote on the motion.
Someone can make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that, I'd like to make a motion we open for debate.
Someone can make a motion to reopen the debate, which takes precedent over the main motion.
I'd like to make a
and
motion that we reopen for debate.
There we go. Okay, so now,
Needs a second.
we have a motion
I'll
to
second it.
reopen the debate.
I'll second it.
Okay, it has now been seconded. We need to vote on reopening the debate. All in favor of the motion to reopen the debate, please vote. Thank you. We are reopening the debate. Mr. Contreras. Debate.
That area that you're talking about where there could be additional parking adjacent to this property on public right of way. If you look at across the street, it's kind of limited by vegetation. Do you remember if that is open the full length of the property where people will not be?
All of that's concrete.
It's all concrete.
It's all concrete.
Okay.
It's that drawing is, if you saw it on a aerial, that's.
So you could get, what, maybe another 4 or 5 cars in there?
Probably get 6 cars
Okay,
over there.
yeah, my point in saying this was if it was limited, and that, it's a moot point now. I know that gets heavily traveled during the school hours with parents, and I wouldn't want to see anybody sticking out in the street, but if it's concreted where cars can be accommodated along there, I think I see it here. Okay. On Goldman. Yeah, so if the place starts to become a little more successful, there's room to keep them off the street, other than the 8 parking spaces you have out front. That's correct.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they wouldn't, you can park them over in that, they've been parking over there.
Well, that's important
for
to me.
years.
Do we need to have you recorded on the microphone, Mr. Thibodeau?
This would go through the same process. If spaces along Goldman were to be proposed, it would have to go through the same right-of-way
Well,
license agreement.
maybe
just to
not,
let you know.
because that's public right of way.
It's the
Anybody can
public
park
right-of-way,
there.
and the property line hugs immediately on the boundary, almost.
City attorney, would you
immediately
agree?
on the west.
Yeah, if parking's allowed on the street, unless there's something to prohibit it, it could be parked. As long as it doesn't block the travel portion of the roadway.
Yeah, so you wouldn't have
And
to.
your traffic engineer or city engineer approves that we can get emergency vehicles down there.
Okay, I just wanted to make that point because to the people that might be concerned about overflow parking and creating some parking violations or whatever, there is a little bit of relief along Goldman. That's the point I'm making.
Actually, if you did away with the parking, you don't need an agreement over there because people park there anyway.
Well, no, I
And
understand
it
that.
doesn't say no parking. It's just like you park
Okay.
on any street.
All right, well, that's all I wanted to do is get a clearer
I
picture
mean,
of
you
what.
can do a license if you want to do the license on both. Can.
Yeah, that's all I've got. Thank you.
Mr. Coombs.
Thank you, Mayor. On, what has the layout? A, B, C, D, so it says A and C are office uses, and then B and D are retail uses. And I thought I saw somewhere else where it was, so that this isn't a multifamily, this isn't a living. This is all, okay, this is all,
Multi-tenant, not multifamily.
okay. So this is all office and
Residential.
retail, retail space. Okay. And then, so I'm definitely not in favor, because my understanding is if we don't figure out how to get the parking right on this, the building will not be able to be used. I mean, is there any potential use of this building that would not present a parking issue?
That's right.
Okay.
You're saying the right thing.
Okay, so we don't, prove something or figure something out here.
Somebody's gonna have to go through this.
Okay. And but with that being said, now, I do know that Goldman, there's 2 schools there, and it is a pickup zone. And yeah, a lot of cars get backed up right there along Goldman and along Freeman. And on Center, there's 2 lanes, or there's 4 lanes. And already we're starting to see people park on the curb at, on street, off a center, which takes away a lane. And of course, residents are concerned about, speeding and those kinds of issues. So it's still concerning to me that when we're saying there should be 21 spaces and we're looking at maybe 7 or 8, that those cars will end up on the street. And I'm just saying, this is a resident concern. And I think it's a valid concern from the people that live in this area that, on-street parking is getting worse, and this would eventually be contributing to it. So that is my concern.
What's palatable has been a constant discussion.
Thank you.
Looking at the diagram that we have up right now, and city attorney did mention a city engineer would have to look at this street. Just looking at those dimensions, if parking were to be in both directions on Goldman, does anybody happen to know if an emergency vehicle could still pass on Goldman if parking were permitted on both sides of the street in both directions?
And through early discussion, initially when we started looking at this, we looked at the fact that it looked like there was angle parking along Goldman at one point. When you look at the street section and the pavement width, I can't say today, but there's potential that, hey, Goldman, do we want to squeeze that pavement width anymore? What does that look like? And so we really just deviated to looking at Center Street and proposing the design that you see. I'm not telling you there's no opportunity for Goldman. I'm just saying it's a lot more discussion, a lot more work. That piece.
So Goldman parking could be permitted, but there's a high probability parking on both directions on Goldman could
There's
preclude an
potential that we
emergency
can look
vehicle from
into.
passing through.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you yes or no on Goldman. Couldn't tell you.
But you look at Hastings, look at Hastings, north of Main Street, and they park trucks there unloading stuff going in. The dump truck and park there. And we deal with it. You slow the traffic down. It actually slows the traffic down when this stuff happens. It creates what's called contextual, design. It actually slows it down. Have you ever been up Hastings? Have y'all been up Hastings? You know how wide it is? It's not even as wide enough to be a fire lane. It's only 20 feet wide. In the middle of the street, you go up there. You deal with it in these urban areas. You go slow. You move. You go around the block. I travel that way every day. Some days I have to go around the block because the GPS truck is in the middle of the road. That's what you have to do in an urban area. That's the way it works. You can't. You can just start bulldozing properties and widen the road. I guess that'd be your option. Center Street doesn't have near enough traffic. Center Street doesn't have enough traffic for 4 lanes. Talk to the traffic engineers. There's such a low amount of traffic on Center Street, you could easily get by with 2 lanes. I don't have a problem on Center Street ever, and I travel it probably more than anybody in here. But it's just not
Is Ms. Cartwright still available and she wishes to speak? Ms. Cartwright, please.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Just barely. Can you turn her up by any chance in tech?
Hello?
There we go.
Yes, I've talked in length with Monty about the parking. Like I said, we've been in that building since we were in that building 205. And was never an issue with parking. Prior to that, it was a counseling center and they had like 4 counselors in there. And it was never a parking issue from the city at all. And seemingly now it's a concern. And I'm just letting, Monty and my son, they talk quite a bit about it. And if we could just let it go as it is. I know there's a school behind that, and it's, it's their responsibility to handle the children and the drop off and things, and it shouldn't hamper a use of this building for parking concerns. That's what I'd have to say.
All right, I see no other indications, any other discussion or debate by council. Now, city attorney, is there need to have a motion to close this debate?
No.
No, okay.
Before
See,
you begin, I'm sorry, so we had a proposal, but
Just have a, what we can do is allow half retail and half office in it, like 2 of the spaces retail and 2 office. And that's a maximum of 15 spaces it needs. So that would help mitigate, so we don't put all retail in every space.
so we're
Which
talking,
retail requires more spaces
Right.
per square foot. Office requires less spaces per square
so
foot.
same
Right.
number of tenants, but different categories, or
We
2
would- we
tenants
would- We
versus
would only
4.
allow 2 of the spaces to be retail, and the other 2 would have to be office, which is a lighter parking requirement,
Okay,
which would be a maximum of 15, worst case. More than likely, what's going to come here is office. It's just not it's not that good of a retail location.
professional space more than likely. Okay. All right, I think Mr. Coons had a comment of merit, of understanding, and I think Mr. Anderson voiced it as well, that if this is not approved, then the building remains derelict, and the only option for it is demolition. As we may be understanding what the possible development of this structure is.
a third option would be to shrink the building, but yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, we will go back to the motion.
All right, so you ended debate, and that's not been challenged, so debate's been closed. You have a motion to approve as presented.
That's
You
what I
have-
was going back to. We have
you
a
have
motion
a
on the
pro-
floor to approve as presented, item 5B.
Now, there's also a proposal that the applicant has made is to limit 50% retail, 50% office. We could do the friendly amendment by asking the second and the movant if they would accept those conditions. Or someone could make an amendment to amend the approval to have those limitations, thereby limiting the parking variance of 21 down to 15.
So, understanding that, the chair would entertain a motion to amend the item before us, the planned development district, to change the tenancy, change the categories of tenancy to 50% retail to 50% office, which would then attempt to mitigate the parking issue that we have been discussing.
So moved.
We have a motion in that respect. Is there a second? We have a second. Motion by Mr. Cook, second by Mr. Harvey. Please vote.
We're voting on the amendment
We are voting on the amendment
first.
as stated, changing the tenancy categories, 50% retail, 50% office. Item is approved unanimously. Thank you.
So then we have the main motion to now approve it with the limitation of the amendment. You have to vote twice.
As the attorney has stated, is there a motion as the attorney has stated the motion?
It's an amended motion.
It's an amended motion, so moved by Mr. Cooks, second by Mr. Harvey. Please vote. Thank you very much.
Yeah, request.
I'm sorry, yeah, Mr. Cook.
Hey, Mayor, I'd like to make not just a motion to this, the city attorney can help with this as well. I'd like to make a motion that the staff and board reports be delayed to our next meeting, therefore allowing staff to go ahead and leave for tonight versus finishing this up with the staff and board reports and delaying their reports. So.
There's a motion to take those 3 briefing reports and to delay them. In fact, city council members have been provided all that information in their packet for their reading at their leisure. And any questions can be directed to the city manager after reading those at a later time. So we have a motion to remove those from the agenda at this point. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Harvey. Please vote.
Oh, it's me.
There No, thank you. To those staff members that have been sitting here for some time, thank you for your patience. Item 5C. Conduct a public hearing, 2022-03, for consideration and action regarding the request of Keith Reinhardt, applicant and owner, to include a specific use permit for a carport on Green Hills, 4th, what's INST?
I think it's short for installment.
4th installment, 3rd section, Block 7, Lot 26, more commonly known as 1326 Meadow Green, Duncanville, Dallas County, Texas. Mr. Thibodeau.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Here's a look at the aerial. You can see this is in a residential neighborhood surrounded by residential. The property is zoned single-family 13, is also surrounded by residential property zoned single-family 13. This is a request to allow for the use of carport. The proposed carport structure is planned to be in conformance with both structural and area standards, which is regarding orientation setbacks being in the back of the property and beyond 5 feet from the side and rear yards. And parking will be in conformance with the zoning ordinance. Future land use plan designation. It allows or designates for low density residential, represents traditional single-family neighborhoods with housing and living units for population with a range of income and needs, and this request is compatible with the comprehensive plan. And here's a site exhibit showing conformance and the location of the carport. 15 notices were sent out to the public, and as of today, no responses were received for or against the item. And at the January 10th, 2022 Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, the commission recommended approval of the SUP request unanimously. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Opening the public hearing, the timestamp and opening the public hearing is 11:12. And now opening 10 minutes for those wishing to speak in favor. Well, in fact, I have 3 cards in front of me. Jody LaRue, Mark LaRue, and Maria Gonzalez. I don't have any indication in terms of whether these individuals are in favor or opposed to. So I'm going to call for, we're opening it for those in favor. Please come forward. Seeing none, the portion of this public hearing in favor is hereby closed. And so I'm going to assume that the 3 cards I have are in opposition. So I'm now opening this public hearing to those who wish to oppose this item. Please come forward. Please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
My name is Maria Gonzalez, and I live at 1315 Meadow Green. And so I am speaking in opposition to the special use permit for 1326 Meadow Green carport. And basically, and I actually did send my letter. I don't know why that wasn't received, but I certainly mailed it and I emailed. And so my 3 points that I put on that was that a carport is not aesthetically in the best interest of our neighborhood. So in that particular neighborhood, we all have very large properties or large lots. Certainly a structure could be put in the back. And as you can see on that drawing, there is a big portion of a back part that he could use. And so we all have nice homes that we work really hard to maintain, and a carport just doesn't add the value to our overall look. There's also a safety concern, as most carports are typically standalone structures. And those are the ones that you will see probably, I mean, I only speak of what I know of a carport, and they're usually metal structures, and so they're easily bent, easily moved around. And I have not seen any specifications, so maybe it's on the comprehensive plan and I didn't see that. But with an already exhausted code compliance officers, I do think that that can escalate quickly. And so this particular property is, if I open my garage door, I see straight into their garage. So it's just not going to be nice to open my garage door to. So I appreciate y'all hearing our voice, and Mark and Jody were here, but we all have kids to put in bed and they left, but they're also in opposition of this. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a card from Mark LaRue. He left. Jody LaRue. Okay. So we have, I guess, one individual. Anybody else present who wishes to speak in opposition to this item? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. I need a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
So moved by Mr. McBurnett. Second, please.
Second.
Second by Mr. Cooks. Please vote on closing the public hearing. Thank you. The public hearing is hereby closed at 11:16. Is the applicant here?
Yes, sir. He's here for questions if you have any.
What's your name again? Oh, Mr. Reinhardt? Please come forward. Thank you for this SUP and complying with our instructions and our zoning and coming forward with that. There's been some concern about the aesthetics, so in terms of what you're going to be doing with this. How do you see the aesthetics of this carport for yourself?
Well, it is in the back. I think she's saying that it's on the side.
There's
but
no need to refer to an individual. That's
Okay.
kind of our rules.
Okay, it is in the back of the house.
Okay.
It's in, garage is in the back, and the carport would be in the back.
Okay. All right. Mr. Cooks? Oh,
No, but I guess since you, do we have a better picture of it? We can get a better thought on,
The flag's blocking it, but it'd be in the areas, you see the pool? So
Mm-hmm.
right to the, immediately to the north of that, near the pool gate, the pool fence right there. That'd be about the location, right? Right about there.
and the garage is in the back as well?
Yes,
Garage is in the
yeah.
back. Go to the schematic drawing. I think it would show exact location. There it is.
All right, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Mr. Contreras?
No.
Mr. Kuntz?
Thank you, Mayor. I was trying to look and see the height, width, I guess all the dimensions. 'Cause I know there was, as far as you know, the visibility of it, does it say how tall it is in feet and how wide and any of that?
There's schematics in your packet. I didn't want to bog you down with all those,
I think what we're looking at,
architectural drawings.
Mr. That hand, the hand drawing
Right,
on the
that's
left, I think
right.
might give the dimensions that you're current concerned about. 30 by 20.
Okay, and height?
There you go.
And it is in the back. I'm looking, so I'm seeing here. So this is in the back of the house. Not okay. Not visible in the front or from the street or anything. Thank you.
Seeing no more
Well,
comments?
I'm sorry, one other question. City Attorney, you said screen could be added to this, You have any comments on that screening, sir? About the screening?
I hadn't heard of that, but it could be done. I mean, if that's what needs to be done.
Okay. Just neighborly, I guess, since two neighbors have kind of talked about it as well. So that's why I was asking your thoughts. All right, thank you.
I don't have a problem with it.
All right.
Just one comment in that regard. Letters did go out to 15 neighbors and there were no responses.
That's right. We'll check into what she said.
Mr. Contreras.
Shared fence with your neighbor.
About this, two fences. One of them is a chain link fence, and that's about 5 feet, and then there's right there where the wood fence that's like 7 feet tall. Yes.
Seeing no more discussion, the chair will entertain a motion to approve.
I'd like to approve that we approve it with the screening, since the homeowner didn't have an issue with that, with the screening attached to the property.
We have a motion to approve that is asking for screening. All four.
Mayor.
I'm sorry, yes. Yes, we have that. The north side puts it toward the house, the south side puts it toward the neighbor on the back side. So what you want to screen is from really the back side, which would be the south. Right, so that would be the south. South, that's why I want to get clarification, be south side versus north. Okay. So we have a motion to approve this action, this SUP, to approve it with some with green screening of some sort of screening on the south side of the carport. We have a motion to approve. It was seconded by Mr. Harvey. Please vote. Thank you. It's approved unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Reinhardt.
Thank you both for being neighborly and at least voicing your concerns. Appreciate it.
Okay, on to item 5D. Public hearing, consider approval of an ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of Duncanville, Texas by repealing Chapter 12 miscellaneous offense and provisions by adding and amending Article 1 in general, Section 12-3, loud and raucous noise in its entirety, and replacing it with a new Section 12-3, loud and raucous noise, providing a repealing clause, providing for a severability clause, providing a savings clause, providing for a penalty of a fine not to exceed the sum of $2,000, and providing for an effective date. Chief Lavigny, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening again, Council. As you know, we've discussed this ordinance several times over the last several months. Examples of activity and noise levels have been given. I just kind of reiterated that image there. We did consider specific decibel levels for the ordinance, but in talking to the city attorney, that seemed overly arbitrary, not advisable. there would have to be different settings for different areas, different perspectives. It would limit the officer's ability who would have to respond to these to use their discretion. And because of all of that, it was not advisable. As you see on that chart, normal speaking levels are at 60 decibels. The 85 decibels is already in the state ordinance. Anything between there gets very dicey on, what is arbitrary and what is not. A hand drill is at 98. I mean, we've heard that. The realities of enforcement of this ordinance are the four things: volume, time of day, type of noise, duration of noise, other parties' willingness, actually five things, of cooperation and mitigation. Challenges to enforcement, oftentimes citizens don't want to be complaining witnesses. Sometimes when we respond, the noise is no longer audible to the officer or at that point. And that kind of limits what we can do. Now we can kind of work that in other ways, but it does take a little bit of time, and it takes the cooperation of complaining witnesses. Sometimes offenders cannot be readily identified. Now, that happens in all offenses, whether they're city ordinances or state offenses, and we can work on that. But again, it's the resources. We have priorities, and we have to respond to all types of calls. And we understand that this is an issue all over, certainly in this community, and we do the best we can. By the way, it came up, so I put in there barking dog complaints in another section of our ordinances. So I just want everyone to understand that the desire to legislate the subjectivity of peace is incredibly difficult. We've seen the difficulty in the last three sessions, over the last 3 months that we've had. And to be able to try to really pinpoint that, for an officer to respond and to hold someone accountable to that point and remove discretion is just not advisable. So we have included some exceptions that were brought up into the ordinance. And we put some other things in there for habitual offenders. And that's in your packet. And we'll need to continue education publicly and internally with our officers, internally on when they respond and how they best respond to these situations.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. And now going to open the public hearing on this, and I do have some emailed comments to read. So we're going to open the public hearing. The timestamp is 11:30 p.m. The first one I have is from Alan Yeldell, and he does indicate an address in his comments. My neighbors have told me that previous owner of my home left Duncanville because of next door neighbor, it's not his address, next door neighbor of 731 Flamingo Way, and have wondered why I would choose to buy, live next to such. More than one has said that address would be top reason they would leave if they could. My letter to you on July 13 details the irritations. Neighbors are starting to see more and more of this ilk moving into the neighborhood. Do you have a preference on which types are moving in and moving out? Can more be done to make newcomers want to conform to established norms? Having gotten more involved with learning what help the council might be, I have resigned myself to living next door to a home in constant disrepair whose residents or the visitors are frequently parking in front of my house / walking on my lawn / leave fluids on pavement. However, I understand there may be reason for optimism about restraining noises. Their patio and pool are less than 20 feet from my bedroom window. Only rain or cold or parting at one of their other locations mean my household can retire at 10 without hearing their noises. We, and several longtime Duncanville owners, consider them to be inconsiderate / rude / unapproachable / uncompromising, and remain surprised at how it's allowed to persist. Please enact more restrictive ordinances. No amount is too much for me. Please publish in in parens, two languages, close parens, the ordinances, open parens. I want to put one on my neighbor's door, close parens, including any penalties. Please update citizens on how to register noise complaints when noise is occurring. Open parens, I plan on becoming a regular 911 caller around 10 p.m. instead of waiting until 12 to see if it stops, close parens. Sincerely, Alan Yeldell. Mr. Yeldell has submitted two different comments. Having now lived 7 years next door to a certain household, parens that my other neighbors have known for more years, my quote-unquote live and let live sensibilities have been tested. It's as if an extended multi-generation family group from a different culture/country were all landed into one house next to mine. The amount of people /cars /regular party guests /music /yard and street debris /comings and goings of this one household equals that of 5 typical households on this street. Nuisances such as loud late-at-night music /congregating in front yard trampoline have been addressed /partially remedied, and others /stagnate pool, water mosquitoes, or regular parking, open parens, by one of the 7 household vehicles or those of frequent guests, closed parens, in front of and behind neighboring homes. It's my understanding that existing ordinances enable controlling of some of the nuisances, and lack of ordinances is allowing others to continue to proliferate. I'm asking the council to update or create new ordinances to impede constant or frequent parking by one household in spaces of others. Also to review and maybe address number of people, vehicles allowed to inhabit a single-family dwelling. So that takes it into another aspect. Mr. Yeldell's address is 727 Flamingo Way. Next item is from Kevin Young. My name is Kevin Young, and I've lived with my family, Linda, and 3 children at 919 Eisenhower Drive for 5 years, and my wife for about 15 years. I enjoy living in Duncanville because it's relatively close to a lot of different parts of the city, and I really enjoy having quick access to one of the few green spaces left so close to. However, certain circumstances are causing us to reconsider if we want to raise our children here. Lately, one issue is the noise I hear while I'm working or my wife is trying to nap. From our home and presidential estates just south of Wheatland Road, it seems as if multiple times a day we're subject to listening to someone's car stereo. This noise is not coming from a neighbor or adjacent property, but from the Wave, Wash, and/or QT gas station on the opposite side of the creek on the southwest corner of Cockrell Hill and Highway 67. I've driven to the car wash and hear several cars blasting their music. This goes on all hours of the day. I've reported it to a non-emergency police, but it seems to do little long-term good. My understanding is that our current noise ordinance prohibits businesses from allowing loud and raucous noise that disturbs the peace. From our current ordinance, open quotes, the following acts are deemed to create unreasonably loud or raucous noise and shall be deemed a violation of this section, but such enumeration shall not be deemed exclusive. The playing of any horn, radio, musical instrument, or other loud speaking or noise-making device or attachment on any premises under the ownership, management, or control of such person, when such premises are being used as a place of business in such a manner or volume as to disturb the peace or be unreasonably offensive to reasonable persons of normal sensitivity in the vicinity or occupants of other premises in the vicinity. Close quotes. The loud music constantly blaring from these places are business are indeed, open quotes, in such a manner or volume as to disturb the peace or to be unreasonably offensive to persons of normal sensitivity in the vicinity. Close quotes. My family and my neighbors believe we are of normal sensitivity. The music is loud and unreasonably offensive. We demand the city of Duncanville enforce this ordinance, for our police officers have the authority to require someone to turn their music down or be written a citation for fines to be increased for violators. We understand that not all areas of the city have this problem, and ask council members who are fortunate enough to live in quieter areas, consider the plight of citizen outside your own district. Signed, Kevin Young, 919 Eisenhower Drive. And he says the following residents support the demand that the city council enforce or improve the noise ordinance. Wherever that is, I'm not sure. He sends in a second one saying attaches a petition with 10 signatures from our neighbors. Of all the people I talked with, every one of them was willing to sign. I unfortunately ran out of time gathering signatures, but I had to get home to my family. Looking forward to the meeting tomorrow. Shalom, Kevin. Kevin Young again. Final item is from Misty Bain, 102 Walnut Street. I am in favor of stricter enforcement of the current noise ordinances. However, several council members have expressed that the code is, as written, is difficult to enforce. We need an ordinance that is enforceable. Noise is a considerable problem for many neighborhoods in the city. My neighborhood experiences a lot of noise from local businesses at times, as well as racing vehicles, vehicles with projection speakers outside their vehicles, as well as extremely loud exhausts. Council members should be concerned about noise experienced citywide, not just in their own individual neighborhoods. I am in favor of improving the current noise ordinance to be more enforceable by the police department. Sincerely, Misty Bain, 102 Walnut Street. Those items are read in favor of the ordinance. Any individuals present who wish to speak in favor of this ordinance? Please state your name and address.
Erica Browning, 442 East Cherry Street. I am definitely in favor of it. I just would like you to consider a few items. Obviously, you've talked about the subjective versus objective parameters ad nauseum, but I'm concerned about its subjective nature. The other thing I'm concerned about is the vehicle noise section stipulates that it would be between the hours of 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. And loud vehicles are a problem at every time of day, not just at night. They shouldn't, be able to run around without their catalytic converters or whatever they have. I don't know. I'm tired. I'm sorry. The other thing is, I read the proposed ordinance, and the other thing that I want to bring up is the section on public demonstration or protest. That could be a double-edged sword. It seems unconstitutional to demand that a protest disperse in order to avoid penalty, and I believe that's what I read. But, somewhere it needs to mention lawful demonstration, or we're going to have, Antifa. So I just wanted to bring those things up.
Thank you. Any other individuals who wish to speak in favor of this ordinance? Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name's Kevin Young, 919 Eisenhower Drive. Thank you for reading my email. I actually brought the signatures in if you would like to see that. I don't know if you have a copy of that. Okay. That's all I have.
Oh, there, okay, I see it, thank you. Okay. Any other individuals who wish to speak in favor of this ordinance? Thank you. Seeing none, this portion of the public hearing in favor is closed. All individuals who wish to speak in opposition to this ordinance, please come forward. Seeing none, this portion of the public hearing and speaking in opposition to this ordinance is hereby closed. Chair will entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion to close the public hearing is so moved by Mr. McBurnett, seconded by Mr. Harvey. Council, please vote on closing the public hearing. Public hearing is hereby closed at 11:39. Thank you. Chief. It is now time to give opportunity for the council to ask questions. Mr. Contreras.
I think you're speaking of what's in the disorderly conduct statute. Yes, sir.
Sorry about that. The way the ordinance is written right now?
Certainly, we could choose to use that state law.
Okay. So if a resident or a business owner complained to the point that they said, we don't want an officer's discretion, we'd rather have you actually read off to make sure they're not exceeding the 85 decibels, would that be objectionable to you for that officer to
So if
follow-up
they're,
question?
if the reading is over 85 decibels, and again, some of this will come to training internally, but we're still going to have the complaining witness to come forth as well.
Okay.
You know, for, hey, yeah, that is an objective reading, but you know, I called them this location and, you know, we need to get that into the record as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's the same as a traffic ticket. When you violate the speed law, if you look at the complaint, it says violated the posted speed limit, which such limit is unreasonable under the conditions then existing. So the police officer, when he observes you going 45, must also testify that that speed at that time, at that location, is an unreasonable speed given the conditions. Same with the decibel reading. It's 85, but I still need someone to testify that that sound raises a presumption that it is loud and raucous.
Thank you.
Yes.
Going back, oh, I'm sorry, let's see, there's more lights. Mr. Coons.
Thank you. First of all, just so city attorney, so one of our police officers is somewhere off of Wheatland Road, and somebody does go blasting by with real loud pipes. I mean, he would have to have some way of measuring and saying this is the measurement of the noise that we got here, and this is why this person is in violation.
And
It can't
you
just be it was loud and he can't just pull him
Right,
over.
he'd go and he'd probably testify that he took, if he did take a decibel reading, or he could say, I pull patrol in the city of Duncanville every night at this time between 10 and 12, and the ambient air noise, and I think that sound was loud and raucous. I could hear it 4 blocks over. I drove up, they were still sitting there. That's the kind of testimony. Or I've got to have the resident who called the police to come over there say that it was loud and raucous, and it was time of night, plays a role. Yes, well, traffic, there's lots of traffic on 20 during the day. But when there's traffic at night, the sound carries. And so what might be permissible at 2 o'clock in the afternoon may be impermissible at 3 o'clock in the morning. So, because of the ambient air noise.
And then, Chief, so I remember, I mean, how old is our ordinance? How long has it been around?
I would have to look
60s or
back
70s
and see
maybe?
when it was modified last. I want to say, I looked at, 2001 maybe sticks in my mind.
When it was revised, or when there was a
Okay.
change made. But, is it still relevant? I mean, I'm thinking about why we even have the ordinance in the first place, and why it was, coded, and is it still relevant? Is it enforceable, or
Oh, sure, it's enforceable. Speeding's enforceable, but we can't catch every speeder.
right? But you catch some.
Catch some.
You get, yeah. And I know I had asked at some point, I mean, had we issued any tickets or citations when it came to noise issues, and there was some uncertainty about that.
I can tell you we've issued 12 since May of 2021. Not a lot, but again, you have to remember that in a lot of cases, especially in residential areas, people have to live next to one another. And, I know we've talked about that, but we try to mitigate as well. But sometimes we have to move on to something else. So it doesn't sound like a lot, but there are a lot of times we respond, and we're trying to make things work, but that doesn't always occur.
And I want to make sure, I mean, through this whole conversation, the rest of the council recognizes I'm not trying to make a big deal out of something that may or may not be a big deal. But since I've been in office, this has been something that has come to me over and over again. And I as a representative, I have to respond in some way to what the concerns of my constituents. And what I guess people want to know, okay, if I have an issue with noise, can I have any confidence in the ordinance or in our police department? And I know we always want compliance. That's what we want, right? But people want to know, is there any confidence that I can have in this ordinance or in our police department that I can get some relief from this or some help? That's kind of the question. And when we look at the issue of the businesses came up, and that is in our ordinance. Is there some way? Is that enforceable? For businesses allowing cars to sit out and blast their music, something that we can do in those situations. And these are the kind of questions, and I'm just kind of what I'm getting, what I'm hearing, and these are the kind of questions that I'm getting.
I hope the community has a lot of confidence in our police department. We have a lot of good men and women working at this police department. We're asked to do quite a few different things. We can enforce this ordinance. We have to have complaining witnesses that are willing to step forward, give statements, come to court if needed. And there's some education we need to do internally and externally. So yes, I think it's enforceable, but there's, again, as we've seen over the last 3 months, it's a very complicated issue, and it's not an issue that solely sits in Duncanville. As a matter of fact, I was looking at the city of Garland's noise ordinance not too long ago, and their police department has nothing. I'm sure they respond, but that falls not to the police department. So, a lot of different approaches, but the resources we have, we try to respond as responsibly as we can.
And then just two other questions. So at some point during this discussion, another council member said that they were concerned that adding to this ordinance would overburden our police department. Do you feel like, is that true?
Well, again, I don't know that it overburdens us, but I think it sets an expectation that is even more unrealizable. That every time, again, I kind of make the correlation to speeding complaints. We can't catch every speeder. We can't stop every speeder. It's just the reality of it. So I don't think it's that we wouldn't enforce it, or it's just an expectation issue. It just complexes it even more.
And then my final question is for the city attorney. If you could just remind us of what we're voting on this evening.
What you're voting on is the revised ordinance that, as a result of the work sessions you've had and meeting with the police chief and the assistant police chief, we're replacing the old ordinance with this new one. We've provided for some, what I call defenses. We've cleaned up some of the language. We've added some activities which we commonly get in town, which we think produces loud and raucous noise, and have outlined those. So we've updated the ordinance a little bit in order, one, to help educate the police officers as they enforce it, and two, our citizens as they go about their activities about what's acceptable and not acceptable. So we think, and you're never going to be done looking at this ordinance because people have new ways to make noises and things, and no catalytic converters on their cars or gas. We used to have glass packs when I was a young boy. We put on cars, right, to make them rumble a little bit. We've had boom boxes. We've got sound systems. And it's, to some extent, the real problem is the ability of the people that are upset with the noise. They have to come to court. Because by the time the police officer gets there, the noise is gone. The police officer doesn't live there. You do, you the neighbor, and you've got to willingly come to court and be a witness and say, yeah, I put up with this noise. on this night at this time, but it's constant, it's loud. You know, the police officer can corroborate maybe some of that. You know, most people that engage in this kind of activity, other than kind of the transients that may be at the commercial areas, town or in the area, are chronic violators. So I don't tell the police chief what to do with his business, but we could maybe start a database. If we're getting the same complaints for the same neighborhood at the same house, then the police officer can say, you know, I was out here, my colleagues were out here, I've been out here, enough's enough. You know, I'm gonna write you a ticket, and then we'll have to have the neighbors come and testify. So I think we've got a good ordinance. I think we've improved it, but it could, you know, I can't persecute people for making noise, but I can prosecute people for making loud and raucous noise. So that's kind of where we are.
Thank you.
I would like to make a comment that I want to believe that we probably have one of the most comprehensive noise ordinances around as a result of the time spent, the due diligence on the part of the city manager and staff in the police department, city attorney, for crafting an ordinance of this detail. And as I said, I believe it is probably one of the best around in terms of delineating those issues in terms of noise in our city, and hoping that the ability to enforce it is always going to be there because we have the best police department around as well. And as Mr. Hager, our city attorney, said, we have to have willing people to not only call 911, but to come forward, sign a complaint, and be willing to come to court to make that an enforceable piece. I see Mr. Cooks.
Yeah, I'll be real quick, Mayor. Chief, is there, to the mayor's question, is there a particular area that has more doors than the other, or is it just citywide? Just,
You know, I haven't looked at it, quite honestly, from that aspect. I think it's, noise is being dealt with all over. So
Okay.
I would describe it as citywide when it
Citywide. All right.
pops up, but.
Thank you. I don't think I'll add the city manager, if you would. I do have the citizens that keep just voicing her concerns about the noise ordinance, and I think it goes back to what we all talked about, is the educational piece. So whether it's signs up somewhere or notification or education, if you could help us, I think we crafted a great plan announced about education. So if you'll come up with something educational wise, that'll help our citizens. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion to approve by Mr. McBurnett, second by Mr. Cooks. Council, please vote. Thank you. Unanimous approval. Once again, thanks to our police department, city attorney, city manager, staff for crafting what I believe is an exceptional ordinance. We have moved items 5E and 5F. They have been taken care of. We've taken care of item 5G. We are on item 5H, modification of the city sick leave policy to permit for the unlimited accrual of sick leave. City manager, I'm sorry, Assistant City Manager Brown. Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present this item. I'd like to just very briefly share with the council why we would like to revise the city sick leave policy to permit for unlimited accrual sick leave. Here's some background and history information. The city currently has a sick leave policy that allows municipal employees to accrue up to 960 sick leave hours. There's no payout of sick leave upon the termination of employment for municipal employees, with the exception of police and fire. Chapter 143 of the Texas Local Government Code allows us to compensate police officers for 720 hours of their sick leave time. In reviewing other best Southwest cities, Cedar Hill and DeSoto did not establish the maximum accrual. However, Lancaster set the maximum accrual of 2,080 hours, which is 1 year.
sick leave is accrual on a bi-weekly basis through our payroll process. Now, what we have experienced over the past couple of years since March of 2020, we have unfortunately seen a lot of our employees contact COVID. And we also have a large number of employees who come in contact with other people who have tested positive for the COVID virus. And because of the positive test and the close contact, these employees now have to quarantine, which means they're away from work. And when we have employees that are away from work, it impacts on our ability to provide high quality service because of those absences. And so what we would like to propose to the council is modifying our sick leave policy, because what we want our employees to do is when they are sick with COVID, we don't want them to be concerned about rushing back to work and spreading that infection throughout our workplace. We want them to stay home. We want them to get well. We don't want them to come back and spread this infection. We think that this policy will again benefit our ability to provide a high level of service for our citizens. As we told you before, we are constantly looking for ways to increase customer service in any way that we can do that, whether that's revise a policy or come back before you and ask for an increase in staffing, whatever we can do to try to increase our customer service, that's what we would like to do. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. One question, under normal accounting practices, the accrual of sick leave is an accrued liability in terms of having dollars available. That's my understanding coming from GAAP, which may not be applicable to municipal government, was it GFOA or something like that? So my question more, I guess, is to you or the city manager in coming up with unlimited sick leave hours, and understandable why we're doing that, totally agree with that. Is there any financial impact in that accrued liability that we're going to have to budget for?
This is not a liability for us except for police and fire where there is a payout. So if you don't use it, you're not paid for it. And so when we do our audits, you'll notice that it's accounted for police and fire because that is a carryover liability. This one is not, according to what I've seen. Mr. Harvey may know more about from his experience, but when I talk to our finance staff, because we do not pay it out at any point in time, it's just time that you take off. We have not, but he may have other information.
So that first bullet is the key bullet in this. Sick leave is not a payout. It's not a payable upon terminating employment.
Only for police and fire, and that's required because we have a civil service police and fire department. And so therefore, under civil service, they are allowed to, we pay them up to 720 hours of sick upon their departure. That does not count for other employees. There is no payout allowed at all.
Okay. Mr. Contreras.
Sure. That's a good question, sir. What we try our best to do is align our policies with CDC guidelines. And depending on whether there is a positive test or whether you're in close contact with someone who is positive, that dictates how many days that you have to be quarantined.
Sick leave. If they have sick leave, they charge it to sick leave. If they have annual leave, but basically people are using their leave. Some organizations are doing something different. Some organizations have now passed rules saying that if you're vaccinated, they'll give you a certain amount if it was caused, if it happens then. But we don't have all of that. And so right now, we have a leave bank. So if you need a lot of leave, you can get it from the leave bank. We just adjusted this amount down, and it just became so complicated to manage. And we want to be able to track that time. And we're trying to give people, if you can work from home, you can work from home. But we do need to account for where this is coming. With the original legislation that happened at the beginning of COVID, there was legislation passed federally that required organizations to give at least 2 weeks of paid time based on this, which we were able to reimburse and capture back from the initial funds that we received. However, at this time, there are no special funds available to cover the cost. And for us right now, we want to make sure we're tracking it, but we know that everybody can't work from home. Many of our public works employees don't have that option. Police and fire in some cases don't have that option. And so this is an opportunity for us to just get out of that business of working it out.
Mr. Harvey, did you want to have some insights as city manager mentioned?
Yes, I would. Thank you so much. The underlying concept of a liability is an amount that is owed. And because by policy, the city does not pay out sick leave for civilian employees, there is no financial reason to accrue a liability because there is nothing owed. Now, for ministerial stewardship purposes, to keep up with, COVID and that sort of thing, for stewardship purposes, you will probably want to accrue hours for civilian employees, but there are no dollars attached to it. As the city manager said, it is different for police and fire. It is an amount owed by the law, so consequently, it is accrued because it is owed.
Thank you. Mr. Cook.
City manager, I'm looking at it from another standpoint, and I think we definitely want to keep our staff safe. But I'm also looking at it from a point of, we know that there are times when some seem to abuse policy. And so I would just hope that as we look at this and trying to keep our staff safe, that this would not be a permanent policy, but a policy that we could look at, that you would look at again in a year to see if you need to make any adjustments. So just be careful of making a permanent policy.
We have pretty strict rules. If you're out more than 3 days, it requires medical notice, so it's not one where you can just take off. And so as you look at this, it becomes more of a management issue of trying to account, okay, they're rolling out. Our policies are very clear. If you're out for more than a certain number of days, we must have a doctor's note. If you're out for 2 weeks, we're into FMLA and others. What will happen often is when we have a catastrophic incident and they don't have leave, we start going to a leave bank. People start donating leave and things like that. And so it's one of those that as we're starting to, and we're going to talk about this some more overall in looking at our overall benefit structure as we're working on that process, it is one that we've seen there's a level of abuse. There are some organizations that say, I'm going to buy you out of it, but because we have no liability, there's not there. But there are ways that we're going to look at how we can make sure that people aren't abusing it. But we also just didn't want to create something, if we're trying to be competitive with all of these other folks, why we would have a 980 versus unlimited every place else, or a year someplace else. It just became too much. And even, I just listed those cities. I have not found cities that are doing what we just did. And we just cut it down. Finally, I want to say, this is considered an administrative policy. You've probably never seen this before. I brought it to your attention just because it's from more of an educational, and I want to make sure that you all understand some of the policies which are signed at the city manager's level, but I do think it is still a policy that's worthwhile to discuss and bring back to council just to get feedback and understanding, because some of these are out there and you may never have been briefed on.
And I think, and I know that you already know this, but on those doctor notes, hopefully you've already looked at that to see what the laws tell us we can and cannot ask for when it comes to doctor notes being out. I think from corporate America.
HIPAA, the HIPAA privacy laws. There are certifications that there's a form that we send out and they have to bring in. And so there's certain things you can't say. There's certain things you can't ask, but there are also things that have to be certified in order for you to be legitimately off.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no further discussion, the chair will entertain a motion to approve item 5H.
Partial approval, does it?
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
It does not require an approval. According to the agenda, reading the agenda as it's written, it's a modification of the sick leave policy and is asking for a vote by that language.
I'm reading.
I'm cool. Just as a recommendation or suggestion to the city manager, we might identify this as, as an information item. Because when something, to me, in my interpretation, comes, says we're modifying something, that's changing something that's already codified. But if it's not necessary and we all understand it, where we're coming from in terms of this language, there is no vote necessary. So this item is therefore closed. Item 5H. In the interest of time, I would recommend, suggest to council that we dispense with the executive session on no. Got to do it? Okay, we are going to recess city council. The timestamp is 12:08 a.m. on February the 2nd, 2022.
Aaron, just give me a thumbs up when you're good to go. You're good? Okay, Mayor, we're good.
Okay, we are reconvening our city council meeting. The timestamp is 12:40 a.m. to February 2022, and we are adjourning city council meeting at 12:41 a.m. No, and no action to be taken on item 5.